when I was under Trump, things were great. I felt secure. Like now with Biden and Harris, it's almost like I'm even scared. Like honestly, I feel like other countries are looking at us like we're so freaking weak. You know? Do you feel like scared at all about
So
that?
did you
Like where
actually
is
know that
Biden? Where
multiple
is our
people?
president right now? Like where
So
is
did you
he?
know? Listen, he's literally being president. He talks to the media every day. He literally almost every day.
I have not
So
seen
yeah,
Biden.
because you're not because he's not as much in the media cycle because he's not running for president. So
Oh,
all you're talking
okay.
about is how much you've seen them, not what they're doing. Secondly, as it relates uh to Biden, he's literally it's 9/11. Like there was a memorial today.
Was he there?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that.
Okay. Well, you're
I
not
saw
paying
Harris
attention,
and I
so I
saw
don't, why
Trump,
does
but I
that
didn't
matter?
see Biden. I did. I swear to God, I didn't see him.
Okay, well that's your fault. That's not the fault of Biden.
Well, I'm
Does
just
Biden
saying
have
I
to
didn't see him.
have like a flag that says, "Oh,
No,
it's
he doesn't
me, it's
have
Sleepy
a.
Joe right here."
It's. I'm glad you acknowledge he is asleep most of the time, which is what I'm talking about.
Sleepy Dawn is sleepier.
That
Did
the
you know
country
sleep?
looks
Wait,
weak
what
because we
about
have
Sleepy
this
Dawn?
man who's Sleepy Don.
Sleepy Dawn? You don't know who Sleepy Dawn is?
No.
Donald Trump? Sleepy Dawn?
No, I've never heard
Appreciate
of
the
that.
invite. Thank you so much.
I've never heard of him referred to as
Sleepy
Sleepy
Dipey
Don.
Dawn?
No, that man is super smart. He's very aware
Really?
and yeah, he's
Is
really
that why he
smart.
got dog walked in the debates last night? Pamela, thank you for the
I
$15
think
on
that what
Venmo. Thank you
happened
so
in
much,
the
Pamela.
debates last night is that you had two people that were asking questions who were all for Kamala.
Oh, yeah.
And you
Moderator's
see,
bad. Moderator bad.
no, I'm
Yeah.
not saying they were
I've heard it a million
bad.
times.
I'm not saying that they were bad, but you could definitely see they were fact checking Trump. They were really fact checking Kamala. They
Yeah,
were
because she wasn't making false
speaking.
claims. Name the false
She did
claim she
make
made.
false claims.
What false
She
claim?
did that she's not against that she said that she did not want to take away people's guns. Yeah, she
Yeah,
does.
she did not advocate to take away all guns.
Not
Trump was
all
advocating
guns,
that she advocated to take away all guns, and she was saying, I did not advocate to take away all guns.
but she wants to take away guns.
She
Why is
said
she
she doesn't want to
lying?
take away all guns. You know, Donald Trump wants to take away some guns. He said take guns first, due process second.
I've never heard
He also
that.
wants to take your freedom of you want me to show you an article. He also wants to take away your freedom of
You
speech
don't
by
have to
making it
show me
illegal to burn the
articles
American
because
flag.
people lie in the
It's
articles
what
and
he said.
news
It's a
and all
quote
that.
from him. Jessica, it's a
People
quote from
lie.
him.
It's a quote from him that he said what?
Yeah, Trump said take guns first, due process second.
How in what context? Why did he say that?
Yeah, he said because he's talking about people who have likely committed crimes, right? That they haven't gone through the due process yet. Okay? He said explicitly, yo, Tracy, thank you
So
for the
from
$5. Thank you so
criminals,
much, Tracy. I really appreciate that.
he
Thank you
wants
so
to take
much.
guns from criminals. Is that what you're saying?
Take the guns first, then go through due process second. Well, you haven't determined that they're a criminal, then unless you look at due process. And secondly, Trump himself is a criminal. So should we take his ability to get access to guns away? And if we would, well, then why should he not be able to get access to guns, but he should be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes? Like, make that make sense.
No, that doesn't make sense because he should have never been
Exactly.
convicted for any
Appreciate
of
the hand
that
art. Okay, can you
at
tell me even
all.
what was he convicted of? Appreciate the hand arts.
If they're convicting Trump of that, then there's a whole
Jessica,
other
what
slew
was he
of people
convicted
that
of?
need to be convicted as well.
Appreciate the hand art. What was in a criminal courts? What was he convicted of?
I'm not even sure what he was convicted of. Why don't you tell me?
You
What
don't
was he
even know?
convicted of? What was he convicted of?
Falsification of business records in the first degree, which is a Class E felony in the state of New York because there's a predicate crime of election interference.
And what records were these that he falsified?
Business records.
Whose business?
His business.
So his own business? Who gives a fuck?
You understand that he's falsifying business records, and so
On
far
his
as
own
that,
business? Who
listen,
cares?
listen, listen. He's falsifying business records to keep out of the media the story of him paying off someone who he cheated on, someone who he slept with and cheated on his wife while she was pregnant
Who
with.
cares? Bill
That's what
Clinton got a whole ass blowjob under the table at the
you
Oval Office. Who gives a
wait.
shit?
You understand that's called election interference, and it's also called falsification of business records. So it would be a misdemeanor, and then it was brought up to a Class E felony because of the predicate crime of election interference.
How is
Understand
that
that
election
thinking.
interference if it's his own
Because
business?
he's undermining stories specifically related to the election from being able to go through business records, being able to identify that through that way, which would interfere, right, the results of the election, interfere with the results of the election.
Let me tell you something. If you think that these people that run for president or that in any type of government don't lie, I don't even know what to tell you. They're
I
all
never said
liars.
that. I never said they don't lie, but
Okay,
Donald
but you
Trump
do
lies
realize that
significantly
they're all
more.
liars.
Appreciate the
You
handout.
do realize that
Donald
Kamala's
Trump,
a liar, that
listen.
Biden
Donald
is a
Trump.
liar,
Wait,
Bill
give me one
Clinton
time
was
where
a
Kamala
liar.
Harris lied. Give me one time where Kamala Harris
What
lied.
do you mean? She's constantly lying. She said she was black. She ain't black.
She is black. She
No,
literally
she's
is
not
black.
black
Wait, why? How is she not black?
because she's not black. Look at her parents. She ain't
What?
black. She wants
Her
to be black. She
her
wants to
dad is
pretend she's black,
Afro
but she's
Jamaican.
not. She is
Hey,
not
Jessica,
black.
Jessica, you're unhinged. Her dad is Afro Jamaican. Like, what are you talking about?
She is not black. That girl is
Yes,
not
she
black.
is. She
No,
literally
she's
is.
not. She wants you to believe she's black, and she's got you thinking she's black,
So
but she's
who
not
are you to
black.
judge that? Wait, who are you to judge that?
I'm nobody to judge. You could just hear her birth
So then
record.
what? So then
She
what's
ain't
your? Why are
black.
you saying that then?
Because you said,
Trixie,
what did
thank
she
you for
lie
$5 in
about?
cyber. Thank you for the $10. What's
You were
up?
like, what did she lie about? That she's black?
That's not lying.
Oh, okay, so she's telling the truth?
Saying, yes, she's black. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
What? Wait, no. So again, tell me why you think she's not black.
Because she's not black.
What? You're just saying it.
Look at her parents. Look at her parents.
You want me to
Look
show
at
you her dad?
Yeah, show me her dad. Show me her dad and her birth records and all that. She's not black. She wants everybody to
Wait,
think
do you
she's
need to,
black.
do you need to see Trump's birth records to know he's not orange?
No, I know he's a white man. You can look
He's
at him
orange.
and
No,
see.
he's orange. He's orange. Be real. Be real with yourself. He's orange.
Well, you could say
Okay.
he's orange if you want. That's
Is
fine.
that is that a white man?
No, that's a black man.
That's her dad. That's her dad. And her. Okay? That's her dad. Cooked. Absolutely cooked.
She is not
Done
black,
for.
though.
Absolutely cooked. Absolutely cooked.
And it
Chad.
doesn't matter what race she is, honestly. It
Wait,
doesn't
you
matter.
brought
But-
it up. You brought it
well,
up.
well, I'm saying because she lies. Everybody lies.
No, she didn't
Dude,
lie.
even you
That's
and
not
I
a lie.
Lie.
Jessica. Hey, hold up.
You,
Jessica.
you and
Jessica.
I lie even. So
You're
don't
amazing.
tell
Thank you so much.
me. Don't tell me that Kamala
listen.
doesn't lie.
Jessica, listen. Right? It's not a lie for her to say she's black because she is black. That's not a lie, okay?
Yeah, I know. She's
Donald
black,
Trump-
she's white, she's Chinese, she's Japanese, she's everything.
What are you saying, Jessica? No.
That she tries to tell you what you want to hear so you can
just
vote
said
for
you just
her.
said look at her parents. I showed you a picture of her father and you're like he's black. And I'm like, okay, all right.
Well, if you're going to sit there and say that she's never lied, I don't know what to tell
tell
you.
me where she lied. Do you even know? Appreciate Little Crown, thank you. 'Cause I can give
Everybody
you multiple times where
lies.
Trump lied. I'll give you multiple times where
You
Trump
can't
lied.
tell me one time when Kamala lied? You don't know that she's lied at all?
I actually, the only times that you could give you would be like maybe like something misleading with like Project 2025, but she just needs to like question Trump and saying specifically, okay, well then if you don't believe this and you don't know anything about it, well then how did you say you disagree with it? Because that's him lying about it, and then you'll get more information from him. Thank you for letting me. Thank you so much. But like, I wouldn't even consider that a lie because Trump is clearly lying about his knowledge about it, and
I
clearly has
promise you that
affiliations
Trump
with it.
and Kamala and Joe Biden, they all lie.
Kamala, is it really hard to say her name? Kamala?
Kamala. Yeah, they all lie. All of them.
Okay, but you can't even give me one time where she
they're in
lied. Jessica, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. They said
They're
I
in
can't
politics,
can't
they
handle
lie.
sharing a name with this lady. I feel like you're yelling at me. I promise I'm not.
I'm sure the people on here can come up with whatever she's lied about because she lies. She does lie.
Yeah, someone can figure it out, right? What about
Yeah.
Donald Trump saying that he wouldn't have sexually abused Eugene Carroll because she's quote unquote not his type, but then in a deposition mistaking her with his ex-wife? What about Donald Trump lying about the election being stolen?
That doesn't affect me. I don't
What
care.
about Donald Trump saying that tariffs don't cause an increase in price when the whole basis of what a tariff is literally a tax
Increase
on
in the
imported
price,
goods?
yes.
And it increases the price.
Taxing
Like-
imported goods, exactly. Yes.
yeah, so he's like lying to your face, and you're like, yes, Trump, please lie to me more. Please lie.
Not that he's
lie
lying
me
to my
more.
face. He's telling you what he's gonna do, and he's already done that, and it never.
So he's
affected
going to be a
the
dictator
economy
on
the
day
way-
one. He's telling you
the way we
right to
are
your face.
now.
He told you he's going to be a dictator on day one. He told you right to your face. You know what I mean?
So you're saying he's telling the truth, or you're saying he's a liar? Which is it?
I'm saying in this scenario, he'd be telling the truth. And in most scenarios, we can point out how he's obviously lying.
And
I can give
Carmela
you
the
evidence
same.
that he's lying in a particular scenario.
and the same for her.
Actually, more often than not, yeah, he probably is lying. To be totally honest with you.
But the same for her.
No, because
She's
you
saying
can't
all
mention me
these.
anything. Give me anything.
Well, no, because I don't follow her. I really don't follow her. I don't know what she's about or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
So
Like,
then how
I
do you
don't
know she's a
know.
liar?
Well, because she's lying about. I heard that she wasn't black.
From
That's
who?
what I heard, that she wasn't black.
From who?
I don't know where I heard that from. I just did. I heard that she wasn't black. So I'm like,
You don't know where you
I'm
heard it
just,
from?
look, all I want to tell you is when I lived
You don't. No,
under
I just
Trump,
want to know, where did you hear that from?
I don't know where I heard that from. Probably TikTok.
And you trust that source?
Well, I'm here listening to you.
Okay, well,
Should I trust
obviously
you? Should I trust everything you're saying?
No, I want you to source it. I want you to check it. Don't
But
just trust
sources
everything
are
I say.
liars
Look it up.
too. But they lie
Person that had a
too.
mustache, thank you so much. Okay, if you think everyone's a liar, then you're going to believe no one, and even yourself is a liar. Everyone
Exactly.
includes
So
you.
I'm telling you that's why I'm living my
So
life
Jessica,
the way it was
I have
under
no
Biden
reason.
and the way
I
it
have
was
no
under
reason to believe
Trump.
you're telling the truth. Jessica, I have a question. Are you Christian?
No.
No.
Uh-uh.
Okay. So are you telling me that, like, say a friend tells you a story about like what happened to them, are you not going to believe them? You're just going to think they're lying?
I'll believe their story is probably about 85% correct because people embellish stories all the time.
Okay, so you don't believe anyone. Even you say your significant other, you wouldn't believe any of their stories?
My significant other? I believe my significant other, but I'm pretty sure he's lied.
Okay. Oh, okay. Marine,
Everybody
thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
lies.
Tamika, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Elizabeth, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. So if you know that your
Everybody
significant other
lies.
is lying, then how are you so sure that they're not cheating on you?
What does that
If you
have
know
to do
if
with
you know
Trump
they
and
lie all the time,
what
how do you
does
know they're
that
not
have
cheating
to
on
do
you?
with the
Because that's a
president?
lie, right?
Yes, I've been lied to before. I have a husband that cheated on me for 5 years. Yes, people
I'm really
lie.
sorry to hear
Your
that.
significant other
The point
lies.
I'm making is that
Yes.
you're assuming that they're lying, and I'm telling you, you have to have good reason to believe they're lying. Like you have evidence, right? Otherwise, you're not going to be assuming that they're lying. So if you have no evidence to indicate Kamala Harris is lying, why do you assume it?
Because you have a gut feeling. Have you ever had a gut feeling on somebody?
A good feel? You just are you trolling, dude? Are you fucking trolling? You literally just said I have a good. Come on,
Gut.
Jessica.
A gut feeling.
Be so fucking for real.
Have
A
you
gut
ever
feeling.
had a gut feeling?
A gut
that
feeling.
Yes.
A gut feeling. Sorry, I
You
said
know
good
that
feeling
thing that we
accent.
were made with? That thing that tells you something's wrong, something ain't smelling right here. It smells like bullshit. That thing?
Jessica, that's a trust me, bro. Appreciate the paper crane. Thank you so much. Look, dude, you got to see on page 5 of Trust Me Bro University. Literally, you can see it says this is not an evidence. This is not a source. Okay, that's what it says on Trust Me Bro, their own Bible. Okay,
Can I ask you a question? How old are you?
I'm 22.
You're 22. Do you own a house?
No,
Exactly.
Jackson, thank you for the dollar.
So you have no idea what it's like to live under the Biden administration.
What are you talking about? Owning a house?
What am I
You
talking
understand?
about is that you
understand?
haven't
You could
lived
only
life.
say that was relevant if you were buying a house. If you owned a house, you fucking won, right?
What I'm
Your
saying
property
is that
values
you
likely
haven't
went
lived
up.
life. You're a
If you
little
already
kid
own a
that
house,
has not lived
your
life.
property values
You
went
don't
up.
even have children. You don't have children. You don't have a spouse. You don't
I
have
have
a
10
house. You don't
kids. I have 10 kids. Okay?
Are they dogs?
No.
Because you told me you fucked and didn't have any babies. So how
What?
do you have 10 kids? You said you had sex and that you can't have kids.
I have 10
So what?
children.
You have 10 children? How? In vitro?
Yeah.
Is that why you were talking about in vitro fertilization?
Absolutely.
Wow, that's pretty awesome, dude. Well, good for
Did you know
But
IVF
where
came
are
out
your
here?
kids if you don't have a house? Where are you keeping these kids? With your mama?
I'm not telling you. I'm not doxing my children.
Okay. But
I
like
take care of my
said,
children. I'm there
I
for
don't
them.
know where you live, and I don't know
Okay.
whose house you're living under, but you
Christine,
haven't
thank you for the
lived.
$10. Thank you so
You
much
have
for my
not
10
lived a
children.
real life.
I have
You
10
don't know
children.
what
I
it's
have
like to
lived a
live
real life.
under,
I have.
under Biden's economy.
Jessica, I've lived
you
a
have
real
no
life.
idea.
Why
do you
haven't
even
I
have
lived a real
car?
life?
Do you put gas in a vehicle?
Yes, I do.
Or do you ride a motorcycle, a bike?
I
What
don't
is
ride
it?
a motorcycle. I have a
So you
vehicle.
actually use gas?
Emily, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yes.
You actually use gas? You have zero life experience, dude. like
Okay.
zero. So
Okay,
how
so
can
so
you
so
sit
we
there
should we
and
should we
talk
should go to
about
Joe Biden,
how
right? Joe
can
Biden's got
how
more
can
life
you sit
experience.
there
Go.
and
You
talk?
should go
How
listen.
can you
Jessica,
sit there?
Jessica. You should listen to Sleepy Joe. He's got more experience. Donald Trump should listen to Sleepy Joe. He's got more experience, right?
You know what's sad? That Joe
Bethany, thank
Biden
you for the
does have the
$5.
most
Thank you. They
experience.
can work
How
harder,
long has he
Helene.
been
Thank
in
you so much.
politics?
Let's go. Thank you so much.
How long has Joe Biden been in politics? Do you know?
How long has Joe Biden been in politics? Well, probably
Uh-huh.
like 30 plus years.
That is sad. Look how much experience he has compared to Trump, compared to Kamala, and he's over there sleeping. Come on, get the hell out of
He's
here.
sleepy. Okay, so you understand Trump is as well. Thank you for the money gun. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. But like, we're willing to call it out within our candidate. You're not. How does it feel? How does it feel? You can't acknowledge basic facts of reality because it makes your candidate seem ridiculous.
What basic fact? His age? That
The
he's
fact that
orange?
he's in cognitive decline. The fact that Donald Trump has been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, tried to overthrow the government, tried to
Nobody
restrict
cares
women's
about
access to
that.
abortion, called for complete
Nobody
total
cares
shutdown
about
Muslims entering the
that.
country.
Dude,
You don't
you're
care about
21
sexual
years
abuse.
old.
You don't
Dude,
care about
you're
overthrowing the
21 years
government.
old. You're 21
You don't care
years
about
old.
that?
You're 21 years old. What life have you possibly lived? None.
Does that
Trust
does that
me.
dispute any
If
argument I just made,
people
by the
make
way?
mistakes,
Jessica,
and
Jessica, how
people
old are you,
make
Jessica?
mistakes,
Jessica,
people
how
make
old are you?
mistakes. I'm 45 and I've made a lot of mistakes.
Okay. So there
I've
are
made more
people.
mistakes than
Listen,
you because
Jessica.
that's what
Hey,
makes
Jessica. I just want to let you know there are people in the chat who are older than you that agree with me. Are those people right?
They might be.
Okay. Well then they agree with me. So listen to what I'm saying, buddy. Come on. Listen, I'm telling you an argument. Dispute it based upon the argument, not my age. Like, come on. That's such a ridiculous response. David, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much.
Well, I
And
just came on here
Aaron,
to
thank
tell
you so much. I
that I am
appreciate the
voting for
$15.
Trump.
Thank you so much. I have a gut feeling you have about 10
Things were
children.
so much
You're right.
better under Trump. If you think that you're better off
Appreciate it,
under
Mags. Thank you for the galaxy.
Biden, vote for Kamala. Good luck. Good luck to the United States. That's all I got to say.
Okay, so again, you don't just like because you think you're better off vote for this person. You evaluate and critically think about the policies they have, their plan for the future, what they've done, right, and their character. That's what you talk about and what you critically think about. You're not doing that. You picked a side before you even looked at any of the arguments.
You want to talk
You're gonna
about
accept it no
character?
matter what.
Were you going to vote for Biden as well?
Appreciate the money, gun. Thank you so much. Biden is better than Trump, but I don't think Biden's good. I never said
Okay.
that Biden is a good individual.
Wait,
What I
you wanna
said
talk about
is that he's better than
character?
Trump.
You want to talk
Yeah, we
about
can talk.
character? You want to
Go
talk
ahead,
about
talk
Biden's
all about character. Talk all about character because you're going to care about it with Biden, but you're not going to care about it with Trump, and you're going to show your hypocrisy. Go for
No,
it.
I don't care either way.
Show your hypocrisy. Go for it.
I don't care either way because I know
Adam, thank you
people
for the
make
$10 for
mistakes.
10 babies. Thank you so much, Becky. Thank you for the $1 for your motorcycle and 10 kids. Thank you so much, and Sam, thank you for the $20 for disguise yourself as Old Man Parker. So real, so real. I might have to do that. Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much, B-Pop. No response?
About what?
Anything here we were talking about.
No, what I wanted to say was I'm voting for Trump. These are the reasons why I'm voting for Trump. It doesn't matter. Like what he's done, his mean tweets, none of that. I don't care. I literally don't care.
I never even brought up a single quote unquote mean tweet. I brought up the fact that he literally forcefully penetrated a woman against her will, right? I brought up the fact that he tried to overthrow the government. I brought up the fact that he literally says he walks into changing rooms of semi-naked teenage girls because he quote unquote owns the place. I brought up the fact that he said he has sex in common with his daughter. I brought up the fact that he said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. I brought up the fact that he said yeah to Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass. Appreciate the Meerkat. Thank you so much. This is the guy that you're voting for. The guy that is literally has a history of misogyny, a history of racism, not renting to black people, the Central Park Five calling for the execution of 5 black and Latino boys.
Nobody
Appreciate the
said
box.
Trump
Thank you so
was
much. When they've been
racist until
exonerated
he
based on
became
DNA
president.
evidence. Oh, they did. They did. Because he literally, the DOJ indicated that he wouldn't rent to black people. That's racism. Is that not fucking racism? Is that racism to you? Tell me.
That is racism. Yes,
That is
absolutely.
racism. So explicitly, it was called out well before he ran for president. You agree with me?
Yeah, I agree with you.
Okay, so then don't act like he was never called out in terms of his racism. Don't act like it was never called out in terms of any of his behavior when he quite literally popularized the birther movement, saying that Barack Obama was born in Kenya because he's black, right? Right? When he literally had birth certificates of him born in the United States. Appreciate Stevie B, thank you so much. Did you question Donald Trump's birth certificate? Front, thank you
No,
for the
I
$10. Thank
didn't.
you so much. But you did with Kamala Harris earlier, by the way. So why don't you
Well, yeah,
question
because
Donald Trump's
everybody
birth
talks
certificate?
about it.
Because I think Donald Trump was born in Germany.
He probably was.
Really? Really? So he can't run for president? He's not eligible.
No, he is running for president.
No, he's not eligible though. Remember, he was born in Germany.
No, I don't know that he was born in Germany. I'm just saying he probably was.
Appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. Okay, so when you say probably was, why don't you accept it then?
Because I don't know for a fact.
David, they give the $5. Thank you so much. You accept so many things that you don't know for a fact. Do you know for a fact that Donald Trump didn't abuse someone?
No, do you know for a fact that he did?
So you said you don't accept it unless it's for a fact.
But I
And
wasn't
yes,
there.
I do.
Don't know.
He was held civilly liable. Have you been to Australia?
Never.
Do you believe in Australia?
No.
I'm not talking to you anymore, Jessica. Get off my life. Get off my life, bro. I'm not doing that anymore, bro. She's actually that delusional. Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much, Army. Amy, I appreciate it. Amy, why did I say Army? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much, Bebop. Hello? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Kara, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much for all the children. Thank you so much, Aaron. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Juliet. Thank you for the $5. Shane, thank you for the $30. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Shane. I'm sorry. Go hang out with your kid, bro. That's literally like Stewie Griffin be like, Mom, Mom, Mommy, Mom, Mom. Like, bro. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why so?
I really just do it based on my family views. I've grown up on.
Family views? So
Okay,
do
no,
you think it's like
basically,
family
not-
values to cheat on every single one of your wives, the last one with the corn star while your wife is pregnant?
No, I just really requested to ask you about the Charlie Kirk thing and how that was.
Oh yeah, it was fun.
As an experience, like going against somebody like him, I consider myself more moderate, but I am voting for Trump. I just wanted to ask you about that.
He built his entire career on being a pivot master.
Who, Charlie?
Yeah.
I completely agree with you.
Okay. All right. Appreciate you coming up. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate you too.
Yeah, I've never talked to someone that knows how to pivot more, to be totally honest. Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, let's go to the next individual, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Are you voting for Trump?
I am.
Why so?
I have my own reasons.
Aline, thank you so much. I appreciate. Thank you so much. I appreciate the signature chat. Thank you.
I just want to ask you a few questions real quick. Because I don't really know. What is Kamala Harris's policy on guns?
Yeah, so she wants like common sense gun reform, things like universal background checks. She wants like red flag laws, things like that. That's her policy on guns.
Okay. Because I know every time before last night she was talking about buyback guns.
Yeah. Having a buyback isn't a mandatory buyback.
She said mandatory buyback though.
I'd have to check and see. I didn't see that.
But
Even a mandatory
sure
buyback, I wouldn't be against. But
I'm pretty sure she did, but don't quote neither of us. But either way, last night she said that she's not against guns. She's a gun owner now. So how do you feel about that kind of flip flop there?
I don't necessarily consider it a flip flop. I think it's just responding to Donald Trump saying that that she wants to get rid of all guns, which is not true.
But she said that at one point though.
What? She's been a pew owner for a long time. This is not like she didn't just like right before the debate get registered, dude.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that maybe she's slightly hypocritical in the fact that she wanted to get rid of guns a couple years ago.
You understand? Donald Trump says he wants to take guns first, due process second, right?
I don't recall that either.
You want me to show you an article right now?
You can.
Okay, for sure. I got you.
Because I'm pretty sure the NRA supports him a lot.
Okay, you could say that they do, but like the point I'm making is that Donald Trump said take the guns first, go through due process second.
Okay, in what context though? because I know a lot of people take the things that he says, and also a lot of people take things.
He said this. He said
everybody
this. He
out
said
of
this.
context.
President Trump voiced support for confiscating guns from certain individuals deemed to be dangerous, even if it violates due process rights. He says, "I like taking the guns early, like in this crazy man's case that just took place in Florida. To go to court would have taken a long time." Trump said in a meeting with lawmakers on school safety and gun violence. He said, "Take the guns first, go through due process second." It's just for deemed potentially dangerous individuals. Zid, thank you for the $1.11. Thank you so much. D, I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. So we should potentially deem Trump as a dangerous individual, and since he shouldn't be able to get access to a gun, he shouldn't be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes. Am I right? He's a potentially dangerous individual because he's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. Push the pinch face. Thank you so much. Right?
Okay. And I was here listening to a couple debates ago, and you were talking about the election interference. And with that logic, then anything would be considered election interference, because that woman did have a point that, I mean, it's his own business, and everybody else lies. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so someone can lie to you every sentence and you wouldn't care?
I mean,
is that not as bad as like lying one time?
I don't think that he lies in every sentence, and I don't think any of them lie.
I'm not saying that. I'm asking if someone were to lie every sentence, right, comparative to another person who's lied only one time, which is preferable?
I mean, obviously
the one who lies less, right?
That lied less, but
okay. So like if we can. Trump lies significantly more, why would you want the person who lies significantly more? Like, name me one time where Kamala Harris lied.
Because I actually know his policies. Because I actually know and I actually support the things that he does tell the truth on.
Name me one economic policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people. And Dean, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it.
Okay, so you don't believe in the trickle down effect?
No.
Not at all?
No.
Why is that?
Because there's no historical evidence of it being effective. Name me one historical example of trickle-down economics working.
Okay, let's see. Any time that rich people are prosperous, so are their businesses, so are the people that work under them, and then so are their families. That makes...
No, that's not a historical example. I'm asking, name me one historical example of trickle-down economics working.
Okay, so I don't have any degrees. I don't know every single historical event ever, so I can't give that to you.
You don't need to know every historical example ever. I'm asking for one historical example of trickle-down economics working.
Okay, give me one historical example of when price gouging didn't turn into socialism. Oh, wait.
Name me one economic model that has been socialist. Okay, every time you would say, we have price controls in our current economy. Donald Trump called for a price cap. You know that, right? He said he wants a price cap on insulin. So is he a socialist?
Okay.
Is Donald Trump a socialist?
Health needs are different.
Yeah, no, I asked a question. Is Donald Trump a socialist?
No, he's not.
Oh, okay. So, but you just said price
gouging on things like.
You mean price controls, not price gouging?
Price controls.
Matthew, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Matthew. Thank you for the $20. For this guy loves shilling out to billionaires. He does. He really enjoys it. It's his common hobby on the weekends. Appreciate the boxing glove. Thank you so much.
That's wild.
Fight for workers? No, he fights for the billionaires.
Indeed. No, so how do you think...
Maybe he'll be rich someday. Thank you for the hand art.
How do you think the quality of your everyday goods, if like what she said, like food and whatnot, are like, what's the quality gonna be like after they're controlled? After the cost of making them is still the same, but now they're forced to charge less. That's...
Oh, okay. So no. So what you're not understanding is that price gouging laws already exist in 46 states. Okay, she's enforcing it on a federal level. That's it for grocery stores. That's it. So it already exists in most states. So why aren't you against it currently existing? You didn't even know it existed? Oh, appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much, Ashley. And Jolene, thank you so much. I appreciate. Or Joylyn, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10 on Cash App. Thank you so much.
But why are the prices of everything going up then? or have gone up. Not saying they are.
Yeah,
'Cause that
prices went
inflation
up
is way
globally
present.
because of COVID, supply chain issues, like being on lockdown, right? Corporate greed, responsive Federal Reserve, plenty of things.
Okay. And then going to COVID, then, how can Kamala Harris say that she was given a bad economy when it was from COVID?
Oh, okay. Well, she's acknowledging that it was bad. So how are you going to blame the Biden-Harris administration for global inflation, but you don't blame Trump for a global pandemic?
That is China's problem. That's not Trump's problem. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
Nathan, just give me 1 second. Yeah. So John, what makes you think that?
Get off live. Get a life. Stop
What's a,
making money from
what is
this
a,
shit
what is
right
a,
now,
what is a,
bro. You're
what is a
cringe.
life? What is a life?
Get a job, bro.
John, I'm at. Oh,
Get the
job.
fuck off this, bro.
John. This is a job. Did
You're
you know
cringe.
that?
You're cringe.
Then why are you on my live and in my comment section?
Because you're cringe. There's 7K people in here thinking you're saying something worth anything, bro. Get off this
Thank you
shit.
so much. Yeah. So, what are you jealous? Are you jealous?
Of
Is that
what?
why? Are you just projecting right now because you're jealous, John? Like I
No.
understand. I understand you. Like you dream about me all the time, right? And you think about me all the time. And that's why I show up on your For You page so much.
You're a
but, like,
TikTok live
I just
streamer, bro.
really.
You
I
think
just.
you're an A-list celebrity.
No, I just think I'm in your mind all night, all day,
What a
all night,
narcissist.
all day,
Do you
all
think
night, all day.
Do you think how you dream about me?
Omar, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Violet, thank you for the IC. Thank you so much.
Keep me on
no,
here,
I just,
bro. Dude. Just
I just
keep
think
me
it's so
on
funny.
here.
Appreciate the hand. Thank you. Yeah, of course,
keep me
because
on
you're
here.
ridiculous. Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate the
I
hand.
want you to lose.
So
I want
Ryan,
my
thank you for the
main goal
dollar.
is to make you
For every
lose
brain cell of
people
MAGA.
here, bro.
Hey, John, why are you so
I
mad?
don't care about politics, bro.
Yeah,
I just
so
see
then
one
why are you in
audience.
here? Ken, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. So if you don't care about politics and you're in here, the only reason you're here is because of me. So I'm just so delighted to hear that, John.
Them, bro.
I'm so delighted to hear that. Vanessa, thank you for the $25 for being so amazing. Thank you so much, Vanessa. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And Serlia, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10 for calling John out. Thank you so much.
He is making money off you. As much as you say you might not like me, he is making money off of this right now. He will say and do anything you want him to. Just to
RJ,
keep the
thank you so
engagement
much. I appreciate
happening.
the galaxy. Thank you so much. No, I'm not
The
Charlie
more
Kirk.
the comment section,
I'm not
is
Charlie Kirk, so
divided,
I'm not like I never
the
get
more
bought
money
out by
he's gonna
companies.
make.
Appreciate Galaxy. Thank you so much, Ali. I appreciate it. So then why don't I take money from any company or any business or have any management company?
you take donations.
Kansas City Clarity, thank you for the $5. Thank you
because
so
you
much.
make enough money right now.
Mike, thank you for the
don't
$10.
need
Thank
to.
you so much. Appreciate that, Mustache. Thank you so much. You know I made no money for years, right?
Doing what?
This. Appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. I did this every
Okay.
day for years.
Was it political back then? Was it also political back then?
Yeah. It was political. It was also social issues, religion,
Mm-hmm.
plenty of things. I personally like the politics conversation like the most out of everything, right? That's what intrigues me the most. Matthew, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. But I love other topics as well.
Like what? Let's talk about them. We don't have to talk about politics.
No, that this is about politics right now. If you want to talk about that, come on when I'm done with the election time. Brianna, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Macy, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Nothing? No, you already
I
mad?
mean, I'm just
You're
waiting
mad,
until
sad.
me
You're-
out.
you-
and join the
I'm
next
stealing.
person.
So wait, I have a question. So you think I'm just here for money, right? Do you know about people who have empathy? Do you know what that is?
I don't think you're just here for money. I think that's the main reason. But
Okay. So okay, if that's the main, what makes you think that's the main reason?
because you're making money, I don't think you genuinely care about this shit.
So if someone is making money, you think that they don't care about it, they're just making money off of it. So LeBron James doesn't like basketball, he's just making money. May think of the gold medal.
I mean, you could take an extreme example. I mean, like
Wait,
that.
no, I'm asking. I'm not. He doesn't care about basketball. He's just making money, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you don't care about your job. You're just making money, right? You don't care about it at all.
Sorry, say that again.
You don't care about your own job. You're just making money.
I mean, not me particularly, but there's a lot of people like
No?
that.
Okay,
And
so that you know what
don't
that
have
is,
to
John?
take this
That's
extreme
called
step. You
projection,
can care a
John.
little bit
That's
about
called
it,
projection because
but I
you
think
don't like your job. You're
opinion-
saying I don't like mine for some reason. I fucking love my job. I love doing
I
this.
bet you do, dude. I
I
bet
love
you love
this
it
so
but
much.
it can be both, right? Like you can love it and you can still be like a dickhead kind of grifter dude here on TikTok Live.
So
like,
how am I grifting implies that I'm being dishonest. How am I being dishonest?
it's not, you're not being dishonest. You're just taking in
Okay,
money.
if I'm not being dishonest, then I'm not grifting. You just conceded.
Conceited.
Josu, thank you for the dollar from the DNC. Danelle, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. John, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you're like mad at me for some reason, right? And I pissed you off. But like my point here is that do you need a Kleenex?
No, but I mean,
Okay,
I'm
okay,
just
so
gonna stand
then
here until you kick me
okay,
out,
okay,
whether
so then
people
you're
in here like
fine.
me
You're
or
all
not.
good.
I just wanna
You're gonna
waste
be
your time
fine.
with
I
this,
promise you, John. And you know what? I'm fighting for a better country. You should do the same.
Okay,
Okay, so
it's a nothing statement. I mean, what am I supposed to do with that?
you're supposed to care about politics. You're supposed to vote for Kamala Harris.
I do have a genuine question though.
Yeah, what's up?
Why I feel if I vote either way, it has no actual meaning either way.
So I have a
I would like
question.
to ask you about that.
I have a question. If slavery were on the ballot, would you vote?
If what?
Yeah, if leaving slavery up to the states was on the ballot, would you vote against leaving it up to the states? Because I'd vote. Tara, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Would you
Yeah, I
vote?
probably would, but that's not
Okay, so but wait. So what's the relevant difference between voting now and voting then? That means that one matters and the other one doesn't matter.
No,
Thank you,
I'm
the
just
champion.
saying,
Thank you so
like,
much, Raw.
if
Thank
I
you.
vote either way, it doesn't my individual vote doesn't hold that much power. I
Okay,
feel
but like, would you say the same thing if it were slavery on the ballot? Where's the box? Thank you
that's
so much.
like that's why I even bring that up. That's not comparable.
The box thank you so much. Okay, so what I'm saying is that once you realize that something is bad enough, appreciate the box thank you so much, you're gonna be like, oh, I care enough to vote, and that my voting still matters, and voting still has power, still counts. Appreciate the glass. Thank you so much. And also,
I feel like
if
you
you
did
vote
back
and
then
you
a
have
lot more.
listen, if you vote and you have like the you're gonna go do it in the determination. Appreciate the DG glasses. Thank you so much. And everyone else has that determination as well. Those votes stack up. So I understand you think that it has no influence, but it's the point of following through with being determined for voting for a particular side that inevitably leads to the votes stacking up for one candidate to win. Okay? That's just a fact.
well,
And if
okay,
you
maybe
don't
that's
vote,
what it
other
is.
people will vote and they will determine who's president. Okay? This is going to happen either way. We're trying to pick who is better for this country. And who's better
Yeah.
for this country is not a guy who tried to overthrow the government, who's held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, is not a guy who called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims in this country, is not someone who didn't rent to black people in 1973, called for the execution of the Central Park Five, and also popularized the Brother movement, saying that Barack Obama, the first black president, was born in Kenya because he's black. I appreciate the gimme, thank you so much, in order to undermine him running for president of the United States, even though there's birth certificates of him born in the United States. There's a birth certificate of him born in the United States. My bad.
Okay.
Okay, so why is that not enough?
can you
Women's
explain that
rights,
to me?
women's
Like,
right to be able to
I mean,
control their
like,
body. Appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. Why is that not enough? Climate change. Why is that not enough? Healthcare policy. Why is that
It
not
is.
enough? Trump says he has
Can I put it in a
concepts.
different way really quick?
Here's the galaxy. Thank you so much, Ebony. Yeah.
I vote, and this may be selfish, but I vote on what I think is going to directly affect me personally. It's kind of selfish, I know, but
Do you have women in your life?
no.
You have no women in your life.
Yes.
You don't have any friends that are women?
Yes. I thought,
None.
well,
You
no,
have a
I do.
sister?
I just said I do. What the
Oh, okay. So if you have women in your life, you want them to have rights, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So
Sure.
why would you vote for someone who undermined their rights?
Well,
Brenda, thank you for the $25
I
on
mean,
Cash
like,
App. Thank you so much,
again,
Brenda.
because in practice, in theory, that is better, right? But in practice, you got households, and they will vote for what's going to affect them more financially as a family than what's.
Yeah,
in their
and
own
you will be
stuff.
worse off financially with the Trump presidency if you make
I just can't believe
under
it. I just can't
$400,000 a
believe
year.
that.
Appreciate the Android. Thank you. And I'll explain to you why. I'll explain to you the economic reasons why if you want to hear that.
Explain it.
Tariffs disproportionately impact people of lower incomes because they spend a greater proportion of their income on goods that are imported into the country and goods in general. So that means that they would receive a higher tax from a tariff that would increase the price of their goods than, right, it would be on rich
But
people. So
not
it's
only
actually a
tariff.
regressive tax. Also, he's using that to pay for the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which wouldn't be able to pay for the entirety of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, and would shift the burden of taxes
I know you guys
from
can hear me
people who are
sniffling, I'm
rich
sorry.
to people who are poor. And Bethany, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Bethany. And Stacy, thank you for the $2 as well.
But
Thank you.
I know that the tariffs can be a thing, right? But what about something like a Keystone Pipeline? Wouldn't that would immediately financially benefit almost every American? No.
No.
How?
So you've been lied to. So the Keystone Pipeline that you're referencing was only 8% in effect in terms of building, right? So it would not have affected the price to go up. The reason why the price is high is because of the global supply of oil, right, being reduced available to the United States because of the
because it has to
Russia-Ukraine
get
situation
shipped.
and because of Trump signing a deal with OPEC to cut oil production.
Dude, you have to get it here, right? The Keystone Pipeline is just over the Canadian border. It gets here so much quicker. That was 8 million gallons a day worth of oil would be directly pipelined into the U.S.
Michelle, thank you for the travel in the U.S. Thank you
How
so
would
much.
that- I just can't-
Actually, no. Most of it doesn't go to the U.S. I don't know where you got
Yes,
that. And
it
also,
would.
it's also
That's
tar
what it
sands.
Where would it go?
So it was a Canadian-owned pipeline to the
Yeah.
Gulf. I'm pretty sure.
It was to supply the U.S. with
Appreciate the dinosaur. Thank you so much.
so many millions of oil a day.
So they
And it got day one
Linda,
of
thank you, you're amazing.
Biden's
Thank you so much.
presidency.
So
He
there
signed
you.
off on it, got rid of all the permits with an executive order, and got rid of everything. And decided he wants to get oil from Russia and OPEC, and then Russia and Ukraine get in a war, and now we're stuck with mostly OPEC, who laughs in our face and who
That
puts
happened
oil
with Trump.
like-
That happened with Trump.
who
So I
puts
don't know.
oil every year because they can.
Standard, thank you so much. Okay, so again, they signed an agreement with Trump to cut oil. Trump was part of that. Okay, so what you can acknowledge is that we need to invest in other things other than oil in order to be able to make us less dependent on foreign energy.
Yeah. So you agree we need to be less dependent on foreign energy?
Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. Yes, but the way
Then
we should do that
isn't that
is
Trump's
not by
agenda?
using fossil fuels. The way to do that is by renewable energy.
Okay. Yeah. Please explain that too then. How so?
That handout. Thank you so much. Yeah, solar, wind, tidal.
See, that's how I know you're clueless.
Geothermal.
Dude, you know all
Nuclear.
that stuff? All the increasing stats of that stuff's just subsidized by the government. All those stats are skewed. It's not
No,
as
they're
big
not.
as-
No, that's not due to
Yes, it is.
subsidization.
Yes, it
Stephanie,
is.
thank you for the $1.11. Thank you so much. And Ken, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Ken. There's been a literal 4 times reduction in the price of solar since 2013.
Because the government is paying for it, dude.
So in between 2013 and 2019, what was the change in governmental policy related to that?
They started giving money to these businesses to make more. They made tax credits for solar and wind, and they're still doing it. They're still doing it for cars. And you know what's funny? You go and get your tax credit for your
So
electric
that
car,
cost
and the
is
dealership
independent.
increases
I just
the
want to let you
price
know the
proportionally.
cost that you're referencing is independent of the tax credits.
That's even worse than it. No,
No,
If that's
it's not.
both separate things.
No, that's actually showing that it's been on a downward trend, decreasing in price by multiple times. The tax credit was not that. And if it was a tax credit, it wouldn't have been on a trend down. It would have been shoot down, and then it would have flattened out, right? Or then it would have gone down.
No,
at
because
a rate
they
before.
didn't
We
jump
would have
on
seen
board
an effect of
instantly
that
with all of
policy.
it. Do you think they
Oh, okay. So
instantly?
you think so? It was a
It's
common
obviously
trend
over time. There's going to be more and more tax credits. It's obviously there's going to be a slope of this graph.
Okay,
that's
but
gonna
what was
show
the change
how
in the
tax
policy
credits
to do that?
Eventually, are becoming more and more.
Okay, so again, here's my question. Then what's bad about that?
I just think nothing is inherently bad about it, but I think it gives people a false narrative of how good and how active wind
think of the
solar
$5.
actually is. I think people
No.
have a false idea in their head of how good this shit actually is. And when someone like Kamala Harris is saying ban fracking, I know
Never
she,
said ban fracking. You're
she
lying.
did. She did.
No, she
actually.
didn't. She
I know
explicitly said
changed
she's
her mind
not
on it
going-
now.
she
But in
explicitly said
2020,
yesterday-
she
listen.
did say that. She did.
Yeah, that's in
She
2019.
does not like fracking.
She's explicitly said, right, literally yesterday, that she's not going to ban fracking.
I know, but she has said it in the past.
Okay,
I think
don't
she's
you know
saying
JD
she's
Vance
not
in the
going
past?
to
JD
increase
Vance,
her voter
listen,
base.
listen. JD Vance in the past has said that Trump is America's Hitler. So what's your point?
Okay. I mean, you just totally moved the goalposts. We're not talking about that.
What? Wait, no,
We're
you're the
talking
one who's
about
making
energy.
you're the one who's making an issue about someone having a different view over
Let's
time.
continue to talk
You
about
understand
fracking.
that?
Why
You
are trying
understand
to
that
say
JD Vance had a
randomly,
different.
JD
Hey,
Vance said
hey,
such and
hey,
such.
hey, hey!
You talk over me all the time, bro.
I'll fucking mute you if I have to do that. I want to be very respectful, but you're not doing that. You're literally sitting up here fucking not engaging in a legitimate conversation, right? Actually have a conversation with me, address what I have to say, or I'm just going to talk to Nathan and have talks with other people because they're more willing to engage in a legitimate conversation. You came up here with a literally nefarious intent from the very beginning, said you're not into politics, but now you're wanting to have a conversation about it. So I think that's heavily ironic, bro.
Bro, you're a pussy, bro. Now that I actually start talking about this shit, you talk over me a bunch too. Don't forget that, all right? I was quiet for a long time, bro. But you start talking over me, I'll start talking over you too. Now,
That's not. You're just making
if you
yourself a
start
victim.
if you want to talk, I'll let you talk.
You were the
right
one
now.
talking
I'm
over
gonna
me.
be
Dude.
quiet.
That's such bullshit.
Talk. Say what you want to say.
No, go for it. I'm letting you go. I'm just telling you. Just let me go.
What do you want me to say? What do you want? What are you
What were
asking
you saying?
me now?
What were you saying?
I think when we're talking about the fracking stuff, why would you randomly go and say JD Vance is the Hitler of this or whatever, like out of nowhere?
Okay.
Continue on that train of
What
thought.
were you
then.
just bringing up?
Fracking.
You're like, oh, she changed her view. Okay.
She did. She
You
did
think
more
it's
research,
totally-
right? She did change
Hey.
her view. But I think that's mostly
Good
to
night,
increase
guys.
a voter base. I don't think she truly thinks that, right? She just wants to pull in the most amount of voters she possibly can. So she's going to say and do anything she can.
Okay, so now you're just saying that she's disingenuous. What reason do you have to believe that she's disingenuous? It doesn't have a changed view because Donald Trump used to be a Democrat. I can just say he's
I think
disingenuous.
Trump's
He's still a
disingenuous,
Democrat.
too. I think all politicians are at the core of their shit disingenuous.
So then,
Right?
why are you bringing this up? If you think that they're all disingenuous, it's not a relevant difference.
Because you were asking me about why I think tax credits are the way that they are.
What? No. So what? No, I asked you specifically about you saying that she wants to ban fracking, right?
Mm-hmm.
I said no. She said explicitly she doesn't want to ban fracking, and
You
had some
said-
issue
no, you
with
said-
someone. You're cutting me off right now. Yet you literally complained so much
I'm
about
sorry.
getting cut
I'm
off.
sorry.
Okay,
Keep
so
going.
again, she has a different view over time. She didn't want fracking, right, in the past. Now
Mm-hmm.
she's okay with it as it relates to compromise and having a green economy. She's okay
Which
with
is a
it.
good thing, I think.
It was
yeah.
in the Inflation Reduction Act. She voted for it.
Mm-hmm.
In the Inflation Reduction Act, new leases for fracking. Okay? So don't act like, again, she's so anti-fracking, so ban fracking right now. If it is the case that not only should not do that, right? But she
Well,
literally
you said
has
she
voted
never
for
did
it.
it, but okay.
No, I was referencing recently.
Well, recently she never said it, but normally when someone says never said it, they are considering a bigger time.
Yeah, because you were referencing like the debates, like what she's talking about in terms of
like
policy for
2020.
running
You,
off.
you know, in
You
the
understand
2020
running for president in 2024 would be different than running for president in 2020.
Yeah, I know, and I'm agreeing with you. I know
And
she's
that having a places of vice president would change the way that you like view how we're going to
Someone
enact
said
policy.
explain fracking. That's funny. You don't think I know how fracking works, bro?
Bro, bring up something.
I'm not talking to you. There's a comment. This
Cool. I don't care. Stop reading comments. Literally, hold on the screen.
I would love to see
Clear
some of these
display.
people get in here.
Hold on the screen, click clear display. They're too scared.
But
Now, you feel okay now? You feel validated enough in yourself that you can have a conversation with me instead of being so fucking concerned what's in the comment section? Jesus Christ, dude.
well, I was just letting you eat, dog. You got a mouthful.
What? I'm waiting for you to like actually give me an argument.
I'm just reading what I'm voting for Trump. Why are you voting for Trump? That's the main theme here, right? Why am I voting for Trump? Because I feel like if I vote for him, it's going to directly, positively impact me financially over.
Katrina, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. How's it gonna? Wait,
That's
do
why.
you make over 400K?
I make over 400K. Are you asking me?
Yeah. Do you?
I'm
make
in
over
college, bro. I'm
400K?
broke.
Dude, so you are not going to do better off with a Trump presidency. What the hell are you talking about? Your taxes will not increase if you do not make over 400K a year. She wants a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers with new homes. She wants a $50,000 tax deduction specifically for small businesses.
Do you know that like house values, they account for that and they just raise it up by that much percent? You're not actually paying less ever.
No, so I want you to listen. So not everyone would get that. It's for first-time home buyers, so it wouldn't lead to that in terms of pricing. One. Two, as it relates to this, you're offsetting the increase in the price in terms of affordability by giving the subsidy so that the subsidy can produce a higher price, and so far that there's a greater incentive for suppliers to produce housing where people want it.
But for the house, for the home buyer, it's going to be harder. Or not harder, but it's not going to be any easier.
Yes, it will. Because there's going to be a greater incentive for them to produce.
False, dude. And also, she said that. How could she implement that realistically? There's some stuff I think she says, policy-wise, that I don't think she could realistically in practice and get done in 4 years.
Oh, like Trump not getting the wall done? 3.7%?
I mean, yeah, but the wall thing was. I feel like at least me, I didn't want that to be built anyway. So,
how's Trump going to get rid of income tax and replace it with tariffs?
I just think the tariffs thing that's one thing, right? But I think the core of it, making in-house energy, will be beneficial.
Yeah, it's renewable energy.
Not renewable, drilling, fracking here in America.
So again, fracking is a part of the Inflation Reduction Act. Do you support renewable energy and fracking? Push your hand out.
That's like an oxymoron. Did you just say renewable energy and fracking?
Yeah, I understand. And do you know what "and" means?
I thought you said and fracking. Renewable energy. Well, renewable energy again. I want to know the true unfucked with stats on renewable energy, which is not available.
John, you saying the stats are fucked up just tells me you're so conspiracy brain rotted that like there's not even a point of having a conversation with you.
How so?
I'm trying to stop people.
What's the conspiracy part?
John, I'm trying to stop people from accepting conspiracy like that in the very first place. If you're willing
What's
to
the
accept
conspiracy?
You believe it with no evidence.
Believe what? What part?
What were we just talking about?
Renewable energy and fracking.
And you said the data was fucked up and it has no basis. What evidence do you have to
I didn't say it has no basis. I just said that whatever financial data you get from the news or from the government or from any site is going to be skewed because the government has funneled so much money.
What evidence do you have that it's skewed?
Dude, all the money that's included is also government money that's included in those stats.
What evidence do you have it's skewed?
Dude, just go. Look it up anywhere, man.
Just look it up anywhere, and that's not going to be skewed. Jesus Christ, dude. You're a fucking clown, bro. I'm sorry, but like that's just ridiculous. You act like it's not conspiracy. You act like you have evidence.
Explain how it's not conspiracy with evidence.
No. You act like you have evidence.
Saying I'm a fucking idiot.
Listen, you act like you have evidence for it, and you've got nothing. No evidence.
You give me evidence that it's not true then, instead of calling me a fucking idiot.
That is the source, genius. The government source is the source. They have the top economists. They have the top people as it relates to the context of the border. These people are professionals, okay? They have actual like involvement with the data on a literal US countrywide scale. We don't. If we don't, and they have access to it, their data is better than ours. That is the best possible thing that we could take into account in this scenario. It is most likely to be true. Now, could it be false? Yes, but we'd have to have reason to believe it's false.
I'm not saying it's false. I'm saying it's skewed. Right.
So that you saying it's skewed does mean it's false. Appreciate the superpower. Thank you so much.
Okay, well, let's divert from that then. Even still, I think the carbon...
Shanteva, thank you for the $2.
Not the
thank
direct
you so much.
air pollution, but the carbon footprint, at least at this point in technology, that electric, solar, wind has is like as the same. And I'm specifically referencing cars.
Oh, give me
it's
one
probably
source.
the same as like combustion engines right now, is I would say. And I do. I
Give
think
me
in the
one source that
future,
indicates that.
bro.
He can't. He's mad.
Just think.
Come back now.
You got to have, we
Yeah.
mine overseas and we have to put it on big boats that pollute the earth the whole way over here. Then we got to put it on trucks that pollute the
We'll give John a little timeout. Go for it, Nathan.
No, I just wanted to say
Nathan,
that was wild that he was like attacking like you, saying this is not a job. That's not cool. So,
Yeah,
again,
no, he's a drone. He just got harassment and bullying violation anyway. So,
but I mean, like aside from what we disagree on, it's still a job. You know, what I mean, I don't like people attacking people
I
on
don't
here.
mind.
At least.
I think it's hilarious. I think it just shows that they're so conspiracy brain rotted.
Yeah, I mean that was one thing like that stopped me from like fully supporting like RFK, because there was a lot of conspiracy. I still think like all of his ideas were on the right track. Like our health is kind of our healthcare, and not only just healthcare, but just the whole system is bought out by big health and big pharma.
Okay, who's more likely to call out big corporations like Big Pharma? Kamala Harris, who's fought against them her entire career, or Donald Trump?
I mean, she had her 3.5 years, almost 4 years to do it, and hasn't. You know, so
She did. She did.
that's one thing. That's
She
one
actively
thing.
did. She allowed for Medicare to be able to negotiate drug pricing as it relates to pharmaceutical drugs. $35 cap on insulin per month.
Yeah,
That's fighting the pharma.
the insulin's one thing that I do actually agree with. The only one thing I say that they got done, but yeah. Sorry, I'm just trying to get my done.
Okay, so then I'm not really hearing like why you think that Trump is more likely to go after like the big pharmaceutical companies.
Because
big business.
because especially right now, because he has RFK on his side, and that's like their main campaign right now. So
Is he also going to take the conspiracy because he's already so conspiracy brain rotted? Like he believes the election was stolen. Do you believe that?
I mean, so I believe that if it was stolen, it was close enough to be. But I'm one of those people that like don't take it for sure. But it's definitely a good possibility, and I think we can all agree that
There were over 60 court cases that indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election, 34 of which were Republican-owned. They were Republican-appointed. So what makes you think that?
What makes me think that? These spikes at like 3 a.m. in Michigan.
The spikes? Like what spikes? The ones that were evaluated by the courts that posed no significant evidence of sufficient voter fraud to overturn the election?
I mean, sure, they can be definitely bought out as well. You see what I'm saying? Like, definitely still can be
Bought
corrupt,
out. So
even though
what makes
that it's Republican.
So what evidence do you have that they were bought out?
It's government. You can't trust most government. That's why I also don't like big government.
So what about the
That's what they're
17
trying to
appointed
do.
Trump? What about the
That's what they're
17
trying to
appointed
do.
by Trump judges that indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election?
Then it is what it is, right? I mean, I haven't done my research on that, so I'm not going to like argue it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to argue something that I don't know what I'm talking about, like John.
Okay. Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
No, but I also wouldn't vote for somebody who threw people in prison for marijuana charges.
Oh, you can't say on live. But yeah, so actually Trump still thinks it should be, doesn't believe in federal legalization. I just want to say that, by the way. And she does. Also, she didn't throw anyone for possession. I also think it's possible that even if someone did do that in the past but doesn't support it now, it's still better than someone like who literally wants to put people in prison for that now on a federal scale. Okay. All right. All right. Give it a second for people to join up. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guys request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. I do apologize, everyone. Give it a second for me to get someone up here real quick. Sometimes it takes a second in between to get someone up here. You can check out the videos I did just post, everyone. I was just recently on Jubilee. Jubilee actually posted the videos if you want to check them out as well. You can just go to the Jubilee TikTok page, or if you want to watch the full video, go into my bio. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Over the next few months, Tammy was just missing at some time.
Okay, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. All right, all right. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Do give it a second, everyone. Do tap that screen. I will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do come on the live. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello,
How old are you?
I'm 21.
All right, what's your birth year? Nice
20.
try. Your voice is deeper, is it? I'm not. I don't notice that. I don't notice that at all. Not at all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Appreciate the little Lucy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. All right, only send a guest request if you are voting for Trump. Yo, okay. Let me try this next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Smoothly and securely. Give Max peace of mind.
All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Miguel, thank you so much for the confetti. I appreciate it, Miguel. Thank you so much. His voice changed. Has he been replaced? Yes. You know, the Illuminati took me out and replaced me. That's why I have a different headset today. Even though my headset's right here. And I could use this. Actually, I literally can wear both of them. It's kind of comfortable to wear both of them, actually. Interesting. All right. He's a spy. He's a spy, chat. Spy Parker.
Parker, fake Parker.
Not real. Not real. All right. Let's get this next individual up here. Do give it a second for people to get up here. I apologize, everyone. It takes a second sometimes because TikTok is just weird. JV, thank you so much for the hand heart. I thank you. Thank you. All right. Let's get this next individual up here. All right. Do give it a second, everyone. I apologize. Jessica, thank you for the hand heart. Lindsay, thank you for that mustache. Okay. It's not accepting this person either. I always knew Parker was a clone. Parker, yes. Parker is obviously a clone. I totally agree. Gonna make a Twitch? Nah, probably not.
West.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
You voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
The economy, mostly.
Okay. Can you name me one economic policy Trump influenced to get passed that you like?
Can you name me one that Kamala is going to pass whenever she's in presidency?
Yes, I will, but would you like to answer my question first?
Well, I'm not the one that's showing my face, so could you please incite me?
So you don't have a single
I
one?
Honestly, if you're so knowledgeable, I just want
you
some
literally said
information.
that you're voting for Trump because of policy. I asked you for one policy and you don't know. He left. Wow. Wow, that's fucking hilarious. That's actually so funny, Chad. That's actually, dude, you can't make this shit up, dude. You know,
Hi, how are you?
How old are you?
I'm 23.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes,
Why so?
because he was, my dad, I'm Mexican, and my dad got his papers under Trump. I prefer his policies as well.
Leslie,
Minus
thank you for the
abortion,
fantastic-
I'm not pro eliminating all abortion, even though I know Kamala, that is a huge take she has against Trump, which is not true.
Okay. Yeah, so it did restrict 1/3 of women's access to abortion, overturning Roe versus Wade, which also did not provide federal protections for rape victims. So there were like tens of thousands of women and girls who were forced to go through pregnancies who were raped.
Sorry.
So then, do you disagree with that?
I disagree with his abortion policies, yes.
Okay. So, yeah. Okay. Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Can you repeat the question?
Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
I feel like you're setting me up with that question there.
Yeah, it's a question. Of course, I'm.
Yeah,
giving
you're
you the
setting me up
question.
because he's been accused of sexual assault.
No, he's been held civilly liable,
Okay. But he's still
like
running for
unanimously
president.
by a jury of 9 people for forcefully penetrating a woman against her will.
If you're going to have people come on your debate and just instantly go for, are you going to vote for a sexual assaulter? Like, how do you expect people to give you any sort of productive debate if you're just going straight for that argument?
Oh yeah, you either say no or yes, right? And then based upon that,
No,
we
but I
then
already
go
said
into
yes
the
that
next
I was
question.
voting for Trump.
So yes or no?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump. I'm a Trump supporter.
Okay, so would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
Are you serious? Like you guys play this so dirty. Like you don't have an actual debate on
I'm
any sort
currently
of
doing that
policy.
right now,
Like
man.
you're just kind of going in for the kill here.
Yeah, yeah. Because I think this is a convincing argument. I talk about policy all the time. I can talk about policy. We will talk about policy. But would you like to answer the question?
I don't condone any of that. Like I don't think that voting for someone means that you say it's okay for what they're being accused of.
Yeah, no. Regardless of what you think, are you voting? Would you vote? I mean, would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
No.
No. Okay, so why would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, but
I
not a
haven't
child?
voted yet.
I'm asking why
Don't do
would
that
you?
hard. I haven't voted yet, so.
I said why would you?
Because he's the better candidate. I mean, what did Kamala Harris and Biden do while they were in presidency? They did nothing.
Okay, well, I'll talk about that in a second. But do you think that you would vote for someone who raped a child if, like, it was held civilly liable of raping a child if it is the case that they were the quote unquote better candidate? Standard. Is that a non-answer?
It's a non-answer. I'm going to plead the fifth there.
So yeah, you would. You
I
would
don't-
vote
I
for
don't
someone
like
held
your-
civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
You're just. I feel like y'all do debate so wrong. Like you and the other guy, you just don't really have like a very good structure to this. You kind of just bring people on and you're just like, would you vote for a rapist? Like, what is that? What is that?
Okay, well, do you run alive?
Do I run a lot?
Yeah, no. Do you run alive? Like, do you know what structure would be good for running alive? No. Okay, so then
No.
why would you be telling me how to run the structure of alive when
I'm
you're
just
in a
saying
live
whenever
of
I
someone
see
who has
you on here,
8.6
like,
thousand
your
people in the
takes
live
are
confirmed?
bad. Where are you from?
California,
Me too. What part?
Los Angeles. So can you name me one economic policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
Well, one of them is that he wants people that earn tips to be able to keep their tips. So I support that.
Did you know that Kamala Harris is in support of no tax on tips as well?
No, I did not.
Okay, so I mean, that's not a relevant difference. Appreciate the hand art, but I asked for like a policy that he influenced to get passed, not a policy he's advocating for.
That he's gotten passed.
Yeah.
Well, personally, my dad, like I said, I'm Mexican, so my dad got his green card under Trump. I think
That's not a
Trump's.
policy.
Well, I'm trying to explain why I support.
Yeah, like, but what's the policy that he influenced to get passed to benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people?
Well, I mean, my dad getting citizenship under Trump helped me and my family, so I don't really see how.
That has nothing to do with the president. That's like me saying I met my girlfriend.
What do you mean
Like,
that has nothing to do with the president? I mean,
I met
Trump
my
is known
girlfriend.
forever for not being, kind to immigrants or like speaking good about them, but like a lot of them got papers under Trump. And citizenship is what matters when you're an illegal immigrant. So
Okay, so you understand that those
it's
processes.
impacting people's lives, is what I'm saying.
So actually, legal migration was allowed, right, under under both the Trump and the Biden administration. The policy. Would you like to tell me the difference on the policy there? That means
I'm
that
not
it would have
familiar with
granted
it.
them the green card in Trump's administration, but not under Biden. Push the galaxy. Thank you.
Trump 2024. I don't support Kamala Harris. And that's it.
So would you vote for someone who said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years?
No.
Well, Donald Trump said that. Do you want to hear him say that?
Yeah.
Okay, I got
Tell
you.
me.
All right, give it 1 second. There's just an advertisement. One second. Oh, Lexus. I accidentally clicked on the Lexus advertisement. Shit. 4 seconds. All right, there we are.
I feel like you're really like setting people up here to like.
Comments about a young girl. Let's listen to that.
Soon. Thursday night. You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
That was a 40-year-old man saying to a 10-year-old girl that he's going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you tell me what quality of the 10-year-old he was using to evaluate that?
No, I don't. What kind of question is that?
Well, obviously he was trying to say that he thinks that she's attractive.
Obviously. Like what?
So a 10-year-old girl is attractive?
Well, that's what you said. I mean, if you saw the video you have right in front of you,
That's what Trump said. So Trump
right?
thinks the 10-year-old girl is attractive? And you're voting for him? So you'd vote for a pedophile?
I don't support I don't condone pedophilia. I don't do any of that. So if that's what the picture that you're trying to paint, it's really not the one.
But like you just said that you would vote for someone that not only was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, but also sexualized a 10-year-old insofar as that you said that, again, they found them attractive. Econo, thank you for the $1. Thank you. I
Do
appreciate
you guys
it.
like my pen?
Did you run out of things to say?
I mean, I don't know what you want me to say. Like I told you, I don't support
Maybe like you
pedophilia.
shouldn't.
If you're trying to paint that picture, it's not.
Maybe
what
like
this
you
is.
shouldn't vote for Trump then.
I'm gonna vote for whoever. I'm gonna use my right to vote for whoever the fuck I want to vote for. So.
Yeah, but like I would ask, why would you want to vote for someone who's done these things?
I'm gonna log out. This is just the worst debate I've ever been on.
Really? Like, why? Because you got destroyed? That's definitely the reason. Let's go to the next person. Only set a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. I don't want to be challenged. Don't challenge me. Please don't challenge me. Challenge somebody else, but do not challenge me. That's what I'm hearing. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only set a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Jesus, I am so white. Someone, please, okay, yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello.
Are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
I think he's a better leader.
What makes you think that? Thank you for that mustache. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. So for me, I would prefer somebody who has successfully ran businesses in the past and rather than just career politicians. Definition of insanity is just hiring the same person over and over again.
businessman with 6 bankruptcies?
Six bankruptcies. Yes, I don't disagree that people go and very successful people have bankruptcies, but it doesn't negate the fact that this man has made billions of dollars and created millions of jobs.
Wait, Mike, I'm just asking. Right, can you name one good businessman that has six bankruptcies?
Elon
Because
Musk.
he doesn't have six bankruptcies.
So I guess my question for you is then, why Kamala?
Oh, okay. Because she's not a 34-count felon, proven sexual abuser, fraudster, election denier, tried to overthrow the government, push the cap, thank you so much, by getting their vice president to not certify the election results, trying to get them to do that, and trying to send false slates of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win.
Okay. I have a second question. That's all great, and that's all rhetoric basically at this point, right? Because nothing that you said has proven anything that she's capable of doing this job. Now, let me just finish my statement before you interrupt. Before you interrupt, let me just finish my statement because I want to bring this down to a very, very granular level. Let's say you got hired for a job. I don't know what you do. You don't know what I do, but let's say you got hired for a job. Let's say that you worked at this job for 3.5 years and accomplished absolutely nothing. Would you be up for a promotion? Or would you be getting replaced?
It depends on the scenario. I don't know what you're arguing.
What do you mean? So
nothing?
Starting tomorrow, if you have a real job, if you have it, and again, this is just a debate, right? If you have a real job that you clock in and you get a paycheck for, okay?
A real job? Is this not a real job?
No, I'm not saying that it's not a real job. I commend you for making money on TikTok. But if you had to go and punch a clock somewhere and you were responsible to perform certain duties and were unable to do so for an extended period of time, do you believe that you deserve a promotion or do you believe that you should be replaced?
Oh, yeah. Typically speaking, we would believe that person should be replaced.
So in the 3.5 years, and all the things that she says that she's going to do and had the power to at least influence stuff to get done and hasn't yet, you feel that she should be promoted instead of being replaced.
Absolutely. Because it is the case that she was the most influential vice president ever. She's a history of being in politics. District attorney, attorney general, senator, vice president of the United States, literally most influential vice president ever. The Inflation Reduction Act passed due to a tie-breaking vote specifically by her. She had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever, which is the main duty of a vice president, right? That brought us the $35 cap on insulin for seniors and the largest investment in renewable energy ever, which makes us less dependent upon foreign energy long term. That's what it brought to the country. It deficit reduced instead of deficit increasing like Donald Trump, where he signed $8.4 trillion of debt into law, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related, where the Biden-Harris administration was 4.3 trillion, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related. And the Inflation Reduction Act helped limit that debt.
So, and it's great that we have an Inflation Reduction Act, but how did that actually affect inflation? Because under Donald Trump, when I owned a house, my rate was a lot lower than it is under President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. The goods that I buy for my kids were a lot less expensive under Donald Trump than they were for Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. So
$5.
I'm sorry?
Sorry. So interest rates relate to the Federal Reserve. The inflation happened around the world, global inflation, Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world. It's not unique to the United States. Happened the same trend in the United States as it did everywhere else. So it was not caused by like the Biden-Harris administration. Also, like policy wouldn't cause it that quickly.
But the reality is, as a working middle-class American, which is exactly who I am, my life was substantially better under a president, albeit all of his downfalls, than the career politicians that we have in office right now.
So no, and the reason why Donald Trump wouldn't do more for you, because all those things that Trump advocated for, how come he didn't do any of those things? Like the no tax on tips, make Mexico pay for the wall, building the wall, draining the swamp, right? All of those things. He said he was going to do those things. He didn't do those things. The infrastructure bill, repealing and replacing the ACA, he just said on debate last night that he would keep the ACA, right? After saying he only had concepts for a healthcare policy. Hold on, let me finish. After saying he only has concepts for a healthcare policy.
You okay. I understand what you're saying, and I'm not saying that you're incorrect, and I don't agree with everything that Donald Trump is. I'm talking just as an average American. What affects me most personally when I look at the debate and I look at who I want as a candidate, I would prefer somebody who hasn't spent their life, kissing ass and shaking hands, rather than somebody who has actually done something, both good and bad, failed and had success, and will run the country like a business. Because we are a business. Okay.
Wait. So what happened to Trump University? Trump vodka.
What happened to Trump University?
Trump steaks. Trump Airlines.
Okay, but we're not.
So he's gonna bankrupt those businesses, or bankrupt the country just like he bankrupted those businesses. Oh wait, he did do that. Push the cap. He again signed off on more debt in a 4-year time period than any president in the modern era, or ever.
Yeah, but you're focused on the businesses, the few businesses that he bankrupted, but you're not focused on the businesses that are very profitable.
Oh yeah, let's look at the $400 million inheritance that he got from Daddy. If you got $400 million in inheritance, do you think that you'd become a billionaire?
Do you know how difficult it is to turn 400 million into 1.2 billion?
Not very much. Put it into an S&P 500. Right, literally, if I were to put in the S&P 500 at 6% increase per year, which is 6 to 8% likely, I would literally, by the time I'm Trump's age, have $10 billion.
Yeah,
and how long did $10 billion. I would have $10 billion by the time I was Trump's age, just by putting in an index fund, the S&P 500. Push the hand art.
Yeah. Okay. I understand this is going nowhere, and this is the challenge that I have chatting with folks on the other side. The reason why you're voting for Kamala is not because you feel she's a better candidate. It's just because you don't like Trump and the policies or not the policies. You don't like Trump's character. You don't like the fact that he is direct. You don't like the fact that he's blunt. You don't like the fact that he said some out-of-pocket things, which, by the way, I would agree. But you're not really voting for Kamala because you think she'll do a better job. You're just voting for Kamala because you can't vote for Trump based on his character. And in my opinion, that's not the way that we should approach the office. I think we need to put somebody in place who will be more effective at running a business, the business of the United States, than somebody who wouldn't. That's it.
Yeah. So I'm just going to let you know how this works. If one candidate is worse, the other one, by proxy of one being worse, is better.
Yeah,
that's how it works,
worse,
right? Just think about it. Let me finish. I let you finish. I let you finish. Or I'd love for you to let me finish.
Sure.
Okay. So, right, again, you saying that it is worse than another one would imply that one is better than the other one. Okay? So when you say worse and better, obviously that's going to be on a gradient. Now, do I think there are bad things of Harris? Absolutely. Do I think there are bad things of Trump? Absolutely. But there are more bad things of Trump than I see with bad things with Harris. And clearly, I say that there are good things of Harris that I can point to, and I point to you many of things that she's done. I can point to you things she's advocated for, but we haven't gotten to that point in the policy, or by that point in the conversation. Yet you assumed here specifically that I am only voting because of just bad things of Trump. Well, I can do both. I can say both. The bad things of Trump and the good things of Kamala showed that she's a better candidate than Donald Trump by far.
Yeah, see, I disagree. I feel as though that you're basing your information or your judgment on Trump on more his character than his actual policy or his ability to run the government. It's not necessarily that he's driven the country into the ground or anything like that. In fact, I would argue that he probably did the opposite. But what I would say is that he said some shit that nobody should say, especially in the public view. And as a result, he gets a bad rap. And as a result, people vote because, they vote blue because they don't like him as a person. But if that were any other person who had never said any of those things, right? And we can't take back the fact that he did. But the policies were the same. The economy was what it was. We had less, illegal immigration, right? We had better interest rates, and it's all the Federal Reserve, but the Federal Reserve is part of the government too, right? So all things considered, if it were anybody else who weren't out of pocket in the way that he is, and as a Trump supporter, like I said, I don't agree with everything that comes out of this man's mouth, but it's more character based than it is actual result based. And that's where I take issue with folks that immediately when you say, why are you voting for Kamala or why not Trump? Well, because he's this, he's that, he said this, he said that. Would he date a 10-year-old or a 20-year-old? Like, that's all character related questions, right? So what about policy? What about result? What about everything else? None of that ever comes into context in any of these conversations. And that's what's the frustrating part. So when I came across your live, I've never seen your TikTok page before, ever. But I saw you having this conversation with this young woman right before me and just requested to join just to see, where we could go from here.
Yeah, so I brought up policy in this conversation. I literally brought it up in this conversation. So you say it never is brought up in these conversations. I brought it up in this conversation. I talk about it all the time on my platform every single day. I always talk about policy. Not only is Donald Trump worse in terms of character, but he's worse in terms of policy. Thank you for the paper crane. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Like interest rates and inflation have nothing to do with the Biden-Harris administration policy. Again, the interest rates relate to the Federal Reserve, which the chairman of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, is going to be there regardless of Biden-Harris being in office or Donald Trump. So I don't understand what your point is with those in particular. Purdy, thank you so much for the gifts. Christina, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Christina. Choosing the people over party. That's based. And Devin, thank you for the $6. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And Maya, thank you so much for the $1. And Tiffany as well. Thank you for the $30 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Tiffany. Thank you. Yeah, but what were you saying?
Nothing. I was waiting for you to finish.
Yeah. I meant like you can say in response. You can respond. Appreciate the Panther pause. Like I brought up policy. I've already said policy in this conversation. Interest rates, inflation have nothing to do with the Biden-Harris policy.
So, what is the cause for the interest rates and inflation then in your purview?
Wait, say that one more time. Sorry. Thank you, the confetti.
So I said, what is the cause for the interest rates and the inflation in your purview?
So interest rates are a response to inflation to mitigate the effects of inflation to cause disinflation. And then inflation has happened globally. Appreciate the IC. Thank you so much related to the pandemic, Federal Reserve response to COVID, corporate greed, plenty of things. And thank you so much. I appreciate it. Christia, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Christia. I appreciate it. And Mohammed, thank you so much for the $5. Can we get some W's for Christia in the comments section right now? Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Nope, that's all.
Krista,
I wish you the best of luck.
$10. Thank you, Krista. Okay, well, I mean, can you name me a policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people?
I cannot.
So I mean,
it's not because there aren't none. It's just because I don't know. I'm not educated enough, nor did I prepare to have this conversation. I'm literally sitting in front of my computer, just finishing work, listening to some TikToks, and I heard you, so I thought I would join. So with a little bit more preparation, I think I probably would have done a little bit better here. But I appreciate your time. I appreciate your candor. I appreciate your character. Like I said, wish you the best of luck in November, and let the chips fall where they may. Right? It's up to the people at this point.
Appreciate you. Think you should listen. Take into account my arguments, but appreciate it. Have a good day. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo and Cash App in the bio. I just want to say thank you to everyone who's sending gifts today. Christia, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. What's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello?
Joseph, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Joseph. I really appreciate it. Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
I don't know. Like I said last night, I did some more information about, the things that he said, and I don't know. I said my life was better when Trump was president. Question I have for you is, what went from the inflation in his term to now? Why has it increased so much?
Yeah. Okay. So there was global inflation in Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world. It was not specific to the United States. It went on the same trend of inflation as it did here in the United States, indicating that it was a global problem, not something due to the U.S. policy in particular by itself. Now, that was related to COVID, all right, the global pandemic, and the effects that it had on our supply chains, corporate greed. There are plenty of things that we could point to. Federal Reserve response from COVID.
Okay, so tell me why Harris is better than Trump.
Yeah, Harris is better than Trump because she was the most influential vice president ever. She had the most tie-breaking votes of any other vice president. Had specifically a tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which had the $35 cap on insulin for seniors, and the largest investment in renewable energy ever, making us less dependent upon foreign energy. Along with the fact that she advocated for things like the bipartisan infrastructure bill, put things like high-speed broadband being brought to rural communities, expanding the infrastructure for that, lead out of drinking pipes for clean drinking water, expanding funding for roads, EV infrastructure, plenty of things relating to infrastructure that Trump advocated for but couldn't get past. The PACT Act, which was 1 million veterans, got expanded access to healthcare, specifically those that were exposed to toxic burn pits abroad and toxic substances and burn pits abroad. My bad. And then also specifically, Trump is a terrible individual. He's been held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman, defamation, fraud. He has 34 felonies. He tried to overthrow the government. He tried to restrict women's access to abortion. He called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. He didn't rent to black people in 1973. Said the Central Park Five should have been executed when they've been exonerated based upon DNA evidence. Popularized the birther movement related to Barack Obama being the first black president being born in Kenya when there's birth certificates of him born in the United States to undermine him running for president of the United States. Saying Kamala Harris turned black, indicating that she wasn't black prior. There are plenty of things I can point to say that Trump is a horrible human being, that you shouldn't vote for him. His policy is worse, would cause more inflation because tariffs are taxes on imports coming to the country, and it would shift the burden of taxes from people who are richer to people who are poor, because people who are poor spend a greater proportion of their income on imported goods. Purdy, thank you so much for the $42 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Purdy. Can we get some W's for Purdy in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. And Stephanie, thank you so much for the $30 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Stephanie and some W's for Purdy in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Go for it.
Okay, so on the how did you think it went last night on the debate?
I think that Kamala Harris clearly won. I think that Donald Trump was actually pretty low energy. I think that he, was still holding to his same old tired playbook of old conspiracy theories, lack of plans, and everything is terrible right now. Instead of, calls for unity, calls for progression, calls for innovation, and providing a plan, like Kamala Harris did.
And you believe that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I just wanted to come on here. I've never heard of you, and my friend told me to come check you out, so I just wanted to do that.
Sure. I appreciate you coming on.
You guys, you're very smart, man, so good luck.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
You too.
They were so nice. Adriana, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much on Cash App. Can we get some W's for Adriana in the comments section right now? Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello.
How old are you?
Guess. I'm 28.
Okay, are you voting Trump?
Hell yeah.
Why so?
Cause he's way better. Like he's like he has valleys in his life. He knows what a struggle is. Like he's been through a lot. And yeah.
Are you trolling? I'm not taking that seriously.
Huh?
Yeah, no. No. I'm sorry. That was not a real person making an argument. That was an AI bot. That was not a real argument. Yeah, the struggles he's gone through getting that small loan of $1 million and $400 million inheritance from his father. Living in a penthouse, it's very, very, very hard on you. Gold toilet seats, gold and silverware. Like it's really, really hard. Really, really hard. Incredibly difficult. Yeah, my heart goes out to that. I never want anyone to have to struggle like that ever. That's why. That's why you should be president, Oh my God, I'm going to cry. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 23.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir. Voted in 2020 and voting again.
Okay, how old are you? You said?
23.
Sorry, why are you voting Trump?
Uh, I'm not the biggest Trump fan. I don't think he's, a god. I don't put him on a pedestal like a lot of these people do. But I very much do want to vote for the right side rather than the left side, especially right now.
Okay. Could you name me one economic policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
No.
Can you name me one thing he's ever done that you like?
Well, I'll tell you why I'm going for that side. I think you can clearly see that there is a narrative against him. I think the left is very controlling, and Trump is like the one person that you can't control. I'm interested to think of what you think of like everyone calling Kamala the new puppet, as in there's something a collective behind the left, and then they put someone on a pedestal and give them what to say and what to do and pull the strings behind the scenes.
Her name is Kamala, and also who's the one pulling the strings?
I don't know, but we would never find out, would we?
Okay, so how do you know that's not applicable to Donald Trump?
Because of his character and because of how crazy he is, I don't think he's someone who can really be controlled. I mean, I do also think he has people behind the scenes, but I think it's a little different. I think it's pretty clear on the left that, especially what happened with, pulling Biden out. Like, I don't think he pulled himself out. I think they pulled him out. What do you think about that?
So he clearly dropped out himself, but like, I could just say, I feel like the same thing is applicable to Kamala Harris. And you could also say that you feel like the same thing is applicable to Kamala Harris. So why do you feel like it's applicable to Trump, but you don't feel like it's applicable to Harris? And Catherine, thank you for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Catherine. I really appreciate that. Can we get some W's for Catherine in the comment section? Thank you.
Like I said, I do think there are people pulling strings for Trump as well, but I think it's more clear on the left. Correct me if I'm wrong, didn't Kamala Harris have 0 votes last election?
Yeah, so in 2020, she dropped out of the race prior to Iowa, specifically to join the Biden campaign.
And what do you think?
She became vice president. So, I think it was worth it. That's clearly worth it, right?
Yeah.
She was polling to 7 to 15%.
What do you think about Joe Biden stating that he was going to have a black woman as his vice president, and then boom, 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 Kamala Harris, a black woman, half black, half Indian?
Yeah. What's the also, by the way, Indian isn't a race, but yeah, you can be black and Indian, but
she is black and Indian, right? Is that wrong to say that she's black and Indian?
Yeah, but when you say half black, half Indian, that implies that Indian is a race.
I see what you're saying. All right. Yeah,
So again,
I think the left.
Do you think him picking, like, for example, Kamala Harris said that she was going to pick a white man, right? So does that mean Tim Walz isn't, qualified?
Well, I think I'm the kind of person where I don't care what race you are. I don't care what gender you are. I want the best leader. And it's pretty clear on the left
maybe the best leader in this particular circumstance would be a woman who's black.
But I don't think she's a very good leader.
Okay. What makes you think that?
Because I haven't seen anything to indicate that she's a good leader at all. I think she's good at making people smile and making people laugh and getting women on stage to twerk for her to, align with a crowd, which I thought was crazy. Crazy that
what's
presidential
the
candidate.
What's the relevant difference between Trump and Harris that means that Trump is a good leader, but Harris is not?
Okay, yeah, I'll circle back to why I'm voting. I want a strong leader. I want someone who was allies or at least had conversations and relationships with world leaders that could cause.
You mean dictators?
Yeah.
So because
keep your enemies close, keep your friends close, enemies closer. I believe in that.
Okay, so we have leaked Kremlin documents that indicate they think that Trump's easily manipulatable. Not only that, but the engaging with North Korea, that was a photo op. We got nothing from that. The engaging with the Taliban, y'all literally say that pulling out of Afghanistan is bad now. So do you think pulling out of Afghanistan and engaging with the Taliban, a terrorist organization, is good? Because I thought the United States doesn't negotiate with terrorists.
Don't you think it's good to negotiate with them?
Wait, no. But, so again, you can say that it's good to negotiate, but I thought that was like what we typically say in America, right? Right? Like we don't negotiate with terrorists. I thought you guys were like conservatives. You're patriotic. You know what I mean? What happened to that?
So you think it was a bad idea for Trump to go and
I'm not saying
have a
that. I'm just saying
conversation
based
with
upon
Putin?
your own view, it probably was.
Okay, well, I'll circle back to why I'm voting. I want a strong leader. I want change. I think there's a lot going on the left that sucks. I'm not a big fan of cancel culture, and I'm not a big fan of what's happening in my county. I'm in Virginia, Loudoun County. They did something with the bathrooms, and
Can I ask you a question?
let me finish. A little girl was sexually assaulted in the bathroom because they let two genders into a bathroom, and it's not the first case, and it wasn't this.
That has nothing to do. That's such a fucking lie. Okay,
That's not a lie. You can look it up.
Okay, so I want you to listen. There are gender neutral bathrooms that exist in countries around the world where they have lower rates of sexual assault than they have here in the United States. Making a claim that because there would be gender neutral bathrooms, there would somehow that would have caused the sexual assault, you'd have to provide me good evidence to indicate that it increased the likelihood of these things happening, which there's no good evidence indicating that. So if you'd like to provide me any evidence indicating that, I'd love to look at it.
Yeah, okay. Anyone listening and you yourself, if you could just search Loudoun County, Virginia sexual assault case.
So again, there being one case does not mean
it was two.
that,
No, it was multiple. It was multiple.
Does that mean that it was caused by specifically the bathrooms being that way?
Yep, it was.
So you're saying sexual assault didn't happen before?
I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that.
So then how are you able to
changing the
evaluate?
bathrooms in that way
So then how are you
opens the
able
door to more sexual assault?
So
and
then how are
denying
you?
that's
So then
crazy.
how are you able to evaluate whether or not it was caused by the difference in bathrooms if you don't know the difference in the number of sexual assaults that were happening in that region?
Okay, I'll ask you one question and we can move on from that. You don't think that
non-answer?
letting two genders.
Hey, non-answer, or are you going to answer my question? I'm trying to be nice.
No, I
with
don't
you.
know the
Would you like to
statistics
answer my
before and
question?
after. I don't have the statistics for before and after. No, I don't.
So if you don't have that, then how do you know it was caused by this? You don't. You have no good
Because
reason
it was
to
a
believe that.
girl in a
You're
girl's
just assuming
bathroom
that.
where a man went into the
You
girl's bathroom
understand-
because he was allowed to. Because he was allowed to, which wouldn't have happened before. It would not have happened before because he was not allowed to go in there before. But now no one's going to stop him from going in there and doing the terrible, terrible, terrible things he did. And
So
isn't there?
I have a question. Go
ahead.
So you're telling me that literally having a bathroom open to everyone increase the proportionality of someone being assaulted?
Yes. Do you disagree?
If that person was assaulted, right, and there was no one else to be able to, like, in that bathroom, what would have changed whether or not it was only restricted to a particular gender? Because couldn't the violator go into that bathroom anyway?
Yes, but in this case, it was allowed.
Okay, but that didn't change whether or not it was going to occur, though.
I think it
So
did.
the point I'm making is that you're not identifying whether or not that was changed. You're just assuming it based upon a correlation causation fallacy, which is incredibly terrible reasoning. Okay, and I
Well,
understand that people's bigotry, right, gravitates towards things like correlation causation fallacies to explain why things happen, because ultimately speaking, it's easier in their eyes to do that. But I think that is not a good thing to do. I think you need evidence. I think you need reason in order to justify literally like calling things out like this, saying it was caused by this, right? You can't say that there's causation without having any good reason.
I mean, I think there is pretty good reason to allow men to go into a woman's bathroom. That was allowed.
Wait, but no, you're not understanding what I'm saying.
No, I am
You're
understanding
saying-
what you're saying.
You're saying, no, let me explain. So you're saying that I am arguing that in current women's restrooms right now, that I'm saying like men like me and you can go in. That's not what I'm saying. Trans women, I believe, are women. Trans women are not likely to hurt cis women. That is not a likely phenomena. Okay, what you think is likely is cis men portraying themselves as trans women that then would go in these spaces. But then here would be my question: why can't they portray themselves as trans men and then go into these spaces if you have to go into these spaces based upon your biology? Because trans men are more masculine presenting.
I understand, but I don't have the statistic off the top of my head. But aren't transsexuals high in the sexual assault?
I would say trans people, but in terms of this, no, right? Trans people are not more likely to assault you. That's just not. There's no good evidence indicating that at all. And people just believe this for no reason, right? People were saying this with GAY people as it relates to plenty of these circumstances, and now the argument has shifted from GAY people to trans people, right? And I don't think trans people should be discriminated against based upon this because they're not the ones committing the crime. It's the cis men. If anyone, right, if we have policy oriented around like a particular individual, it should be like the cis men, right? Because the cis men are the ones that are, committing the crime at greater proportionalities.
Yeah, and just so you know, the Loudoun County case, it was a trans person.
Okay, but you're not giving me any evidence that it's more likely to happen. Of course, there are going to be trans people that commit crimes. What about all of the cis people that commit crimes? The predominant amount of cis people that commit crimes.
Well, I'll take a celebrity case that Mr. Beast guy came out.
Wait, why don't we talk about the fact that we have over 90% of violent crime is caused by men?
Of course it is. They're more aggressive in nature, more strong in nature, more intimidating in nature.
Okay, so should we start restricting men from places?
No, but I do think the whole bathroom thing is kind of crazy to allow both genders, no matter what, into a bathroom.
So again, I'm not advocating for both genders, but I have no issue with gender neutral bathrooms, right? Gender neutral bathrooms. What's the issue with that?
Well, I think there should be, men's bathrooms and women's bathroom, and then,
Shelby,
people that
$5. Thank you so much. My girlfriend, right, at her school had gender neutral bathrooms. Was there an issue with that? Was there like a greater risk of harm because she lived in a dorm area with gender neutral bathrooms?
I mean, once again, I really do recommend looking up the Loudoun County assault case.
I'm sorry to break it to you. Just because there's one case does not mean that
like I said, it was multiple cases.
Is relevant to a macro lens.
It was multiple cases in Loudoun County, and the policy switch happened recently, and then all of the assaults happened recently. And like you said,
so you hear a talking point, but it's a correlation causation fallacy because you don't know the proportionality of these crimes happening prior. Okay, so you're literally just believing it because you feel like it. You're not giving any evidence.
And there is evidence in the case. I promise you.
Okay, so what was the name of the case?
I don't know the name of the case, but I'm sure if you Google Loudoun County sexual assault school bathroom, I'm sure it will pop up immediately. And it was 2 cases from one individual. He was allowed in bathrooms again. He or she, I'm sorry, I don't know the correct.
So you agree people who have been held accountable for sexually assaulting someone shouldn't be allowed in these spaces, right?
Yes.
Okay, so
of course. Why would I disagree with that?
Donald Trump's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. Why would you want to vote for him as president?
I do not think Trump is the most amazing person. Like I said, I'm rather just voting for the right side because I feel like there's a lot of sketchy stuff going on the left.
That wasn't. What did I just ask you?
You asked me about Trump and his assault.
Yeah, he was held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman. Do you believe that?
Did you see the tweets that she tweeted like after it happened?
In 1996?
No, the tweets way later about how she like scammed him or something like that, and how she wanted him to do it again.
That's a total lie.
Oh, okay, all right.
That's totally made up. She did not say she scammed him. That's a total fucking lie. You literally just made that up.
Oh, I didn't make it up. I mean,
you did. You just completely made that up.
I didn't make it up. I saw it. It could be fake. It's not.
Why are you citing fake stuff in front of almost 10,000 people, bro? That's crazy.
You don't think the left is controlling and using Kamala Harris as a puppet? I mean, she was picked because of a gender and because of a race. She was picked. That's why Biden picked her. That's controlled.
Joshua, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. So where do you see that they're trans in this suit? I'm looking it up.
All I know is that it was a male that went into a women's bathroom and he was charged in 2 different cases.
Where does it say that they're trans?
Maybe I misspoke on the trans. That's what I thought I read.
Garrett, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
I mean, if anything, it's worse that they're not a trans person. It's just a man allowed to go into a woman's bathroom. Because if it was a man,
wait. I just want to clarify here. My point exactly that cis men are the ones that you should be careful about, and that they can go into these areas regardless. So,
but he was given that green light by Loudoun County, which is a very left county.
No,
yes, he was because they allowed.
No, it doesn't because they're not trans. If they're not trans, well, then they wouldn't be allowed in those spaces.
But in that community, he's allowed to. in that community, he's allowed to identify as a woman, no matter of genitalia or surgery. You're in that community, you're allowed to.
I understand, but you can identify the difference between someone describing to you their true desires to be in accordance with a particular set of social and cultural norms versus someone who does not. You can obviously tell if someone is lying, right, in a particular scenario, right? Can you tell? Yes, you can tell. Like, if you told me right now, I would know you're lying, okay?
But in the community, if I did say, right now I identify as a girl and you don't know my history, you don't know what I look like, you don't know anything, I'm supposed to be fully accepted, correct? If I identify as a woman right now.
So if you have the particular desires to be in accordance with a particular set of social and cultural norms that typically associate with the female sex, and that's continued, yes, we would absolutely acknowledge that. But it could be the case that you were lying to us, as you could lie about us as your name, right? Do you think it's relevant that, like, you could lie to us about your name? Like, your name isn't actually what you're telling us it is. It could possibly be something else.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah. Okay.
Like, what's the relevance?
The relevance is being able to go into a woman's bathroom. As a man.
So gender neutral bathrooms. Do you have an issue with them?
It's kind of a gray area for me. I'm fully a person that's like, whatever you want to do, I
Brandon,
support.
think of the $5.
Like, whatever, it's your body, your choice. I'm very much that kind of person.
Okay, so why are you voting
to
for
me-
someone who literally put multiple people in the Supreme Court to overturn Roe versus Wade that restricted women's access to abortion? If you really care about women's rights and women's autonomy, then why don't you want to protect it as it relates to Roe versus Wade?
Because I care about the American people and every single person, not just a specific group or, gender, race, whatever.
You care about women as it relates to discriminating against trans people, but you don't care about women as it relates to their abortion rights?
Oh, I have a lot of left personal policies. I'm very pro-choice, very, very pro-choice. Like I said,
why are you voting for someone who literally overturned women's access to abortion?
Well, he has claimed recently that his abortion stance would change.
So again, he still thinks it should be left up to the states, which restricted 1/3 of women's access to abortion, right, and did not provide federal protections for rape victims to get access to abortion. That restricted 1/3 of women's rights in this country. Okay, so you can sit there and you can act like, oh, that didn't restrict women's rights, and you care about women's rights, but then you're actively voting against it. You're flip-flopping on it whenever you feel like it, whenever it's politically advantageous for you. So you care about women insofar as that there's partisan gain.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. But, I mean, that's the difficult choice about voting right now. I mean, there's good and bad on both sides.
Okay, what good exists on Trump's side?
Strong leader.
Okay,
aggressive
what are the
leader.
qualities necessary to identify that an individual is a strong leader?
His ability to build relationships with other countries and to keep us out of a war. There was no war when he was president.
There was war when he was president. There's a 432% increase in military.
That started.
There was
a war that started.
There was.
Which one?
So he left Kurdistan, that led to the Turkish-Kurdish war, the self-proclaimed war on ISIS. He literally vetoed the blocking of an arms deal to Saudi Arabia when they were committing a genocide in Yemen. There was a 432% increase in military drone strikes in the Middle East. Right? Now, tell me which new war happened under Biden.
Russia invading Ukraine for sure.
Did you know in 2014 they annexed Crimea?
I did not know that.
Okay. So what new war?
I mean, you said 2014?
Yeah.
I mean, wasn't the left in office then?
Yes, I'm not disputing that. But I'm asking you, what new war under the Biden-Harris administration?
I mean, the one that clearly sticks out is...
Because Russia also invaded Georgia under Bush.
Well, Russia didn't invade anyone under Trump.
Okay, you could say that they didn't invade anyone. We were actively in a proxy war against Russia in Syria.
He clearly had a relationship with the leader, which could
we were actively in a proxy war with Russia and Syria. You can say he had a leader. He had a relationship with him. We have leaked Kremlin documents that indicate they think that Trump is easily manipulated.
You don't think Kamala is easily manipulated? She flip-flops policies all the time.
No leaked Kremlin documents that indicate that. Actually, her administration was strong against Russia. They defended Ukraine, got the entirety of Europe to help defend Ukraine.
And you fully support the amount of money we sent them?
Yeah, so I think that we need to uphold the Budapest Memorandum. We literally sent stuff related from our military, right? And we reallocated it.
I definitely fully support sending money to Ukraine, but don't you think the amount of money we sent is going to affect us in the long run? We're so much in debt, more than we've ever been. And we're even before that, we were incredibly.
Why do you care about the debt now? Trump signed it off more debt than the Biden-Harris administration. 8.4 trillion overall, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related. For the Biden-Harris administration, 4.3 trillion, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related. Adrian, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
So you're fully supportive of the amount we sent?
Of the amount we sent to Ukraine, yeah, the 107 billion. Jane, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Jane. Of course.
And then I'll do one more topic, and then I'll get out of here. I'll let you move on to the next person. Clearly, the border has been a lot worse. I think the border is a huge thing for me because I think the border affects a lot of things in America, and I think the border was incredibly worse under Biden-Harris. Sorry.
So then why did Trump undermine the border bill? The border bill that was written by or introduced by specifically a Trump-endorsed Republican, Langford. It was a conservative border bill. There were people on the left that didn't vote for it because it was a conservative border bill.
Okay, but is the border worse under Biden-Harris or worse under Trump in 2020 through 2020, whatever?
Well, right now or prior? Because, prior, I do agree there was more people coming to the country. Now, I think that's related to inflation. I don't think that's related specifically due to the the president of the United States. And that inflation happened globally. It was not specifically here in the United States.
So you agree that the border has been worse under Biden administration?
There have been more people coming to the country, yes.
Yeah, so I think that's a huge problem, and I think that affects other problems in the country.
Yeah, wait, but that does not mean it was caused by them.
Okay, but it was better under a Trump administration.
Yeah, accordingly, the case that you said specifically was related to trans people in terms of the bathroom. It was investigated, and it was confirmed that it was not a trans person, as per AP News.
Okay, that's fair. But still, I mean, not to go back to that, I just think allowing two genders into one bathroom is not okay, in my opinion. And
So what's the issue with gender-neutral bathrooms?
Allowing two genders into one bathroom, which can give a green light to a man to walk into a bathroom where little girls are at a school.
Oh, okay. So again, you're saying it would walk into a bathroom specifically with little girls. Okay. So you understand that? By the way, when people, so you're saying those little girls are without their parents? So why do you think they should be able to go into a bathroom with little boys? Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much.
What's your question? I'm sorry.
Why do you think they should be able to go into bathrooms with little boys?
I don't.
Okay, so then where should people in public go to the bathroom? Because you said it should be a man and woman. Male should go into
a male bathroom and female should go into a female bathroom.
Oh, okay. So little boys should go into the same bathroom as grown men?
I mean, at the high school you went to, couldn't teachers use the same bathroom as you?
Well, I'm just asking, right?
Usually teachers have their own bathroom.
I'm not asking what currently existed for me. I'm asking you, do you think that literally adult men should be able to go into the bathrooms with little boys?
No.
Oh, okay. Wait. So then why are you only willing to apply it one way but not the other? Because you clearly just said no there. So if you're not okay with that, well then we need a little kid's bathroom and an adult bathroom?
Typically at a school, teachers have their own bathroom and students have their own bathroom.
Oh, okay, so then why were you? So wait, so why were you just bringing that up? Because apparently now they're separated. Yeah, I totally agree. They're separated. Yeah.
What I'm saying,
teachers have separate bathrooms. So, you're not going to be adults with little kids, right?
How do you not understand what I'm saying? In Loudoun County, they allowed both genders into one bathroom, and I don't think that's okay.
What's the issue with gender-neutral bathrums?
You can have a third bathroom if you want. That's cool.
No, what's the issue with gender-neutral bathrooms? Tell me what's the issue?
The assault that happened.
Again, gender-neutral bathrooms did not cause that. Thank you for that mustache. Thank you so much. There was no evidence indicating
what caused that.
Actually, no, it wasn't. We just proved the person you're referencing
so it was a gender-neutral bathroom, and it just so happened to happen.
Hey, just want to let you know, the person you're referencing was not trans. Okay.
Okay.
They were not trans.
That's okay.
So then why are you blaming it on the fact that like there's inclusion of trans people? Kathy, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Kathy.
Because it was a bathroom where men and women are allowed to go into. That was allowed.
That does not mean
there was allowed.
Do you understand that there are bathrooms where, again, are not allowed for both genders, yet it is the case that there are still assaults? So why do you associate the assaults only to happen with gender-neutral bathrooms when we have countries around the world that have gender-neutral bathrooms, places around the world that have gender-neutral bathrooms that literally do not have higher rates of violence?
Obviously, assaults happen in bathrooms all over. A bathroom is a place where assault happens. So I'm saying like, in a school, I think it would be terrible to allow two genders into one bathroom, especially with how dumb kids can be and the creepy people in the world, they target younger people. So I just think it's terrible.
Why can't they target younger people within school systems right now? Appreciate the cap.
Someone said he has 1 follower. I'm private, dude. It's my private account. Leave me alone. Sorry. What was your question?
Jesus Christ. Please hold down on the phone screen. Click clear display. Can you do that real quick?
Yeah,
thank you for the lock and key.
Yeah, I got you. I'm good.
Okay. All right. So assault happens in all these different bathrooms. Why do you only associate it with trans people and with gender-neutral bathrooms?
Yeah, I brought up that case because it was close to where I live, and
not
to me it was clear that it happened because Loudoun County gave the green light for multiple genders in one bathroom.
Respectfully, you have no evidence for that. Absolutely zero.
Well, didn't you just read the case that Loudoun County allowed, what's it called, gender-neutral bathroom?
We just showed you. The AP News article indicated they weren't trans. They weren't trans. So
yeah, the person wasn't trans.
So
but
if they allow, listen,
Loudoun County.
The school allowed trans people. This person was not trans, therefore was not allowed. Just take a second to think that. You're coming on here, you're trying to start a culture war. You're trying to put trans people in the middle of your culture war so that you don't have to talk about policy. So you don't have to talk about the fact that Donald Trump has been held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman. So you don't have to talk about the fact that Donald Trump literally brags about walking into changing rooms of naked teenage girls, semi-naked teenage girls, because he quote unquote owns the place. Here's the confetti. Thank you so much. So if you care so much about men going into these locker rooms or these changing rooms of women, then why don't you care about Donald Trump bragging about it on a podcast in front of Howard Stern? Tell me.
Okay, I just want to circle back to what you said. I'm not, in no way, shape, or form am I attacking trans people. I'm attacking the policy of the school county allowing...
Justin, think of the $5.
Yeah, it's not... to me, it doesn't matter if the person is trans or not trans. To me, it's a man or woman has the green light to walk into
so by the way,
gender bathroom.
No.
That's what I'm attacking.
So the policy that you're referencing, Genius, Appreciate the rock, sir. Thank you so much. That policy allows for trans people. This person is not trans.
But like I said,
thank you so much. Therefore,
a man with a beard
was not
can say I'm a woman.
Listen. In
today,
this scenario,
in 2024.
in this scenario, they were not allowed, and they didn't do that. Okay, so you are just making the association up. You're making it up for a culture war. Okay, you're not trying to talk about the fact that Donald Trump walks into changing rooms of semi-naked teenage girls. You're not trying to talk about the fact that he's been held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman. You're not trying to talk about the fact that he has no health care policy and he says he just has concepts. You're not trying to talk about any of those things. You're trying to put trans people in the middle of your war.
Trans policy.
When they shouldn't be there.
Policy. More policy, not the people. It's policy.
No, you're putting people. You literally explicitly brought up someone who is trans when the person was not trans.
Yeah, I stand corrected on that. But to me, it's about the policy. It's not about a person being trans or not trans.
Thank you. Okay. So, again,
I think it opens the door. I think it opens the door for more crazy things.
I already responded to that because, again, they can just, under your view, right? So trans men should go into women's restrooms?
A trans man, what do you mean by that? Someone who was born a man?
Trans man means they're biologically female, but they're a man.
Do I think they should be going into women's bathrooms?
Yes, because they're biologically female.
That's where I'm like, I don't even know, because I mean, if they've had a surgery or I don't know. It's hard to tell because there's people out there that are.
It's hard to tell?
Weirdos.
Wait. Why is it hard to tell? Why you said like people who
Because
are
if I
biologically
was a
female
woman-
should go. You said people who are biologically female should go into the women's restroom. But now I gave you a scenario where someone's biologically female, and you're like, oh, it's hard. I can't tell.
But isn't it true that there's trans women, like born man, now a women that still have the genitalia of a man but are allowed to go into women's bathrooms? See, if I was a woman, I would be uncomfortable with that. I would. I'm uncomfortable if a woman walks into a
Would you
men's
be
room.
uncomfortable with Donald Trump walking into the restroom against your consent?
Against my consent? Sure, yeah. I'm a private person. I do my business in private.
How about instead of trying to say it's trans people, right? Why don't we look at let's take a look at Donald Trump. Let's take a look at Donald Trump. Let's see him. Why would you vote for someone that has walked into the changing rooms of naked teenage girls? Appreciate the little crown.
Is that a claim or is that something he
bragged about it? He bragged about it.
I mean, first of all, he trolls, like he just says things, which I don't really agree with. Sometimes he's funny, sometimes he's an idiot, and sometimes he makes himself look like an idiot, which honestly I thought he did last night, to be fair. I thought he looked like an idiot a little bit last night. I don't think he did very well, and I'll be the first to admit that. I was disappointed with the debate last night. I thought Kamala did well, better than I expected. I'll put that out there. I think a lot of what he says is stupid, but I think that
Jocelyn, think of the dollar.
Going for the right now is
that's
the
so
right
crazy.
choice.
Yeah, so I just want you to realize this.
Where's got receipts? Where's got receipts?
Pageant, it's your obligation to do that. So you have done that. Now, I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that everything is good. You're there. Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that. There is no audience.
I mean, yeah, I don't agree with that, but I mean, it was a pageant. I mean, I'm not saying that's okay. I'll never say that's okay.
Okay, so instead of bringing up what you were bringing up, let's talk about this.
Well, like I said,
why are you voting for that?
Like I said, the last thing I wanted to talk about was the border, and I think you agreed that Trump had a better border.
Yeah, if you pivot from this, I'm just gonna kick you.
Okay, well, we were talking about the border, and then you pivoted back, but I'm willing to stay on the subject. Let's go. I said I will never say what he just said that you pulled up is okay.
Pressure the confetti. So why are you voting for him?
Wasn't that podcast clip Howard Stern? That was probably like in the 90s.
2000s.
Do you agree with, early 2000s, fair. Do you agree with everything Kamala was saying in the early 2000s? I've seen her switch things she said in the past.
Has anything she said been anywhere near that? No. Okay.
No, but she had a woman twerking on stage to get people in seats.
Donald Trump literally cheated on every single one of his wives. The last one with a corn star.
Okay, but what I just said happened a month ago.
The RNC had Amber Rose on stage. Kid Rock.
Whoa! But was Amber Rose shaking her butt, or was she talking about?
Does that matter? Does that fucking matter?
I think it's weird,
dude. Why?
You enjoyed watching a woman shake her butt at a presidential rally.
I didn't watch it. I didn't watch that. So tell me what's the issue?
I think it's
Are
weird.
you like? Is it what? What's is it not? What?
I just don't think it's
not weird to have Hulk Hogan. Is it not
Kid Rock
weird?
was singing, I love her. It's what's the song? I'm proud to be an American. And then Megan Thee Stallion was singing a song about gross things and shaking her butt. I think there's a
gross things.
Well, what's her song? I don't listen to Megan Thee Stallion, but isn't
are you an
all of her
incel?
songs?
Are you an incel? Like, I'm not trolling. Are you an incel?
No, I'm not.
Then what the hell is wrong with you?
What is wrong with what I'm saying?
What is the big issue?
You don't think it's inappropriate?
That's an issue, but it's not inappropriate for Trump to do what he does. Talk about inappropriate. Jesus Christ. You're saying it's inappropriate for Megan Thee Stallion to be dancing when Donald Trump has said he wants to be dating a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, says he has sex in common with his daughter, said yeah to Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass, calls his daughter voluptuous, said he would date his daughter if it wasn't his daughter, literally walks into changing rooms of naked teenage girls because he quote unquote owns the place, and he brags about it in front of Howard Stern. He was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. None of that. Him cheating on every single one of his wives, the last one with a corn star, then lying about it on television.
Like I said, I don't think Donald Trump is the most amazing person in the world.
Don't talk to me about inappropriate. Don't even talk to me about that.
Okay, but
we're
this
voting
happened
for the
a month
most
ago.
inappropriate fucking individual ever, dude. Lauren,
happened
appreciate
on
the
stage
$10.
happened-
Thank you so much.
happened a month ago.
Kamala
You're
Harris.
bringing up things that
could
happened decades ago.
Kamala Harris could go on stage with Megan Thee Stallion and do whatever she wants related to that, and I literally would absolutely vote for her over Donald Trump. Appreciate the ICU. Thank you so much. What the fuck relevance does this have? Tell me why that's relevant.
It's something that I didn't like seeing.
Why is that relevant? That's your biggest issue in this country?
No.
Donald Trump, 9 years into running for president of the United States, didn't have a healthcare plan. He said he has concepts. 9 years into running for president. And you're fucking worried about Megan Thee Stallion twerking? Jesus Christ, get your fucking priorities straight. What is wrong with this country? Are you serious? You're worried about conspiracy and Megan Thee Stallion twerking on stage more than people having health care, people having housing, more than people having childcare.
So why does...
Are you fucking trolling, dude?
If you look at a map of America and if it's red or blue, why is most of the country red? And then in the major cities...
Land does not vote. Land does not vote. Republicans have not won the.
Those are
listen.
the hardworking people of America.
Republicans have not won the popular vote in like 20 years. Okay, they haven't won the popular vote. The only reason you win is because of the Senate and the Electoral College.
That's correct.
That's it. Okay, I want to let you know that's DEI for Republicans. Okay, you guys are okay with DEI when it means you guys win the presidency. But when it means a black woman getting in a position of power, oh, scary. DIA so bad. Oh my God. Diversity, equity, inclusion. Oh my God. That's communism. Oh, Jesus Christ. Lauren, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not out here screaming communism.
That's what Donald Trump did. Donald Trump screams communism. Kamala Harris is communist, but then also he's going to give Kamala Harris a MAGA hat because she's taking all of his policy. So how is she a communist, but then also... Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Also is taking all of his policy. Let's just do the little adding there real quick. Does that mean Trump's a communist?
All right, I'll let you move on to the next person, but I'll just say one more thing, like the border stuff. Don't you?
Yeah, I'm not going to talk to him anymore. I don't care. I don't care what you have to say about the border. You didn't even react to what I just said there. Like, why would I listen to you yap? Katie, I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much, Katie. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes, everyone. Share the live as well. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. If you want to see me run that DEI argument on Charlie Kirk, go make sure to check out the video I just posted. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Montana, thank you for the glowing jellyfish. Thank you so much, Montana.
Yeah, what's going on, Parker? I'm 24.
Thank you for the naughty chicken. Thank you so much. Are you voting Trump?
Oh, yeah, I'm still going to vote for Trump, yeah.
JP, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, JP. I really appreciate it. Morgan, thank you for the sunglasses. And Carly, thank you for the hand art. How do you feel about Trump's debate performance last night?
I mean, I think he did pretty good considering it was 3-on-1.
Do you have to like make up the fact that it's the 3-on-1 to make yourself feel better about him losing?
No, he didn't lose.
I appreciate the $5.
She called for a second debate literally within 10 minutes of that debate ending.
Yeah, because she dog walked him. She's like, "Oh, I'll dog walk him again."
No, I think she wants another shot. That's
wait,
what
so
she wants.
wait. So calling for another debate after a debate means you lost?
I think somebody who lost a debate wouldn't be so quick and adamant to want to debate them again. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
So
usually.
so then why after me debating Charlie Kirk did Charlie Kirk want to debate after?
What do you mean after you debating Charlie Kirk? You didn't stay on topic one time with Charlie Kirk.
I did.
No,
I did
you
the
didn't.
Entire time.
You tried.
Wait.
Yeah.
But like, why did Charlie Kirk want to debate me after? Because I heard before.
He dog walked you, dude. You tried to treat him like you were on TikTok. No, he tried to treat you. No, you tried to treat him like he was one of your TikTok guests, and he fucking smoked you. He showed you what it was like on a real stage in front of a real mic where you can't just mute somebody or talk over somebody or have, 5,000 people agree with you or whatever, 9,000 people, doesn't matter. But you get what I'm saying, right? No
you realize
point-
what you just said?
At
I
no
just wanna let
point
you
in
know,
that debate, where do you think you?
this is why muting works, because you're just like screaming in the mic. Okay, this is why muting is great. It's an incredible thing.
That's what
You should really want to have this around. So I just want you to listen for a second. You didn't even hear what you said. You just said the reason why Kamala lost the debate is because she was asking for another debate. But then you just said the reason why Charlie Kirk asked for another debate after is because he dog walked me. Please make it make sense. Please make it make sense.
Maybe
You just contradicted yourself.
Maybe he wants to try to keep you on topic instead of you rushing to like questions about God when that's not even what the topic is. What's the problem with you staying on topic? Why is this first thing you do instead of, oh, is church a scam? That's not the topic, Parker. Is college a scam? But you can't stay on topic because you don't know these topics.
J2.
Don't debate something you have no knowledge on. That's my tip for you.
Okay, so J2, sorry to let you know so that you can track the conversation. The reason why I asked him that question is called a reductio ad absurdum. I'm saying if he thinks that college is a scam, predicated off of that definition, you could also consider church a scam off of that same definition, and he would have to argue in order to not consider it a scam that Christianity is true. If he can't do that, well then his definition doesn't uphold.
And then he had to teach you about what a red herring was, which actually wasted like a whole minute of your debate. That was
No, he was calling it a red herring, but then was engaging in red herrings the entirety of the debate.
How? What's one red herring that he did?
Yeah.
What's one red herring that he did?
Yeah, for example, he changed the question immediately when I asked him about child P3DOs going to prison, and he immediately shifted the question into asking me when I think life begins. You can literally see it in the clips. He immediately shifts in questions, right, when I think life begins, pivoting away from the original conversation. I know what a red herring is.
What's the difference between him doing it and you doing it the whole time? And you was talking over him?
I never did it.
Here's the difference between you and him. You speak from emotion, like a lot of the left does. He was speaking from facts and reason, and that's why you had such a hard time.
Can you tell me one point he beat me on?
You wouldn't let him finish a sentence, Parker.
I did. Name one
What
point.
you do really good at is you interrupt people, and you don't let them finish. You don't let them talk.
Name one point. I let you talk, and I've let him talk as well. Name one point.
I wouldn't say that you beat him on any topic that you got
Can you
spoken
name
on.
one point he beat me on?
That college is a scam. Did you prove to him that college was not a scam?
So again, I proved
You
to
actually
him,
agreed with him on certain things that they're not all used. Like,
so I want you to listen. I'll explain specifically. So what I showed him is that he doesn't know the proportionality of when it's a scam and when it's not. I don't dispute that in some scenarios it's a scam. What I dispute is that it's a scam always. He said college is a scam as a general claim. I'm saying he can't make that claim because he's not sure of the empirics on it. So not only could he not make that claim, and I proved that in the conversation with him, but then I also showed based upon his definition of what you consider a scam, he doesn't even uphold that definition as it relates to things like the Christian church. So again, you have yet to give me one point that he won on.
I think the fact that over 80% of people who go to school don't end up using it is proof enough that it's a scam.
That's not actually at all any evidence. There's no evidence indicating that 80% of people who go to college never use the information that they learned. What I was saying is that someone is scammed if, again, they never would use the information ever in the future again, which actually in most scenarios is not true. Like I use my degree, even though I don't have a job that would be typically associated with that degree. Like in order to get in the job I have right now, you don't have to have that degree. But I do heavily gain from having my degree.
Didn't he exclude finance and economics? Didn't he exclude finance, economics, anything that's medical or law? So, you would fall under his exemption anyway. But there's things that I think that maybe he doesn't think too. So,
So then here would be my point is that he's not saying college is a scam then. He's saying certain degrees are a scam. Okay, so his original point...
I think he's more talking about the...
Don't cut me off while you sit there and complain the entire time that the whole reason I lost the debate was because I was cutting him off the entire time. Be quiet, okay? Jesus Christ, right? He is arguing college is a scam. If he's arguing that these degrees are not a scam, he's not arguing college is a scam. He's arguing specific college degrees are a scam. Do you see the difference between the two claims? It's not that college is a scam. It's that specific college degrees are a scam. But you guys can't track the conversation.
So I definitely think that where he's getting at, and if you read his book, he's talking more so about the institutionalization part of school that's starting to become these students that are, in their second to last year out of high school.
You didn't even go to school. He didn't go to college.
No, he didn't. No, he actually went to community college and he dropped out his first year.
Yeah, so he dropped out. So he didn't even go through college. How does he know it's a scam for everyone? Like, that's a ridiculous statement to make.
I mean, dude, his pockets are pretty deep. I'm pretty sure he's pretty well off. I don't think he needs school, and he can usually quiz.
Yeah. From all those Republican think tanks, paying him off to do this stuff, to say these particular beliefs. That's what it is. He gets paid to spew the beliefs that he has. I hope you know that.
And Harry Jason doesn't.
Harry Sisson?
Or Sisson, however the hell you say his name. I don't know.
$5. Thank you. JP, thank you for the $20. And Lisa, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Lisa. Can we get some W's for Lisa in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Lisa.
I don't think anybody on earth can go to that man's TikTok page and look down at the nonsense that he posts every 5-10 minutes and not tell me that there's some motive behind it.
Thank you so much, Pop. I appreciate it.
Good. I mean...
Well, I can tell you as someone who knows Harry, right? He's been doing this for years, even before he made any money, okay?
Well,
Charlie Kirk is literally a founder of Turning Point USA. Appreciate the Galaxies. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. He's literally funded by millionaires, okay? He's funded by millionaires. So
Yo, I have to restart my app here.
Like, go for it.
My headphones.
Okay,
so it's like this is not known. This is obviously known. You have yet to give me 1 point he beat me on. Adele, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Adele.
I still think he held you on the whole college is a scam thing. Definitely,
I just showed you how he was wrong.
Because you was just failing to grasp what he was arguing. He was arguing that the institutionalization of it that's what makes it a scam in the first place. You have kids that are in their, which if I can get back to this, you have these students who are in their 3rd to last year of high school. And they are required now to sit down with a school counselor, whether they want to go or not. And in those meetings, they have been seen to be pushing students to take these classes, to tell them that you need a degree to survive in this world now. And then
so he was pressed on this point, actually. By someone else, not even me. He was pressed on this point. Well, then he would be saying public school is a scam, right? But he doesn't think public school is a scam. He said AP US History, even though I'm not using AP US History every single day of my life and other people aren't using it every single day in their life, in their jobs, he still said AP US History was relevant and was important information.
It absolutely
so the point
is.
that I'm making, stop talking. The point that I'm making is that he specifically thinks the institutionalization of public schools is okay and not a scam, but the institutionalization of literally colleges somehow is a scam. Now, he'd have to provide the relevant difference between the two, but he never answered that question. He was asked the question, is public school a scam? And he didn't answer. The point, and I would make with Charlie, is that whenever he's asked a question that he cannot answer, he immediately pivots the conversation. But he's so good at pivoting that people who don't know how to follow these conversations don't even realize he's doing it. So you didn't even realize that he was pivoting over and over and over again, and that's why I had to cut him off. I had to interrupt him because he consistently, over and over again, repeatedly, does not address the contents of what I'm bringing up and engages in a red herring. So it's ironic that he says I was engaging in a red herring when I can point out to you multiple times in that conversation where he engaged in a red herring. I'm actually now going to do a YouTube video where I go over this and I explain exactly what tactics he does the entire time, because people don't know how to track these conversations, right? In the typical like YouTube lens, right? The people on TikTok were doing great, right? The comment sections on TikTok, they were fantastic. Now the YouTube comment section, all you guys talked about was the interrupting, right? But Charlie Kirk interrupted me on plenty of circumstances. His entire career is interrupted people. No one talked about that. You guys don't think that's a bad thing. Not a single one of you can address the substance and the contents of the argument that I provided. All you can say is that I interrupted. And I agree. I think I should have talked slower. I think that I probably shouldn't have interrupted as much. Maybe it would have been more applicable to the normies, right? But the substance and the material that I brought up, he could not compete with. And it was very clear to anyone that understands anything about these conversations.
Well, even
Natasha, thank you for the $40 for cooking Charlie Kirk. Thank you so much, Natasha. I really appreciate the $40. Get some W's in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
Did this motherfucker say that he bought Charlie Kirk's book?
Yes.
I'm so sorry. That's all that's been on my mind. I just got in here for, the co-host, having some fun, just got some food. J2, you spent your money on a piece of literature written by Charlie Kirk?
Yeah, what's wrong with buying a book?
Jesus Christ, you're so
I'm not buying an
corny.
education for hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Oh my
I'll be
God,
paying
yeah,
interest on it.
yeah.
And then
You're buying a
not just
book
that,
written
not
by
just will I be
Charlie
paying
Kirk.
hundreds of thousands of
J2,
dollars on-
what's the average amount of debt that a college student takes
Hold
out?
up. Hear me out. Don't.
What is
hold
the
up.
average amount
Let
of
me
debt a
finish my
college
thought.
student takes out?
Let me finish my thought. Here's the difference. I'm not going to be paying hundreds of thousands of dollars on this book and then be lied to by my government, aka Kamala Harris, telling me, "Hey, we're going to drop these for you," and then nope, we're not. Nope, we're going to drop these for you.
I guess we'll just have to see how it goes. By the
While
way,
interest keeps accruing.
So Charlie
over time.
Kirk,
You
Charlie
guys
Kirk.
got.
Hey, real
I
quick.
know. I'm
Charlie
not sure
Kirk
if you have
said-
any student
Can I
loans, but you
just
got
quick, 'cause
toyed
he's-
with by this lady.
Okay, sorry. He's just making such a dumb argument. The average debt for a bachelor's degree is $24,000, where the average debt for a master's degree is $43,000, and doctoral degree is $81,000. So you can sit there and you can act like, again, you have hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt for every person. Appreciate the hat and mustache. Thank you so much. That's not the average. Appreciate the hat and mustache. Thank you so much. Appreciate the hand heart.
It's never
Not only
going
is
to
that
be
not
given, no matter how bad.
Appreciate the head mustache. Thank you so much. Not only is that not the average in terms of hundreds of thousands, but it is the case that people who have college degrees make significantly more over a lifetime. If you even just have a bachelor's degree over an entire lifetime, an entire career, they make on average almost $1 million more than the counterparts that did not.
Do you support student loan forgiveness?
Yeah.
You do.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
what do you have to say
certain
about
levels of
the countless people before that actually had to pay for their student loans?
Cool. Like we have a better system now. So like
We have a better system now, so we shouldn't reimburse them for the ones that came out of.
Think about it this way, right? If we had a bad system prior that didn't provide Medicare for seniors, should we now, appreciate the hat and mustache, thank you so much, because we provide Medicare for seniors, for some reason, like have to change something for the people who had to pay for healthcare who were seniors in the past? No, we make sure the system is set up for future seniors. But yeah, go for it, Dean.
The average ROI over 40 years for a bachelor's degree is 287%. And the lifetime ROI for someone with an associate's degree is 1,200%.
It's such a scam, right?
Yeah, so I mean, if a college
Sarah,
degree is a scam, yielding on average, one moment, if a bachelor's degree is a scam, yielding on average 287% of a lifetime ROI, would you say that investing in the S&P 500 is a scam, since that only yields about 7 to 10% a year?
No, I mean, it's apples and oranges.
No, we're talking about an investment in of money, right? You're taking wealth, you're placing it inside of an investment, and we are identifying the return of that original investment over a given time frame, right? And that given return on a bachelor's degree is, almost 300%. So, what would be your standard for a good investment? Because if it's not 300% as a lifetime ROI, what is?
I mean, investments are, completely like up to the person. It doesn't matter. I mean, some people invest, some people don't. That doesn't matter. I don't care about that. What I am saying is $128.8 billion of outstanding private student loan debt should not just go washed under the table. I mean, that's absolutely
it's not being washed under the table.
If you were told on average, based on this investment, you would almost make 300%, would you say that that's a scam? If on average the investment is going to get you 300% return?
I mean, how much could you have got if you potentially just went straight into the workforce and then started investing earlier?
Can you again, we just told you on average they make less money if they do that.
It depends on what they're going for, right?
What? No, we're saying on average. We're saying on average.
What? Okay, so what's average? Didn't he already explain to you how the average works? You have these bottom earners, right?
Oh, I have a good
these bottom dwellers, and then you have the top three professions, right, which we all know are, that bring up that average because their income is so high. So you can't say that average anymore. He's already debunked that.
Actually, I just want to let you know that that's even wrong, right? Because you're talking about more specialized degrees where we were just talking about bachelor's, associates, and things like that. But go for it, Dean.
Yeah, so you're talking about debt associated with getting college degrees. I don't know. You seem like you would know what the book Rich Dad Poor Dad is. Have you ever heard of that book?
Sure.
And would you say that the person that wrote it is super successful?
I'd say he sold a lot of books, yeah.
Yeah, so he's $1.2 billion in debt.
That was a really good point.
Yeah, he borrows
He's
a lot of money.
He's $1.2 billion in debt. So I think what you're misconstruing here is debt outside of a long-term gain or debt with incentive, and then just reckless debt from overspending on a credit card.
Right. He's also one of the people
reason,
that you guys want to tax
I would
the
say
most,
that
though,
college
at the
isn't
same
a
time.
scam. One moment. The reason I'd say that college isn't a scam within this aspect is although we do see Americans accruing debt given, right, their 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 years going into these institutions of academia, I'd say that this debt is with motivation of long-term gain. That long-term gain being what me and Parker have already demonstrated with the average ROI of an associate's or bachelor's degree. So, I mean, seemingly at this point, you are cooked.
No, isn't he in the income bracket that you guys want to tax the most, though?
Yes, he is. Absolutely, he is.
Okay, so why are you defending him?
No, I used him as a counterexample to your point. You're so smart.
He is very intelligent.
Okay, so, but then again, you said he went to school, right? Or no?
I don't know if he went to school. Who cares?
Okay, well, I mean, regardless, it was probably for finance or something like that, which is one of the ones that he already excluded anyway. So,
dude, oh my God. You're telling me that you didn't understand my point of referencing this guy?
No,
I couldn't identify the relevant factor in me referencing the author of Rich Dad Poor Dad. If you couldn't identify the relevant trait in
He's saying there's good debt, there's bad debt. This is good debt, genius.
right, yes, I understand that. He borrows money because he doesn't pay taxes on it. I understand that.
So good debt, bad debt, this is good debt.
Right.
Because it's a ROI that's high.
Right. So, okay, so
now, I'd like to help people with this debt so that they can like build families.
Have an ROI that high. Let's look up into that degree.
Oh, so now are you just saying only gender studies majors are the ones that are getting scammed? Think of the cap. Thank you so much.
Not just
if
gender
you're saying
studies.
that,
No, I mean, there's
well then,
tons.
wait.
Anything...
So to clarify, is college a scam?
Yes, overall college is a scam.
Oh, okay. So then, on average, you're saying that an ROI of 300% is a scam?
That's not saying that. No, that's twisting my words.
Wait. So on average, an ROI of 300% is a scam, right?
Wait, maybe we could ask, on average, is college a scam?
See, you're just saying that, but you're not saying exactly.
Hey, J2, on average, is college?
You're not saying what profession
on average.
they're going into.
Hey, buddy. On average, is college a scam?
Oh, overall, college is a scam. Yeah.
Okay, so on average, is college a scam?
On average, what are we averaging?
Dude, Jesus Christ, he's being so. You guys are like average Charlie Kirk fan right here.
By the way, I
literally
remember
average Charlie Kirk fan.
I've talked to this guy before. I'm pretty sure he's also very racist and misogynistic. I think. Oh, I remember debating you. You think that men are much better at leading than women, and you might even think that white people are superior to black people.
Never made that claim.
Okay, but you did make the claim that like men are superior to women.
I like how he didn't dispute the men are superior to women.
Yeah, no, I remember debating.
Marilyn, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
And Vanessa, thank you for the $15 as well. W's for Vanessa in the chat. Thank you. So yeah,
I just have a question for both of you.
I actually advocate.
I just have a question for both of you before.
I actually advocate for free public universities, so like people wouldn't even have to go through debt to get into that circumstance in the first place. So.
Okay, so I just have one thing to ask both of you before you guys go on to the next.
Thank you. Go ahead.
When Donald Trump wins in November, are you guys still going to be on here spewing this stuff for the next 4 years and complaining and not letting anybody sleep at night?
Yeah, you can't make this argument. Republicans literally tried to cause an insurrection to overthrow our capital government. And
oh yeah, isn't that funny how Kamala Harris said last night, how she said that January 6th was the worst thing that ever happened to our country as far as democracy goes?
Since the Civil War. Yup.
Since the Civil War.
Yup.
Literally on the evening of 9/11.
Yes. Trump's attempted coup against
and
the
January
government
6th,
to overthrow the government.
Nobody died.
Yes. So do you want to know what happened on January 6th?
They're saying towards the government, genius.
Towards the government, yeah. Do you want to know?
9/11 wasn't like towards the government in that type of way.
Vanessa,
No.
thank you so much for the boxing gloves. See, what I don't like is like these radical comparisons from alt-right individuals that specifically aim to reduce the perceived harm caused by an incident by comparing it to another travesty. So instead of like looking at Trump, being critical of him and being like, yeah, I'm not going to vote for you because you try to coup our government and rig the outcome of the election, you instead attack Kamala Harris's claim that it's the worst attack on our government and democracy since the Civil War by drawing it into a comparative analysis against 9/11. And
I mean,
y'all
it
always
doesn't
do this.
matter. She's still
Also,
not gonna
people
get the
did
votes.
die on January 6th. What happened to Ashley Babbitt? You know what I mean? It's crazy how far y'all are willing to go to contort the reality around you to lie.
She's still not going to get the
WB,
votes,
thank you
so
for
I mean, I don't even know
following.
why it matters. I
Oh,
don't even
she's
know
ahead
why
in
it
the polls. She's ahead in the polls, so she's not going to get the votes. Neither is Trump.
What
apparently.
polls are you looking at?
Literally every single one. Rasmussen, RMG has her 2 points ahead nationally. I could continue to go all day, but I just thought I'd name the most alt-right mega poll
Source.
Yeah.
I think you guys will be really surprised come November.
Okay. What are you gonna do when Harris wins?
Say again?
What are you gonna do when Harris wins? Are you gonna cry?
Oh no, I
Are you gonna try to overthrow the government again?
If you guys steal another election, I think you'll see what'll happen.
Hey, what are you going to do when a woman has authority over you?
Based.
It's Madam
again.
Presidency. What are you going to do when a woman has authority over you? It's
That'll be-
Madam President to you.
That'll be the day.
That'll be the day that you do what?
Seems like women are the leaders now, buddy. You
No,
think men
just-
are such great leaders.
No, I mean, you're probably right. She is probably
Thank you for the sunglasses.
she is the highest ranking official we have right now. Because where's the guy that you guys were defending 2 months ago? Where's he at?
Yeah, I actually know exactly where
he
he's
was
at. He's in New
literally
York
at a
City.
memorial today.
Yeah, he's at New York City
No,
right now.
where was he last night?
Probably either in New York City or in Washington D.C.
And
He
in
was
bed.
asleep.
Oh wait, no, actually he was watching the
Thank you so
debate.
much. You want
with
something
his
crazy?
nieces.
I was also asleep. Wow, dude, nice point there.
Yeah, were you
really
asleep
good
last
point.
night? Were you asleep
were
last
you
night?
asleep last night?
No, you were on.
No, you weren't asleep last night.
You know what you were doing last night, Reds?
You were on here
asleep.
nitpicking
You were
every
so
minute of the
very
day.
sleepy. Very sleepy. Very sleepy.
No, you weren't asleep last
Margarita,
night.
thank
were
you for
on
the $20.
TikTok Live
Thank you
last
so much,
night
Margarita.
Watching the debate on your TikTok Live.
What were you doing?
Actually, I was
watching
live.
a 3v1 debate a week after your video came out.
You guys are just
of
coping.
20
You're just coping, and you have to say it's 3v1 because you got cooked.
Copium.
No,
Charlie cooked,
3v1
and
because you got
same
cooked.
thing. Charlie got cooked, and Donald got
No,
cooked. How do you
Charlie
feel?
cooked 25 of you. Why would I have a problem with him?
Wait.
saying 3v1
What was the
got
1 point Charlie won on? Name 1 point. Push the cap.
I say the only person who actually did decent against him was Dean, and I just.
That's only because Charlie said it to Dean.
No.
Oh my God.
No, he actually made a good point, and he actually let Charlie talk.
Wait,
which you should practice.
Dean. I have a question. Do you remember where you got that point from?
I got it from you.
Say again.
Yeah, wait. So it was a good point? Oh, okay. Thank you. So you're saying Parker has good points? Wow, incredible.
No, what I'm saying is Dean.
Kevin, thank you for the $10. Thank you, Kevin.
Dean that day, I'm not sure if it's something he ate for breakfast or not, but he was definitely a little bit more relaxed than Parker was. Parker, you couldn't get to that chair fast enough, and then as soon as you couldn't turn your mouth off fast enough to listen to anything.
I did listen, and I dunked on him. You can't name me 1 point he won on.
You didn't dunk him, dude. You're
Point.
laughed at. You're laughed
One
at.
point.
You're 9,000
One point.
viewers right now. Go back and look at the
One
video
point.
in the comments.
By the way,
There's
me and-
hundreds of
me and-
thousands
me and
of comments
Parker
of
are
people
going
laughing
to-
at
Yeah,
you.
yeah. There's comments of people just like you who are coping, saying I interrupted him. Go to the Jubilee comments
You don't
on the
have to
video
look
that
at
has
a comment to
go
see
go
that
to the
you're-
Jubilee comments on the video that has 3 million views on the Jubilee account, where the entire comment section, right, is bro Parker. Appreciate the corgi. Thank you so much. Most of it's bro Parker. So I think it's just dependent on the social media platform, because the TikTok that I'm referencing on Jubilee has more views than the one on YouTube.
By the way, me and Parker are going to be 2v2ing Charlie Kirk and a partner of his choice after the election. I actually just got word back from Charlie Kirk's manager today that Charlie Kirk would indeed be interested in doing that. So, we'll see then. Maybe
We'll
maybe
cook
have to go a
him
little bit
again.
harder.
This time on Christianity.
Yeah, and I think you guys should definitely do the thing where it turns your mic off and let somebody else talk and then turns back on when you're speaking.
You know what? I totally agree, because then Charlie can't cut me off.
And then, okay, and then you, can't
actually,
interrupt him.
I'm not trolling. That would make it so much easier for me to address Charlie.
He's also just not that good of a debater. Like, I'm going to be honest. He's really not. I expected him to be smarter than he was. Like defining murder as the intentional killing of someone. Like, be so for real. Do you define murder like that? Do you think that self-defense is murder?
No, I mean, I don't agree with him on everything. No, just like
Do you think women who have an IUD are murderers?
No, I don't.
Okay. So, well, you would have to say that under his worldview, because
Right, well, I don't live under Charlie's worldview. I live under my own worldview, and
Exactly,
I differentiate things. I'm not
because Charlie's worldview is actually insane. It is religious extremism. I hope you know that. It is. Charlie doesn't hold a common person view. Appreciate the Corky. Thank you so much. He just tries to pose it that way. Okay? When I have a conversation with him about religion, I will literally be able to show how fucking insane it is.
For anybody who was in the middle before watching that, because I know that's a big reason that you guys probably do this every day, is not for the thousands of people who will agree with you or the ones who won't agree, but it's for the person who's on the edge, right? And they don't know which way that they're leaning. If you can just touch one person every night, then that's probably,
the reason why I did the Charlie Kirk debate in the way that I did is to do the same thing that Charlie does back to Charlie. That was the point, is that he was going into that point, doing the interrupting, doing the talking over people, doing all of those things that you would consider bad, right? That you think I did. Appreciate the hand, thank you so much. He does all those things all the times. So destroying him in the exact same setting, right, is literally what he tries to do to other people, but I did to him. Appreciate the hand, thank you so much. And you're not willing to accept it. Okay? When someone acts the same way as Charlie does and interrupts them, right, you think it's bad. But when Charlie does it, it's not bad. I can show you multiple clips of Charlie talking to people in the debates where he cuts people off. You can go to basically every rally he goes to. Thank you so much. He does the same thing. Okay?
I can show the clips of you and Dean doing the same thing, though, Parker.
I never said that I don't interrupt.
Right. So what I'm saying is, I think if you guys are going to debate him again.
This is so lame. Hey, do you think that Kamala Harris was wearing an earpiece last night at the debate?
No, I personally don't. No.
Surprised.
No, I don't think she's wearing an earpiece. See, not everybody who's voting for Trump is a radical. I mean, extremist.
You're literally voting for a guy who tried to overthrow the government. I just hope you know that.
No,
not an extremist.
I think he said to march peacefully and patriotically.
So what about him sending false slates of electors to electoral college to cast Trump votes when he didn't win, and trying to get his vice president to not certify the election results?
On God.
Okay, so if all this is going on, why is he? If you guys are saying that he's such a criminal, why is he not already locked up?
For what specifically?
For what specifically?
Oh, so like what he did on January 6th, the reason he's not in jail is because litigation has been postponed by his lawyers. But that doesn't mean that we don't know that Trump did these things, because Trump's defense isn't denying that he partook in the actions that he's accused of, but Trump's defense is rather to accept that these are things that he did and argue that he should be immune from the repercussions due to presidential immunity. Like Donald Trump admits to sending fake slates of electors to 7 different states. Donald Trump admits that he sent those fake slates of electors with fraudulent certificates of ascertainment. That's what's sent into Congress to certify the vote on January 6th. And Donald Trump admits that he pressured Mike Pence as well as the other Republican senators and House of Representatives into certifying those fake votes that he sent into Congress as real, and he used the riots incited on January 6th to aid and abet with said pressure. So those are things that Donald Trump has admitted to, and unfortunately, you cannot change that fact.
Here's what I don't get. Why would we give...
Yo, Garrett, thank you for the $5. Kevin, thank you for the $10. And Margarita, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. We get the W's for all of them. Thank you so much.
Why would we give Kamala a whole country when she showed that she failed California? I mean, why would we give her access to a whole country?
Wait, how did Kamala Harris fail California? How did she fail California?
Have you seen California?
Yeah, I'm asking you what the fuck kind of authority she had over California.
It's disgusting.
As the one moment, I'm going to go ahead and cook. Wait your turn. First of all, she was the DA of San Francisco, and then she moved to the AG.
What state do you live in, JT?
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Florida.
What state do you live in? Florida? So you don't think Florida is bad?
I mean, no. I mean, we're actually pretty good. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Really? So can you name one state or one city in Florida that is doing better than like Los Angeles in terms of GDP per capita?
We don't have the size. We don't have the size of California.
No, I said per capita. GDP per capita.
I guarantee. I mean, I don't know if there is one or not. No, I don't know. But are you saying her as a DA had something to do with that? If she's a DA, then she wouldn't have anything to do with how the finances are in the state.
Oh, okay. So you said that just California was a disaster, but California is doing better than Florida, it seems.
I mean, rate of living here is a lot better.
You said rate of what?
I said the rates to live here are a lot better if you're looking at buying a house, renting a house, anything you want to do as far as living.
Because there's less of a demand to live there.
Well, it's ran better. People don't want to live here because they have to actually abide by the law.
If it was ran better, why is there less demand for the housing?
Why are people leaving California and coming to Florida?
I have a question. If it's ran better, is there less demand for the housing?
Why are there more people who are leaving
Can you answer the
California
question?
that are coming
Why
to
is
Florida?
why is there less demand for the housing?
Why is there less demand for housing in Florida?
Uh-huh.
I didn't know that there was. I think there's more people that are trying to come to California that are coming from California here every single month. They're pouring in.
I'm not disputing that there are people going from California to Florida.
Why are they doing that?
Is that the reason why the high prices exist in California is because there's a high demand to live in that area. Okay? There's less of a demand to live in Florida.
How much money
That's a
did you
fact.
guys lose to take care of the homeless situation?
That's completely irrelevant.
I mean, that's
I don't know the number.
I mean, I was just going to relate it back to the fact that she was DA of San Francisco and then AG of the state, and then she was a senator but passed no legislation, her 3 or 4 years. But meanwhile, when she was AG and DA, right, what kind of authority would that give her over the state of California insofar as producing more optimal outcomes economically speaking? And then secondly, Donald Trump said that San Francisco was great 15 years ago. What happened in San Francisco 15 years ago? Kamala Harris was the fucking AG, right? And Donald Trump as well as his daughter donated a combined $11,000 to her campaign fund. So what the fuck are you talking about saying she failed California? Trump disagrees, sir.
On what level?
He donated $11,000 to her campaign fund with his daughter and said that San Francisco was great when she was DA.
When did he say that?
I don't know when he said that.
Can you pull it up? Can you cite a source?
Yes.
This person who keeps spamming Charlie K, 8 Parker, it won't join the live. I've invited them multiple times.
Yeah, so, this is going to be on August 23rd, 2024. Just look up, quote unquote, Trump says San Francisco was great 15 years ago when Harris and Newsom were in charge. And this is going to be published on SF Gate, San Francisco Gate.
All right, what was it?
Trump says San Francisco was great 15 years ago when Harris and Newsom were in charge, and this was published by sfgate.com. Same thing is also on like HuffPost, Daily Beast, X, Kron4, Politico, etc. Like it's pretty mainstream. He said it at one of his rallies. There's Mr. Trump in his big mouth.
It's so funny that all y'all just like write it down in the comment section like sheep.
When did she
literally
leave
just get on the
California?
live.
I don't know. I mean, she didn't leave California insofar as being AGDA or senator until 2021 technically.
Right. So I mean, she had an involvement in what goes on in California until 4 or 5 years ago, right?
Not really when it comes to being a senator. Like she could have had an involvement, yes, but did she really? Not really. She didn't pass any legislation on the federal level.
How many murders and rapists has she tried to?
So do you agree or disagree with Trump? None. Do you agree or disagree with Trump?
No, wait, what?
None. Do you agree or disagree with Trump when he says that San Francisco is great when she was DA of San Francisco?
I mean, 15 years ago, dude.
Wait, but that's when she was DA.
Hold up, because you just said something that was wrong. I'm gonna look it up for you.
Okay, everyone tap that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes. Share the live as well. Everyone will help get out to more people. You already know the deal. If you want to support me or Dean, Venmo, Cash App in the bio,
Yeah.
everyone.
Venmo and PayPal.
If you want to bring somebody else up for a second, I'm gonna go on mute. I just want to get this for you guys.
All right, for sure. Let's get someone else up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. If you see anyone, you can add them up, by the way.
Okay, I don't think I have mod powers on this account, but to be fair, I'm not going to be using this account for long. The algorithm on here is shot, Parker. It's so bad.
Really?
Yeah, I literally had 1K all day, which is good. I just want to point that out. But high following percentage was a real issue.
70%.
75.
Yeah, that means you're getting sent out like 7 to 8 times less.
Yeah.
Which actually you shot up to 7K, didn't you?
Yeah.
Dude, the math is always so good.
It is. It's on. It's
I'm
on.
like, I can literally tell, like, given a specific following percentage, what you're gonna get.
It's literally on, bro.
Yo, what's up,
All
Parker?
you?
Yo, what's up, Parker?
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
I just don't like Kamala's policies. Didn't like Biden's
Like
policies.
what
and
policy that Kamala Harris wants to influence get passed if she becomes the next president of our country do you dislike?
well, she said in 2019 that she wanted to ban fracking. There's one.
So she's clarified now that she doesn't want to ban fracking. So I'm asking you what one policy that she intends to implement if she is president that you don't like. Because I could talk about how Donald Trump was a pro-choice Democrat in the 90s. So we could talk about what Kamala Harris and Trump have believed in prior, but let's talk about what they're campaigning on right now. There's one policy she's
but
campaigning
I'm
on today.
pro-choice too. So that Trump more aligns with me. And to be honest, I really don't. She doesn't have much of a, like, on our website. There's she copied and pasted a bunch of stuff, and it actually said to vote for Joe Biden. There's no real plan, and she's
You can go to KamalaHarris.com. There's literally a full plan. Do you want to see the plan?
Also,
no, I know.
so
Yesterday,
I
actually went. I looked, and it said
so
vote
much more
for
of a
Joe
plan
Biden.
than, she has so much more of a plan
DJ
than
glasses,
Trump.
think he's watching
So
now.
specifically speaking, she has her economic plan insofar as how she's going to cut taxes for 100 million American workers. She knows how much it's going to cost, and she knows how she's going to pay for it. Trump can't say the same. Trump just says he wants to cut taxes for the ultra wealthy. Once again, he knows how much it's going to cost. No clue how he's going to pay for it. Kamala Harris has a health care plan. She knows exactly what she wants to expand and revise within the Affordable Care Act and Obamacare. Donald Trump said he had concepts of planning a plan to plan the plan, and concepts of the plan. So for you to come up in here and say that he has a policy she doesn't is fundamentally wrong. And you could rewatch the whole 1 hour and 30-minute debate that Kamala Harris.
I don't need to rewatch it. All of her,
and you will learn this as a fact.
all of her responses were canned. They were just she was just reciting them. But as far as tax breaks for the wealthy, the biggest tax break ever for earners under $100,000 was Donald Trump. He raised the standard deduction by over $12,000.
And somehow the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act still benefited the ultra wealthy. Some fucking how Donald Trump intended or somehow spent $1.6 trillion on tax cuts for the ultra wealthy, and that was still one of the biggest tax cuts for the middle class as well. It is just phenomenal how economically illiterate Donald Trump
think
is.
of the $10.
And maybe you can inform me and Parker on this one. Another 10 years of the TCGA is estimated to cost nearly $4 trillion. How's he going to pay for it?
Okay, so I said before that Donald Trump raised the standard deduction by over $12,000. Okay, that's a fact. That's the biggest tax cut for middle class in history.
That does not mean that the TCGA didn't disproportionately benefit the ultra wealthy. Revisions of the TCGA to put more money in the pockets of the low and the middle class is what we need right now, because the low and the middle class is struggling more than it has in the last 30 or so years.
Well, then why didn't they put in an ARPA? Why didn't they? Why didn't?
But I want an answer to my question that you never gave me. How does Trump intend to pay for the near $4 trillion that the TCGA will cost the American payer through debt-related spending if implemented for another 10 years as he intends? How is he going to pay for that?
Well, higher revenue, like he said. But also, just going back.
What is going to drive higher revenue? What is going to drive an additional $4 trillion
more tax
to the government?
revenue. More tax revenue. More tax revenue.
Okay, so would you be able to specifically demonstrate to me a study that another 10 years of the TCGA would lead to increased government revenue that would cover $4 trillion over 10 years? Because I could indicate to you a study, the macroeconomic effects of the 2017 tax reform that say over the course of the last 7 years, the TCGA only led to, on average, a 0.04% increase in our GDP. That's nearly $10 billion per year, and that's just in our GDP. So if we assume that that is not GDP, but rather government revenue growth, and we extrapolate that out into the 10-year lifespan of the bill, that would mean that the estimated revenue increase would only cover $100 billion of the $4 trillion required.
Who came up with that? Who came up with that $4 trillion number?
Who can the Treasury and the CBO? You're welcome. You're welcome. The Treasury and the CBO. You're welcome.
Right.
I just told you.
Okay. I could commission somebody too to say the exact opposite if I pay them enough. Okay.
No,
and they're always wrong.
Little boy.
Just like they said tariffs were going to increase consumer goods for Trump when the CPI didn't even move an inch. Isn't it funny how they were wrong about that for 4 years?
Totally false. That's totally false. Actually,
really, what was the CPI under Trump?
It was around 2.5%. So you can say that it didn't move at all.
Year over year, you're saying December in 2018 was what?
Yeah, around 2.5%.
Hold on, that's wrong. CPI history.
You want to just
After you guys are done with this, can we talk about the borders?
So December for what, 2018? It was actually 2.4. 2.4 is kind of hot.
2.4 what?
2.4% CPI year over year is kind of hot. So
2.45.
2011 was 3.2. Most of Trump's years were under 2%.
2.45.
Everyone. Sorry.
2.45.
Whatever, but 4 years, the other years were all under 2. It didn't. That's not moving the barometer like 8% under Biden.
Intends to pay for his tax cuts that will disproportionately benefit the ultra wealthy. You said that you could just commission a nonpartisan committee of the federal government some money to say that it won't cost $4 trillion. Where can you name a nonpartisan committee that says that another 10 years of the TCGA won't cost $3.9 trillion? Because I named one that said it will. The Congressional Budget Office, my friend.
Yeah. Yeah, and they also said certain things that were wrong. They've been wrong for decades.
Okay, I'll be nice.
They're always wrong.
I'm gonna play into this diluted worldview. We're gonna assume that another 10 years of the TCGA is gonna cost the same that it cost over the last 7. That'd be $1.9 trillion. How's he gonna pay for it? We could cut it in half. We could pretend and say that the TCGA will cost half as much as it actually will for the next 10 years, and you'll still have no fucking answer how he's gonna pay for it. I'll play your game. How much? How is he gonna pay for that $2 trillion, sir?
Like I said, revenue.
What is going to lead to an additional $2 trillion in government revenue over the course of the next 10 years?
That's speculation. That's not science. That's just speculation.
What is
Economists
speculation?
make these predictions.
It's not
just a
speculatory
prediction.
for me to it's not speculatory for me to say that the TCGA has cost nearly $2 trillion over the course of the last 7 years. That's a fact.
No, it's speculation because you don't know what interest rates are going to be. Do you know does the CBO don't know what the interest rates are going to be?
One second, Nick, you understand that the CBO is estimating that this will cost nearly $4 trillion for another 10 years? I'm being nice to you and I'm saying that it will cost half of that because that is what it has cost.
Tell me which part of their estimation
let's say interest rates go down.
Hey, Nick, I just want to clarify. You're going to have a better estimation than the top economists?
Well, they're wrong all the time.
You think so?
Jerome, first of all,
think that you are going to have a better?
Jerome Powell said that?
Do you think that you're going to have a better determination and estimate than the top economists?
I would have just as good, because nobody can predict interest rates. They were wrong. They said,
I'm not talking to this guy. I'm not talking to him. That's just like incredibly stupid to say.
So let's talk about the borders.
Go ahead.
Do you think that we have a good border right now?
Do I think we have a good border right now? I think it's better than it was, but I mean, I think that we need to make the system go way faster.
You need to make what?
I think we need to make the system go way faster than it currently does. It should max take, like 6 months to get into this country. You, Sarah, you voting Trump?
So where do you think that they should wait while they're waiting to come into the country?
In the country.
So you think that they should wait here?
Yes.
Why?
Because, again, that's the asylum process.
Is that, I mean...
That's how asylum works?
Regulations that need to be followed? Should we, or should we just let people just walk across the border?
Well, this is for asylum. If they're not claiming asylum, then they can't do that. After
Regardless,
we have
wouldn't it make more sense for them to claim it? Wouldn't it make more sense for them to go to a legal...
Asylum is illegal.
Yeah, asylum is legal.
Right, but what I'm saying is, why should they go ahead and have the rights and liberties that we do in America when they're not yet Americans?
If the asylum process takes 6 months, they get to stay 6 months in the country. Okay, can't you already do that if you're a tourist?
On on a visa as well.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how long exactly you can stay on a visa, but that's kind of irrelevant too. I mean,
it's not irrelevant.
No, because we're talking about people who are trying to stay here forever.
Okay, well, they're not going to be able to if their asylum claim is not legitimate.
Wait, are you saying that we should make the asylum-seeking processes even faster than 6 months insofar as reducing the amount of time spent in the country by non-residents or citizens?
No,
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, me too. I'm also fine with that.
No, I mean, I'm sure you guys are. It's because it's just more votes, but.
No, this has nothing to do with votes. I like how you're associating it with votes.
So are you denying the fact that there are
we
people,
already beat y'all on votes.
Are you denying the fact that there are people at the border that are being welcomed into the country and are being given money with, Visa cards that have cash loaded on them ready to spend, and they have the right to vote now? Are you denying that?
Do you think undocumented immigrants can vote?
Sure they can.
Okay, you're wrong.
Sure they can.
It has been federally illegal through multiple pieces of legislation.
So much shit that has happened under the Biden administration has been illegal.
Congress. One moment, please. It has been federally legal since the 1960s. There's been multiple pieces of federal legislation passed, right, that strictly limit only American citizens to voting.
I understand that, but at the same time, who's to say that they're not being given the tools that they need to go vote?
What's that?
What's up?
Who's to say that they are not being gave the tools that they need to go vote? I mean,
if
they're
you have
given
the tools that you need to vote, that
been.
means that you have a social security number. Just
Yeah,
saying.
can you give me any evidence that they
So you haven't denied the fact that they are getting cash handed to them on a card, ready to spend.
Undocumented immigrants from the federal government?
People who are crossing the border.
Undocumented immigrants do not get any federal money.
I don't even know if they get it at the state level. I'm pretty sure the systems that they have in New York are specifically for asylum seekers as well.
Let me see this.
They are.
Yeah, I don't know if there's even state
So
programs for undocumented
you think
migrants.
Harris's policy on the border is better than
Amara
under Trump's?
Infinitely better.
Thank you.
Okay,
Trump
how?
doesn't even, yeah, because he says that he just wants to launch a mass deportation of all undocumented migrants. And this
Doesn't
is the
that
same,
make sense?
One moment. This is the same thing that Bush said. This is the same thing that every single Republican president since the late 1990s has said. Why hasn't someone done it? My answer would be, it's because they can't do it. It's physically impossible to do. Do you know how he's going to do it? That's what the moderator at the debate
Melanie,
asked Trump
thank you for
last
the
night.
$5. Thank you, Melanie.
And Trump never answered his question. How is Trump going to deport
Maybe it's because
millions
they're
of documented migrants?
maybe it's
in a
because they've
country?
been trying to go about it a way that's not going to get people like you guys very emotional and upset and rioting in the streets and burning down businesses for people that you don't even know.
Says the one who literally fucking still thinks the election was stolen. You're still baby raging.
And what do you mean by that? Are
You
you,
guys
are you
tried
saying?
to fucking raid the Capitol, dude.
So how is Trump going to deport 11 million undocumented migrants?
I hope so.
How is he going to do it?
I think he said that he would use the National Guard,
do what?
which I would be in agreement with. Yeah.
To do what? What is he going to do with the National Guard to deport 11 million undocumented migrants?
Well, there's got to be a system made to do it. Obviously.
Dude, what? What are you talking about?
I think if everybody came door to door and said, "Hey, show us who you are," right? You got to show your ID. You have to
Oh
show
my
that
God!
you do live here.
So you're saying if you don't
And if you
have
can't
a
provide that
state-issued
information,
ID, you get
and they
kicked
look
out
you
of
up
the
in the
country?
system and you're not from here, yeah, your ass goes back over the wall.
What kind of fucking Nazi Germany shit is that, dude? Oh my God!
Because there's people who have fucking sacrificed their whole lives working hard to come to this country legally that have took years to have it done, and we're just letting people come in and claim asylum day one. That's fucked. How is that fair for all the people? How is that fair? There are Hispanics that are infuriated by this, the fact that they had to go the legal route.
You understand that? You understand that knocking down someone else. Knocking down someone else does not make the system go faster for people.
Criminals and rapists are coming in.
What makes the system go faster would be like a border bill. Okay? That would do it. That's what they were advocating for. Trump undermined it.
Yeah. So I don't like your argument here, saying that some people have gone.
And by the way, Sarah, are you voting for Trump?
I don't even think this person's here.
They aren't.
No, I don't think I will ever change my stance on this topic, simply because.
Be honest. Do you think America is a white country?
A white country? No, I think we were built by lots of races. Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to ask. I don't really like your argument saying that individuals have came into the country through legal means of entry that have taken longer. Therefore, we shouldn't make them quicker. Like, we understand that there's a lot of women in the 1920s and 1930s that opposed giving women the federally protected right to vote because they had lived their whole lives without it, and they thought that it was unfair, right? So I don't really like your defense there.
No, we're not going to get on a different topic. We're going to stay on the borders.
I have a question. Do you
And
think
we're not going to compare the borders to women, right? I don't care.
Wait, I have a question.
If it's an illegal immigrant and they're coming from a different country, right? Regardless, I don't care if they're man, woman, child, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. There's still laws that have to be followed. The second you stop breaking the law, the second you start to break the law is the second that you start to give up the law. And these were set in place for a reason. It wasn't
Donald
just
Trump.
to like, go ahead.
Dean, go for it.
Oh no, he just said the moment that you start to break the law is the moment you start to give up the law. I just said Donald Trump.
Man, and think of the $5. Yep, that's literally convicted.
And guess what? Yes, he's going through the process. He's going through the legal process. Even after all you guys bash him, even after you're bashing him, he's still going through the legal process that immigrants aren't having to go through. Isn't that a shame? Isn't that crazy? How he's still going through the system.
Push the coral. Thank you so much. I don't know. Is this guy's voice just like annoying?
Yeah.
I thought it was just me, dude. I thought it was just me.
You guys are letting people come across the border. You guys are in support of that. Claim asylum, yet we have somebody who was born in America who's going through...
Asylum is a legal process. How can you say that they need to abide by the law and then say that you don't like this legal process?
No, that's a joke.
So you're telling them to abide by the law while also saying that the law's a joke?
No, what I'm saying is I'm talking about illegal immigrants who are coming across the border.
Then why are you referencing asylum seeking processes? Because those are not illegal processes of entering into the country.
Okay, the number of asylum seeking immigrants doesn't even come close to the amount of illegal immigrants that are coming into the country.
What if we were to reduce?
That's actually not true at all.
No, it is true.
People who come here to seek asylum is going to be at a higher rate than undocumented immigrants.
People who are requesting to come and then they just say, you know what, fuck it, I'm just going to go across the border since they're letting me in anyway. Yeah, I mean, come on.
What? So can you give me the numbers on how many undocumented immigrants have come into the country?
I think you heard it last night.
What did I hear last night?
I mean, I would say it's somewhere between 10 to 16 million.
Oh my God.
Came into the country. So you think there's like 20
under the Biden administration, yeah.
So you think there's like 27 million undocumented immigrants in this country?
No, I said 10. No, I said in between 10 and 16.
Oh, okay. So you understand that it was 10 under Trump, right? Or it was actually 11 under Trump.
Wasn't he also like working on a plan to take care of it as he was?
Oh, did he never get that plan? Like he never got the healthcare plan?
Yeah, like is it just a concept? Yeah, just a concept.
Hey, he at least started it, so it was way more than a concept. He actually took action.
Okay. So can you tell me why Trump, 9 years into running for president, just has concepts for healthcare policy?
I still want to stay on border here because I'm not convinced anything. I'm not convinced that Harris has done anything for our...
Donald Trump has shut down bipartisan border legislation.
Can you actually just answer that question? You guys literally got so fucking mad about her not having a policy website. But then Donald Trump, 9 years into running for president of the United States, literally has no healthcare plan, and in a debate literally didn't even like try to have an answer. He just said concepts.
So didn't Trump actually go into a partnership with Mexico?
Okay, why are you not responding to what?
Because we're talking about our southern borders and how serious the problem
why
is.
do you interrupt people?
I don't think healthcare.
I ask a question. I make a point. He doesn't respond to the point. He just starts talking about something completely random. Like,
no, this is the topic that we've been on the whole time.
Hey, Jared, honestly, me and Parker will talk to you about the border after you answer Parker's question. I'm honestly quite interested in your response. How do you feel about Donald Trump having no healthcare plan after 9 years of campaigning for presidency and presidency?
Well, I mean, you guys heard what he said last night. He got stuck with Obamacare. He said there wasn't really a way to, I mean, he said it's bad, but it could have been worse.
South, appreciate you.
Dude, he was saying repeal and replace from the day one. So his answer already was get rid of it. Yeah. And he had no plan to replace it with. I can't believe that the right just doesn't.
You guys think this stuff happens overnight?
Wait, it's been 9 years. I think this stuff happens over 9 years. I think that this stuff happens over 9 years.
It's been 9 years.
Wait, you understand that 9 years?
You expected Kamala to have it within the month.
The last 4. What are you talking?
Y'all literally expected Kamala to have it within the month.
Also,
I hope they know that.
Also, just saying 9 years.
He hasn't even held office for the last 4. So what do you mean 9 years? 9 years.
He said think of the $5. He's been running for president originally.
If I'm not holding a position of power, or if I'm not even hired for the position, why would I work on something?
Because he's going to campaign for the position again. 9 years is more than 2 full presidential terms. Are you saying it takes more than what the constitutional limit is for how long one person can serve as our president?
Literally, if he won in 2020, he would have not even been able to come back constitutionally.
What's Harris's plan
not having a
for our
healthcare policy?
border?
The end of that is justified.
What's Harris's plan for our southern border?
Another pivot. But I could tell you if you want. Funding.
We'll talk about that. Anyway, I don't even want to let him pivot.
Okay. Fair.
That's such a ridiculous pivot. We'll talk about that in a second.
Whoa! I thought we could just talk about the border here for a second. I just want to hear what Harris.
You want me to let us
see what Harris is going to do because Harris hasn't answered the question.
If you keep pivoting, I'm just going to kick you from the stream.
Harris has not answered the question, and now 2 people who support her every night.
She has.
No, don't even let him do it, Dean.
Okay.
J2. If you don't answer the question and you just want to pivot again, I'll kick you from the stream. Otherwise, you can answer the question and that'll give you the ability to be able to talk about that.
So we're talking about healthcare, I guess, now?
You have 5 seconds.
Yeah, so for healthcare, I mean, wait till he gets into office. Yeah, he'll come up with something.
What a joke. What a fucking joke. What a joke. Are you serious?
I mean, hey, honesty is the best policy.
Hey, bro, you sound like the early
best policy, and he gave it to you last night. He's not sitting here like
You sound like the early Christians that were like, "Oh, just wait, Jesus will come back. Don't have kids. Jesus will come back. Go to heaven."
He's not sitting here like Harris, who hasn't answered anything about the southern border.
Is Trump never going to come up with a healthcare policy the same way Jesus never came back?
Is Harris ever going to do anything about our southern borders, or are we just going to become?
See the pivot
Mexico
to the southern border once again?
Northern Mexico is what we're going to become.
Me and Parker can easily address your qualms about the southern border if you entertain a conversation with us about Trump's healthcare.
Yeah, you have 5 seconds.
What's one good thing Harris has done?
Pivot. This guy's like Charlie Kirk.
Just one. I'm asking for one positive thing that Kamala Harris has done.
Did this guy come up defending Charlie Kirk?
I'm asking for one good thing that Kamala Harris has done. Just one.
That's actually so
Inflation
ironic.
Reduction Act. There you go. So now please answer
That's
Parker's
actually
question.
so ironic.
Inflation Reduction.
Now he's going to latch on to the Inflation Reduction Act and use all of his 4 brain cells to only talk about that because he doesn't want to respond to your question about healthcare. So go ahead and respond to his questions about healthcare.
Did Trump do the same thing under his administration?
No, he didn't. Now respond to Parker's question about healthcare.
No, he didn't, but he did.
No, he did not make the biggest investment into renewable energy resources ever.
He's latching on just like he debates like Charlie too.
He's latching onto it and he's using it to pivot. He is debating like Charlie. You're right.
That's literally exactly how Charlie does it.
Yeah, that's a strategy right there. It's like casting multiple fishing lines in a lake, waiting for one to bite at all, and then putting all their force and all their might to getting that fish back to sea.
It's ironic he calls out the exact.
No, I don't debate anything like Charlie. He has a lot more patience than I do, especially talking to you guys. I mean, I don't understand how he does it.
Respectfully, actually, no, he doesn't. I literally was there with him in person. He does not have more patience than you. Honestly, I do think I disagree with you, and I don't like you, but you're definitely more patient than he is, for sure.
I think
he's gonna use that to pivot. Watch it, Parker.
No. Because I still want to talk about our southern borders. I think it's a huge problem.
God, why are you pivoting away from the fact that you are voting for a man?
Because that was what I asked to talk about before the last guest left.
Okay, well, you just admit that you're voting for someone with no health care plan after 9 years?
Can we say what Harris has done for the southern border?
If you verbalize and explicitly state that you are voting for someone who has no health care plan after 9 years, Parker...
Having an idea of what you're going to do and having no plan are completely different.
He doesn't even have an idea. He has a concept of an idea, apparently.
Concepts.
A concept, a plan. He's planning a plan.
Border security.
He's planning a plan. Look at that.
He can't stop talking about the border. Border bill.
It's a
border bill.
That Trump shut down.
Border bill. You want to say every time you say border, I'll just say border bill. Okay.
Did you think
so
that
now
like
answer my damn question?
The 9,000 people watching like see you pivoting? You don't understand that, right?
No, I mean,
about TikTok
I
Live
think
is that
some
we
of
can
them
hold you
might
accountable.
actually want you guys to engage with.
some of them might want us to pivot. Is that what you're saying?
No. Some of them might want you to engage with a topic about the
Okay,
border.
are you
You
denying
haven't said
the fact
anything
that you're
that she's
pivoting?
I'm not talking to this guy, dude.
Right.
He can't stop. He can't.
Oh, that was unreal, dude. That was unreal. That was fucking unreal, man. Holy crap.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Are you voting Trump?
So I actually just wanted to come in here to ask one.
Blake, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Blake. I really appreciate it. And also, I'm sorry, everyone. We only look for people who are voting for Trump.
Thanks for coming up, though, Sydney.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
32.
You voting Trump?
Absolutely.
Why so?
There's a lot of reasons.
Why so?
Like what?
How about the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, Operation Warp Speed,
tax policy. You just said that his tax policy is good. I deny that. His tax policy is very bad. It costs a lot of money. He has no clue how he's going to pay for it, and it disproportionately benefits the ultra wealthy. Why do you prefer that tax policy over Kamala Harris's that disproportionately benefits the low and the middle class, those that need it the most, and she knows how much it's going to cost, and she knows how she's going to pay for it?
it disproportionately makes wealthy people better?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And what do you
he
think?
says
What do
he's
you think
gonna pay
happens
for-
to corporations when taxes go down?
Actually, he doesn't even want to decrease taxes.
Well, the taxes did go
necessarily.
down.
He actually wants to increase taxes on lower income people because he wants to increase tariffs, which tariffs will make goods more expensive, which is a tax on people who make less. It's a regressive tax.
So the fact
it disproportionately negatively impacts the lower income individuals.
Yeah.
Okay, you can say that, but at the same time, if corporate tax rates are coming down, then the employees are actually getting benefited.
No.
Why?
Here, let me give you an example.
Here,
Right?
I'll give you an example.
When,
In
when there's an
2018
increase in the cost of goods, people who are lower income spend a greater proportion of their income on goods. So
Define
if
low
goods-
income.
I said who are like lower income.
Yeah, what is low income?
You could just say lower just means like say if you're comparing 180, 80 is lower than 100. Does that make sense?
No, like you say low income. Are we talking $15 an hour? $10 an hour?
I'm saying the lower income you make, the more you spend, right? Given that it's more likely that if you make that much more, you spend, right, less proportionally to your income.
Okay, but let me give you an example. In 2018, when that happened, Costco got their taxes lowered, and almost everybody, got a $3 an hour raise. So
You could say that there are some businesses where that happens, but on a macroeconomic lens, it does not happen that way.
well, if you're going to tax more to the wealthiest corporations, they're going to pass that on to the end consumer or the employee.
Okay, so then why were there lower prices in the past when we had higher corporate tax rates?
Well, I mean, prices are higher now, and look at the
Prices are
economic
higher
plan.
now, and we have lower corporate tax rates right now.
No, right now, like in the
Right now
last.
we have lower corporate tax rates, yet we have higher prices.
Good point.
That's ironic.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, if you think about it, in the last
that
3
higher corporate
years,
tax rates cause higher rates of unemployment?
what was that?
Do higher corporate tax rates cause higher rates of unemployment?
Yes.
Then how come some of the lowest rates of unemployment that we've had since 1935 were under some higher corporate tax rates?
What is it right now? Let's talk about it right now.
It's 21% right now. In the 60s, 70s, and 80s, like that 50-year benchmark that you like to talk about from Trump's record 50-year unemployment low, we had a 35 through 45% corporate tax rate. If higher corporate tax rates lead to higher rates of unemployment, why haven't they historically?
Okay, because inflation wasn't as high as it was. Or is
Stagflation
now.
was higher. This is something that Trump also got wrong. Trump said it was the worst inflation we've ever seen. He was alive during stagflation, and stagflation, which was much worse.
What, you don't think we're in stagflation now? We're almost recession.
No, you don't even know what a stagflation is. What is
And
stagflation?
and then what is a recession too? Define both of those terms.
I would say that recession is 2 quarters consecutively of GDP decline, and stagflation is stagnated inflation. I mean, it just stays like that. Nothing changes.
No. It'd be inflation and high unemployment. High inflation, high unemployment.
Well, okay, but I mean, recession is the same, and I'm pretty sure in 2023 or 22, I can't remember which one, there was 2 quarters coherent with that, and there was a decline in GDP.
Is unemployment low?
Right now?
Yeah.
I mean, it's low-ish.
Appreciate the articles. Thank you so much. So we're not stagflation. Good to know.
And we're also not in a recession.
I didn't say we're in a recession now, but you asked for the definition of it, and the definition.
You said that we're in stagflation and we're almost in a recession. Both of those claims were incorrect.
Well, almost. I didn't
and
say
also, our current
are.
rate of inflation is only about 2.8%. The same rate of inflation that we observed in 2018, pre-pandemic Trump era economy. So,
break down that number.
Break down the number of 2.8%.
Yeah, 2.8. Because is groceries 2.8%?
That's just like going to be like the general rate of inflation. I
Exactly.
Think for groceries,
So when you
they've
break it down,
for like particular groceries such as like dairy, soy, and
Edward,
meat
think of the
products,
dollar.
they've actually deflated their prices over the last 12 months.
well, yeah, we're talking about this whole administration, right?
And Edward said there was a $1 raise, and he works at Costco. It was not $3.
Okay, so I was wrong, but taxes went down, and there was still.
You were
a raise.
wrong by one third. It was 1/3 of what you said, by the way.
Okay, well, I mean, I can admit it.
Okay. So also, I just want to let you know that I can send you a paper from a liberal and conservative economist that indicates 0.04% annual GDP growth, which comes out to about $28 billion.
Okay, so what do you think about price gouging? Her plan.
So spending 1.9 trillion to get $28 billion a year is not worth it.
So good, so smart, so true, so real.
And that's not even in revenue. That's in GDP.
I actually want to
GDP. So what did the economists say about her proposal of price gouging?
Economists will typically indicate that her proposal, like overall proposed plan, would lead to growth, whereas Donald Trump's would lead to like less growth and like possibly a recession.
You think setting the price artificially is going to...
She literally cited this at the debate, and no one looked it up.
She literally said she wants to stop the price gouging. Right? Did she not say that?
There are 46 states already have laws that she's going to enforce. She just wants to enforce it federally.
Are you going to answer,
what was the
answer the
increase in
question?
GDP
Did she
by the
say she was
TCPA?
going to implement a price gouge?
Yeah, they already exist in 46 states, and she's extending it to exist federally. That's it. There are already price gouging laws.
Also, like, I just want to put it out there. Even if you'd say that there isn't price gouging occurring right now, you understand that anti-price gouging legislation is still a good safeguard for the future.
It's like a prevention mechanism.
Yeah, like even if you say there isn't any right now,
price
that's
gouge
good.
at all. You shouldn't be able to artificially say
If it
that
is the case that
ham
companies are
is
price gouging in the
$10
future,
when
at
it
least our
costs
federal
15.
government will be enabled to legislate against that, right? Wouldn't you agree with us that that's a good preventative piece of legislation?
No. Are you saying that you're
They're
in
not.
favor?
They're not going. When they say price gouging, it's in terms of profit share. It's not in terms of cost of production. So they're not going to put it less than the cost of production. It's going to be attributed to some level of profit share. Does that make sense?
And who sets the profit share?
They would set like an arbitrary level of profit share that they think would be too much, right?
And
Once
this already
that
happens.
that gets passed, then they consider that they were doing price gouging.
By the way, this already happens. It even happens to you, most likely. If you're from a smaller town, you most likely have one energy producer that has a natural monopoly over where you live, okay? Right? And what your local government most likely does is they expect like P&L sheets from this local energy producer, and then they artificially limit how much profit they can make. Right, this already occurs on the local level, right across the country, especially in smaller towns. It's just a good safeguard to have. I don't see why you disagree. Then also, Parker, to your point about the TCGA only generating $28 billion in government and an increase in GDP. So in 2023, there was about a 16.5% of the GDP was factored in as revenue. So that means the TCGA only raised about $4.6 billion in revenue.
Okay. So, I mean, honestly, when it comes to the price gouge, I guess I'm not too technically versed in that, but I've heard it explained in a way to where the government will set a price if they don't feel the people can afford it, no matter what the actual cost is. So let's say chicken is $5 a pound and people can't afford that, then they come in and say, okay, well, it needs to be $3 a pound. I don't care. You're not going to price gouge, quote unquote.
It's based on profit share.
Got it. All right.
Okay, it's not based on cost of production. Okay, so they take cost of production, and then it's the amount above the cost of production. It's not the amount within the cost of production. That wouldn't make sense. I totally agree with you. That makes no sense at all. That's not what they would do. It's on profit share, which is above the cost of production.
I got you. So I would like to see what type of profit share.
They already exist. It already exists in 40. These current laws exist in 46 states
what's
already.
What's an example of one? That's what I'm saying. What's the example of a percentage that is allowable through law that's already there?
Oh, if you want specifics, I can give you specifics, but I
No,
did
just
already give you an example of one. Like I
don't even
have
have
a
to give me
local,
a
I have a
point, give me a
local energy,
range.
I have a local energy producer. I don't want to tell you its name, right? The state government, right? The Colorado state government tells this local energy producer that they could only make X amount of dollars in profit next year based upon last year's P&L loss statement from them, right? And then the way that the energy producer responds to that is they say, okay, right, so we are going to adjust our output given this percentage and charge our customers this much. And if we exceed upon this profit threshold, we will merely reinvest the remainder. And that's just how it operates.
All right. Fair enough.
All right. Is there anything else you want to talk about, Arad?
I'd like to hear you always go to the border and you point to the border bill, but do you know the specifics on the allocation of money in that bill?
We can bring up the solo border bill because you're talking about the appropriations. They got split
Well,
up.
no,
Appropriations passed.
Did they split it up
Solo
for the
border
vote?
bill didn't.
Did they vote solo?
They vote. Yeah. So there was a solo border bill, and then there was an appropriations. The appropriations got passed. The solo border bill didn't.
Okay. What is in the solo border bill?
So wait, what was in the solo border bill? It was the exact same border bill that existed in the context of the border and appropriations bill, but literally just the border bill put into a separated from the appropriations. Does that make sense?
Well, I get that, but the
So
solo
like
border
1,500
bill.
border agents, right? They specifically wanted to make the asylum process take maximum 1 year, typically 6 months, rather than taking 8 to 10 years currently.
Yeah, but talk about the funding.
They gave funding for the border wall even. They were
Was
willing
it, I
to
believe it was
compromise.
118 billion.
They were willing to compromise giving money in terms of the border wall in order to be able to get a system of asylum that goes faster to get into this country.
No, I get what they're trying to do, but the reason it didn't get passed, I think, is pretty blatantly obvious because the bill itself was around 118 billion, if I'm not mistaken, and I think 20 billion of that.
Why did the appropriations get passed?
Well, no, you're saying the solo border bill. If the solo border bill was voted on,
yeah, most of that money that you were talking about being expended was literally appropriations.
I get that, but if you're saying that the solo border bill was voted on for literally just $20 billion, only $20 billion,
Yeah.
solo for the border,
Yep.
I'd like to see that.
Yeah, sure, I got it for you. So it's going to be record vote number 182.CR S3878. And this is specifically Chris Murphy's bill. So on April 24th of 2024, the same day that Langford's bill was revised out and had the revisions passed for funding for Israel, Ukraine, etc., Chris Murphy revitalized another bill that aimed to achieve the same measures as Langford's within border security and asylum reform provisions. Then in May of 2024, Murphy built a bipartisan coalition to specifically pass those measurements for the border. And then on June 16th, 24, Murphy introduced this revised standalone bill in the Senate. However, it didn't get the 60 votes necessary to bypass the filibuster, so the total yay and nay vote was 43-50.
Okay.
Yo, Peyton, are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
I think he's just a great president, man. I think he's going to do way better than Kamala in 2024, and I think he's going to have a great 4 years back in office.
Okay. So can you name me one policy that he influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
I'm going to be completely honest with you, and it's going to sound funny, but I did not know anything like 2 years ago, right? I just knew that this whole world was all fucked up just because of the
Donald
fact
Trump's
that...
your savior?
Yeah, 100%. Did you not really realize what happened 4 years ago? Like,
Is he trolling?
Yeah,
No,
there's
listen,
no way
listen.
he's trolling.
No, listen. Did you not realize what happened literally when Trump was in office? Everything was lower. How much? Think about this. How much was gas? How much was?
So 4 years ago when there was 7.8% unemployment.
No, I'm talking about with Trump, not talking Joe Biden and Kamala, bro.
Wait, no,
when
four
Joe
years
Biden-
ago, 4 years ago, Trump was president, and there was 7.8% unemployment.
In 2020, dude.
There was a greater level of unemployment than the amount of people in the live.
You can't count 2020.
Yeah, literally 2020 with the global
You can't
pandemic.
count 2020. Why not?
Why would you count COVID?
Oh, so if a global pandemic can cause unemployment, why can't a global pandemic cause inflation?
And why would the government implement a vaccine mandate? How about that?
Oh, where's the response
Oh,
to my
complete
question?
pivot.
No, think about this.
No,
Think
that's
about
part of
this.
the COVID.
Pivot,
right, exactly, bro.
pivot.
I don't know where
Do you want to
to
talk about COVID?
Yeah. let's
We
talk
will,
about
but
COVID,
you're
man.
pivoting. Why are you pivoting so hard? Answer Dean's question.
No, you
What
guys
was the
just
question?
said- no,
Dean,
listen,
Dean,
yeah.
restate your question.
Oh, yeah, I got you. Of course, Parker. Of course, I'll restate my question. If a global pandemic can cause unemployment, why can't a global pandemic cause inflation?
Because no one was buying anything when everyone was in their house.
When do y'all
Right.
consider the COVID being over? When lockdowns were done?
Okay, so you're saying that a global pandemic cannot cause inflation?
No, I
because
think
the
it can.
pandemic
There's no one
reduced consumer
denying
spending?
that.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
I mean, you're actively okay.
Yeah, true.
So you're saying it can't cause inflation because it would reduce consumer spending. Well, what we'd say is, yeah, the inflation that we've seen under the Biden-Harris administration was strictly caused by the pandemic, right? Because in order to revitalize our economy, we had to stimulate it, right? And it is stimulus to the economy, in which would introduce rates of inflation, which are somewhat unprecedented given the last 30 or so years, okay? Right? But this is something that every single country in the world essentially did to avoid a recession, right? And the U.S. actually had the quickest response from the inflation onset by the pandemic out of any other country in the G7.
Yeah, that was because of the
Yeah, but there was
vaccine
already
mandate that we
too
had to
much
do.
money.
There
All
was
the
no federal
vaccines-
vaccine mandate.
Well, there wasn't a federal, but everyone, was
It was
very
implemented through
advised.
OSHA.
Yeah, it was very advised that you should go get it. You should stay in your house.
Wait, so advising people to get the vaccine caused inflation?
No,
that's not what I'm
that
saying.
people had to get the vaccine or they would lose their job.
What the fuck does that have to do with how Biden and
That is
Harris caused
100% true.
inflation?
Is that not true? Yes or no?
For some jobs, right? The
I'm
same
sorry if
way-
you medically can and you don't get vaccinated. I'm sorry, but you
You can't
Why?
force it though. Okay.
no. I'm
let
asking.
people
I'm
make their
asking.
decision.
Just
You
tell
can't
me.
force
Tell
it.
me. Tell me why.
I think that we should be able to force it.
Why? What? Why you shouldn't force it?
No, I'm asking why. Why wouldn't you get vaccinated in a pandemic? Why?
Okay. I mean, you're the party
I
of
also did
science,
kill a lot
right?
of
What is
people
the
too. The
science
vaccine
behind
did.
this
The
vaccine?
the science clearly shows that it's safe and effective.
Well, it would also
Yeah.
do kill a lot of older people too, and some younger people too.
Wait, Dylan, I actually have a question for you.
Not the vaccine. What are you
Yes,
talking
it
about?
is.
What are you talking?
There's literally cases of it happening. Literally, my
Totally
grandpa
made
died
that up.
from it, bro.
Hey, Dylan, I have a question for you.
So wait, you said from the vaccine.
Yes, he got the vaccine and he died.
Which
from it.
vaccine?
Oh, I think it was this third one that came out, right? I think it was.
Third one? What is that? Which one?
I honestly I couldn't tell you what the fuck the number was. Whatever the number, I'll just say it's the third one.
And the doctor indicated it was from the vaccine.
You say what?
So the doctor indicated it was from the vaccine.
Yes, correct.
And the doctor told you that?
Yes, or told our family, yeah.
That it was from the vaccine. They didn't tell
He
you
was healthy.
what vaccine
he
it
was a
was.
healthy old man.
So it didn't
Like-
tell you what vaccine it was.
No, you just told us. So he got all. I think there was what 3 or 4 vaccines, right? Am I correct or no? All right. Anyways,
I don't know. I don't know what you'd be talking about in terms of the order.
Vaccines. So there was 1, 2, 3, and 4, right? They all came in later parts of time, correct?
1, 2, 3, and 4. Do you even remember what they were?
Yeah,
wasn't
I don't. He doesn't know what he can't name the company that produced the vaccine. He's
Of course, I'm
seemingly
19
spewing
years
gibberish.
of age. Of course, why would I?
Dean, what was your
know
question?
the
I
fucking- the
bro,
people
Peyton,
that
I
did
was
it? Come on,
I was
bro.
19 2 weeks ago. Be so fucking for real. Don't pull that card on me.
I'm
Dylan,
19 right now, dog.
Would you
Like,
support?
what are you saying?
would you support like warp speeding the approval of the vaccine, Dylan?
The warps. Oh, sorry.
I'm not
You
saying
mean
Dylan.
what Trump did when he implemented warp speed?
Yeah, I was gonna get to that, but you caught me.
I hate you don't
Yeah.
even know what that is, gang.
Well, the vaccine that they liked so much was done so fast under Trump, not Biden.
Yeah,
that
what-
we
that
actually
support
credit him with
Operation
that.
Warp Speed. Yeah.
Right. All right. So let's just move past 2020. let's go.
Okay, let's go right to 2021, January 6th. Okay, so
let's
Donald
do
Trump
that.
tried to overthrow the government, and
No,
you're
that's not
voting
what
for him?
Okay.
Yeah, of
what,
course
the
I would.
the
That is
stat
not
that
what
you
happened.
give 140 cops injured, how many of those are injured by the cops? Because do you know what happened? Do you know
When
why
we
that
say that
stat is so
Donald Trump
high?
tried to overthrow the government on January 6th, we're
is
referencing
not-
his
that is
attempted
not what
coup
happened.
to steal the election from Biden with use of fake
not
votes in
even what
Congress.
happened, dog.
Yeah,
Did you see
false
his
slates of
tweets?
electors that he
Did you
sent
see
to the
his
Electoral
tweets?
College to
Yes or
cast
no?
Trump votes, and we didn't win. Sabrina, I appreciate this super. Thank you so much. And he
Well-
tried to pressure his vice president to not certify the election results.
No,
I get that. And at the end of the day, that was 3 years ago, and it's not happen. It didn't happen. He peacefully
Yes.
went
He
off.
peacefully said, "Everyone peacefully go protest." He literally said that in a tweet.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying he peacefully
good God.
transferred power. Did he not?
The tracking is fucking unbelievably terrible. No,
God.
he tried to get his vice president to not certify the election results, and he tried to send false slates
What
of
happened on
electors.
January 20th?
He tried to send false
2021.
slates of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win.
Parker, what happened January 20th?
It all
in
continued,
2021?
and Biden got inaugurated, even though
Exactly.
Donald Trump literally tried to fucking rig the election.
Well, I just want to clarify
The
your
rhetoric
counter argument.
behind
Wait,
J6
Dylan,
was
Dylan,
ridiculous.
no, Dylan. I
Okay.
just want to understand here. So your argument to Trump attempting to coup the government with fake votes in Congress is that he failed?
Wait, my argument? No.
Because that's been your counter. You said that Biden was inaugurated on like January 20th or 21st.
Yeah,
and
because
somehow
it-
that makes Trump's
No
attempted
matter-
coup worthless. So I just want to clarify: if Trump tried to grape your daughter but failed, would you still vote for him?
What, bro? Why do we always have to go to
Well,
this?
he
It's
would
not even
never
what
do
happened.
that. So
Yeah, that's
let's
not
not play
even what happened.
hypothetical.
If Trump tried to grape a little girl but failed, would
That's
you
not
still
what
vote
happened.
for him?
That wouldn't
Literally
happen.
not.
I mean, if
Yeah.
Kamala tried to rape your daughter, would you vote for her?
No.
No.
So easy answer from me. Now it's your turn.
Okay, I can say no too.
Okay,
but
so you'd say if Donald Trump tried to rape your daughter and failed, you wouldn't vote for him because it was the intention of trying to in the first place that's relevant here, right? Not just the harm caused the individual if he were to have succeeded. And me and Parker would say something similar in respect of his
Consuelo, thank you
attempted
for the
coup.
$5. Thank you so much.
But what
Right,
does
although-
grape have to do with
al-
J6? Because y'all were just saying we
I'm
were
conce-
doing
I
it.
was literally in the middle of conceptually relating it if you didn't interrupt me and you were to listen.
All right, sorry.
Right, so in the same way you'd say that you wouldn't vote for Trump even if he tried to grape a little girl, because the intention of wanting to grape a little girl, right, is sufficient reason not to vote for the candidate, we'd see something very similar with his attempted coup to steal the vote from Biden. Although inevitably he failed in his attempted coup, him attempting the coup in the first place gives us sufficient reason not to vote for him.
All right. So my question is, did he not post on Twitter to say have a peaceful protest? Yes or
Two
no?
things could be true at once. He could post on Twitter saying have a peaceful protest 2 hours after the riots begin, and he could attempt to steal the vote from Biden with use of
Dean.
fake votes in Congress.
No,
Like, you're literally
You
not
said,
tracking
it,
the
you said it
slightest.
perfectly. Two things can be true at once.
Yeah.
He can believe that the election was stolen, and I'm not talking about just fake votes, which ballot harvesting does happen, and on a much more massive scale on the Democrat side. It's not illegal. There's nothing wrong with it, but it does happen.
Wait, you're saying that there's nothing wrong with Trump sending false slates of electorates to send in fraudulent certificates of ascertainment to Congress to be
I
certified
said
as real to steal the vote from Biden? Like, you understand that if Trump had succeeded in his attempted coup, that he would have successfully silenced the voice and the vote of every single American citizen who voted in 2020. Your vote
You
would have
remember
been
when
thrown
you were
out
trying
the
to finish
window.
your thought, and I let you?
Yeah, I just want y'all to respond to the meat on the bone. I mean, like seemingly Parker would as well. Like y'all haven't really responded to multiple points that we brought up tonight.
I think we have.
I'm trying to
actually.
respond to all of it.
Yeah.
But in particular,
it's hard to respond when you guys are both double teaming on us. But I mean, it's fine, I guess.
I'm literally fucking quiet right
Not
now.
yet, not you,
And there's
Parker,
also
calm
two
down.
of you guys. There's also
Dean
two
has
of you
just been
guys.
kind of
Dude, we could add up a million of them and they'll be like, it's still unfair.
I know. I know. What?
I don't think it's unfair.
It is
No,
quite literally a
here's my thing,
2v2.
here's my thing,
Wait,
here's
did
my
you
thing.
just say that we are double teaming you two people?
No, I did not.
I said that, and that was a mistake because it's 2v2. It's correct. That's my fault. All right. Anyways, here's my thing, though. They did not do the coup or whatever you're trying to say to make people die. Yes or no? Like he did not be like, hey guys, let's go overthrow the government. That's not even what happened. You know that.
Are you saying that
You
it was
don't need to lie.
non-violent? Yeah, the coup was like...
No. It was violent. In you got to think about it. It's just like the 2020 riots. There was
What
some
the
peaceful
hell's going
protest.
on?
Well,
Let's
Why-
get away from the J6 thing.
No,
I was
why
talking
will
about-
no one respond to the fact that Donald Trump literally tried to coup?
Someone said, but let's be honest, it's not fair. Okay, that's totally true. But
No, hold on. Can I
Parker,
finish this,
Parker,
please?
why won't they respond to the fact that Donald
I'm
Trump
trying
tried to
to, Dean,
install
right
himself
now.
for a second presidential term?
because they can't. There's no
I'm literally
response.
trying to right now.
Go for it.
Okay. Dean said something about two things can be true at once. Same thing with this. Y'all are saying that he tried to block the electorate and get the vice president to block whatever. But at the same time, you can acknowledge that there was so much rhetoric and so much lying in the media that it was not from an illegal amount of votes, but a rigged election. I mean,
Oh, you think 2020 was rigged?
was the Hunter Biden laptop not suppressed?
Sure.
Okay, so could you give me one quick case item? 1 second. Yeah, so the Hunter Biden laptop story was, right, particularly for the reason that it was originally labeled as Russian misinformation prior to thorough investigation. I would do the same thing if I was in the shoes of anyone at the FBI. In fact, if you told me to go back in time under the veil of ignorance and either press a button to suppress it or not to suppress it, I would have pressed that same button, right? But what we're particularly
Why didn't they
gonna be
press that button
referencing
with
here-
Russiagate then?
What do you mean?
They didn't suppress that. They tried to
Yeah,
come
they
up with
literally
an entire
indicted,
hoax, and it was
they
Hillary
indicted,
Clinton
they
that paid
indicted her
for
for
it.
11 hours.
You know, Hunter Biden definitely is our candidate.
So true.
Well, no, I'm talking about the election results.
He's our current candidate. He's the current nominee for president.
So I just want to clarify.
I think we can agree that the election results were altered.
So I just want to clarify. So you
Hunter Biden 2024.
You seemingly think that it was justified for Donald Trump to try to steal the election, specifically from.
I said two things can be true at once.
One moment. So you seemingly think it's justified for Donald Trump to coup the government because of the Hunter Biden laptop story?
No, that's not what I said. I said two things can be true at once. Yes, he tried to do that, but it's also true that
so you would vote for someone that's tried to coup the country?
Through all of that suppression, there was an altered.
I wouldn't vote for
election.
Hunter Biden if he was running for president. Just saying. So now, would you vote for Trump, knowing that he tried to coup the country in 2020, the biggest internal attack on our government and on our democracy since the Civil War?
Would you want to recount something? I would say it got recounted like 3 or 4 times, right?
Yes. To answer your question, I would.
Yeah, right.
Would you vote?
You would want to have it recounted multiple times.
They did already recount multiple times, right?
Okay.
And they did not indicate sufficient evidence to overturn the election.
Okay,
there were
then that
private
happened.
investigations. There were court cases. There was vast evidence indicating no sufficient evidence to overturn the election.
We
Donald
get that Trump lost.
tried to overthrow the government
that.
and still to this day does this. So can I ask you a question? What constitutional provision allows the rejection of the election because the voters were uninformed?
No, that's not. I'm not talking about a provision in the Constitution. I'm saying there are people that have polled this, and if they knew about that story, the election would have been altered. It would have been different, or at least statistically different than what it came.
Right.
So you said that they were statistically different. Can you give me any source that indicates that?
Wait, the same way that the election, it's the same way the outcome of the election would have been different if Donald Trump didn't pay Stormy Daniels hush money to not talk about the fact that he had cheated on one of his wives with her.
What does that have to do with politics?
I said, that can be true too.
What does that have to do with politics?
What does that have to do? What does that have to do? What do you mean? What does that
Wait,
have to do?
if Donald Trump
trying to interfere with the election.
If Donald Trump interfering with the election in the sense of suppressing sleeping with Stormy Daniels doesn't have anything to do with politics, why would Hunter Biden's laptop have anything to do with politics?
Oh, because
but you bringing that in is like me saying that
Russian.
He's got civic election integrity. I'm just gonna move on from Peyton too. Let's go on to the next person. I'm getting a lot of followers on my main account right now. Is some video blowing up, chat? I don't know.
Michael, thank you for the $15 on Venmo.
I'm getting like a lot of followers on my main account right now. I'm at 595. I swear I just gained 10k. I swear I gained 10k.
Wait,
I'm not trolling. I swear I was 80k.
I
like
just
580.
I just went to your page and you were at 583.
I'm at 595.
Huh. Let's go.
Well, yeah, what the hell? I don't even know what from. Like, that's got to be millions of views. That just happened.
Bro, I mean, Parker, I found a video of someone editing me and some other lady that was on the episode with like 133k likes. It was just like a fan edit.
I'm almost to 600k. That's actually fucking insane.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, chat. Like, I know the Kirk debate, but like, I'm asking, like, what clip went viral? Is there something going on crazy on Twitter right now?
Check your followers on Twitter. You'll know. You'll always know.
Let me see. I don't think my Twitter's going crazy. Maybe someone else's Twitter is going crazy. I have 66.7, so I haven't really gained much on Twitter. Like, what the hell? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
They left. If
Maybe
you give me
it's
mod
the
powers, I
Jubilee
could actually
video?
help you so you could look into it.
Maybe it's the Jubilee video that has 3 million views. Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Like, you know, the one on TikTok. Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
Absolutely.
Why so?
Well, I personally think he did a good job in 2016. And I'm a member of the United States Armed Forces, and I could never vote for Kamala being a member of the military.
Could you vote for someone who said that veterans are suckers and losers?
Well, I could vote for somebody who showed up for the 13 Gold Star families that lost children in Afghanistan.
So did you know that Trump is the one who set up that agreement? and also more
He was
people
in Biden.
died in conflict under the Trump administration than under the Biden-Harris administration. 16 under the Biden-Harris administration, 65 under the Trump administration.
Well, 16 under the Biden-Harris administration that were not like acknowledged by that administration.
They did acknowledge that.
No, I don't think they did.
They did. They literally went to like the memorial.
The first time they acknowledged those 13 Gold Star families was when they called Trump out for using those families as political gain.
Not true.
That was the first time they acknowledged
That's
those
a total
families.
lie. Thank you for the $1. Thank you so much.
What did Biden say during his debate with Donald Trump?
Say that one more time.
What did Biden say about those Gold Star families during his debate with Donald Trump, the first presidential debate?
So I don't think they said anything in specific about.
Well, specifically, he claimed that no service members had died under his administration.
So again, he clearly misspoke, right?
Well, how is that
I'm not gonna
misspeaking?
lie, because he meant to say not like Trump's administration. He was trying to say that less people. So he
And did he
acknowledged
say
it when
that,
it
or
happened.
he
He
just
went to the
assumed?
memorial. He was there, but he literally just misspoke, right? You know how Biden is, right?
So
Okay?
is that you just assuming that, or is it because you?
No, that's literally.
you said that. I don't
You
think he
can
said
hear
that.
him in that debate. He said like Trump at the very end.
No, his exact words were that under his administration, no U.S. service members have died.
He was trying to say that not as many died under his administration compared to Trump. He was saying Trump. He said like Trump.
I will concede that. Sure, why not? Just to move on from that, I don't want to go in circles. I have another question. In terms of the wars across the world,
Can I add something onto that last part?
Can you address like the fact that Donald Trump said veterans are suckers and losers? The fact that he said John McCain, a POW for this country for 5 years, who got tortured for this country, isn't a war hero because he got captured?
I think that if he did say that, that would be a pretty disgusting thing. But I think actions speak louder than words. And as far as Trump's track record go for his presidency, he's the only president in the last century that has not started a new war.
What war has Biden and Harris started?
Well, dude, do you realize that the United States of America, the president of the United States of America, is the most influential, powerful?
Tell me what war they've started, little brother.
Hamas and Israel, Ukraine and Russia.
Whoa.
They did not
China
start.
and Taiwan.
Oh my God!
How did they start that? What?
The United
How did
States
the
of
Biden
America
Harris
has the
start
power and the
Israel's war
responsibility.
crimes against the innocent Palestinians.
We have the power and the responsibility to stop those conflicts from happening in the first place.
No, answer my question.
Okay.
How specific? Oh wait, so you think that the U.S. should play world police?
Absolutely.
Okay, so then you'd support our funding to Ukraine, right?
I mean, we put the most money into NATO, so why would
We need to help Russia take out Ukraine. Like what?
Yeah, dude, come on, be so for real. Hey, also another point that I wanted to bring up: why do you place an expectation on the Biden-Harris administration to quote unquote take accountability for the 13 service members that died, but you have never placed an expectation on Trump to take accountability for denying black people housing in the 70s, or to take accountability for raping E. Jean Carroll, or to take accountability for perpetuating and popularizing the birther myth, saying that Barack Obama wasn't born in the U.S., therefore he shouldn't be able to run for president, or to take accountability for saying that he likes to grab women by the P word without asking first, take accountability for boasting about walking into the changing rooms of naked teenage girls when they were half naked, or sexualizing a little girl. When have you ever wanted Trump to take accountability for any damn thing in his life? In 2018, Trump has said that he is a religious man and he fears God, yet he has never prayed to God a day in his life asking for forgiveness. If we want to talk about the politician in the race for presidency today that doesn't take accountability, we need to talk about Donald J. Trump, sir.
Appreciate that. I see you. Thank you so much.
Well, you wanna bring up pivoting to all your previous guests. Okay, and I think that was a pretty big pivot.
No, this is very conceptually relevant, because you are saying a reason why I shouldn't vote for Harris, why he shouldn't vote for Harris, why none of the 6,000 people in this room shouldn't vote for Harris is a failure to take accountability. But when we look at the big picture, when we want to talk about who takes accountability and who doesn't, the answer becomes clear.
Okay, and that's Donald Trump's personal actions. As disgusting as they are, it still did not affect, the American service members.
What?
They're-
Dude, the fact
they're
that you can say you'd vote for him after saying you couldn't vote for Kamala Harris, after what did Kamala Harris do?
Well, they're disgusting. Withdrawal from Afghanistan cost 13.
You understand that was
service
set up by
members
Donald
a lot.
Trump, right? That was set up by Donald Trump.
Yeah, he set up a deal with the Taliban, and they broke the terms of the deal.
What did they break?
Harris and Biden. Well, if you watch the debate last night, he put it in plain writing. Harris.
How about Trump takes accountability for the 65,000 victims of rape that haven't been able to get an abortion since he elected 3 justices to overturn Roe v. Wade? What about that? How does that affect the American public?
Well, I mean, that's a whole.
Crazy.
You want to go into abortion? I'll debate on abortion.
Sorry, do we want to debate of victims of rape should be able to get abortions, sir?
Well, I think there are cases.
Do you think that victims of rape should be able to get abortions?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, so then why don't you place an expectation on Trump to apologize to the 65,000 rape victims that have been denied abortion?
Why is it his
Roe v.
problem
Wade?
when we live in a democracy, right?
It's his problem because he elected the justices to overturn it. He took credit since day one. In fact, he even took credit before they overturned it, saying that this is something they will do because I elected them. So he still takes credit for it to this day.
This is a democracy. The people elect.
Appreciate that message. Thank you so much. Okay, so again, that wasn't a response to anything Dean just said. Do you want to respond to what he just said, please?
Yeah. If Ulysses S. Grant won the Civil War and passed the right to own slaves back down to the state, would Ulysses S. Grant be partially responsible for the fact that some humans are treated as property? Yeah. What's the difference between saying that and saying that Trump is going to be partially responsible for the 65,000 victims of rape who haven't been able to get abortions over the course of the last 3 years?
Well, I mean, there is access to abortion in America.
Not for those 65,000 victims of rape over the last 3 years. No, they have been denied access because of Trump abortion bans due to his decision to elect 3 justices to the Supreme Court to rescind that decision back down to the state, sir.
And in turn, gave the people the power to vote on that issue.
So you don't think that Donald Trump is partially responsible for those 65,000 victims of rape that have been denied abortions?
Well, I think he took the problem.
Just yes or no? Was he partially responsible? Yes or no?
I don't think he's responsible. No.
Okay, so then let's play a little game. If Ulysses S. Grant and the rest of the Confederacy won the Civil War, Ulysses S. Grant became the next president of the United States of America, and Ulysses S. Grant specifically. Wait, is it Ulysses S. Grant? I think it is. No, maybe it's not. I think I'm giving you the right name. And Ulysses S. Grant extended the right to own slaves back down to the state. Would he be partially responsible for the fact that humans are being known as property in America? It's Robert E. Lee. Sorry, Robert E. Lee. I was wrong. I knew I was wrong. If Robert E. Lee won the Civil War.
Also, Dean, by the way, your thing on Jubilee is about to hit 1 million views.
Oh, dude, W.
Did you see that your clip was posted?
Yeah, I know. I didn't know it was about to hit million views though. That's sick. So if Robert E. Lee won the Civil War and passed the right to own slaves back down to the state, would he be partially responsible for slave ownership in America?
I see your analogy, and I don't think that Americans, even if the decision was on the state for people to vote, Americans would not vote for slavery. Maybe back in the day when that was still an issue, we went to war over that.
So immediately after the Civil War, if states voted for the right to own slaves to be legal, would Robert E. Lee be partially responsible for slave ownership?
Well, 2024, there would be no slaves.
Dude, answer my question. You're such a little slimeball. Why can't you just answer my question?
No, it'd be on the people that vote in those states. It's a democracy. Politicians are not responsible for that.
Oh my fucking God. So Robert E. Lee wouldn't have been responsible?
It's a democracy, Dean. What do you not understand about a democracy?
Shit.
The people vote.
Oh my God. So
wow. People voted in 2021, right?
I do not believe that the election was I think Trump lost.
Oh.
I can believe Trump lost.
So why are you voting for a guy who tried to overthrow the government?
Well, do you know Nancy Pelosi was so he let people know that the event was going to be massive, and then Nancy Pelosi was in charge of the security for that entire event. So there has to be some responsibility taken there for the lack of security at the Capitol.
Literally put responsibility on everyone but Trump. You're a joke.
Well, I can agree that Trump had a part to play, but where's accountability on the lack of security for the Capitol? If you're
that was Donald Trump. That's Donald Trump, by the way.
He wasn't. He lost the election. He held a rally, right? but he was not responsible for the security around Capitol Hill, you know? So if you're an elected official, and
by the way, she didn't control the deployment of the National Guard. That would have been particularly the DoD. In fact, she said that she took responsibility for not expecting there to be so many rioters.
Okay, well, that's still a failure on her part for not, properly securing Capitol Hill.
Can we say it's a failure on Trump's part for causing the riots in the first place?
I would agree with that. But I think there's shared.
Was it a failure on Trump's part when he installed fake votes in Congress to install himself for a second presidential term?
Install himself for a second presidential term? He was never installed for a second term.
He attempted to.
Well, that's pretty goofy, but, that's besides the point.
And it's not besides the point. That's the biggest point. That is the point, literally.
It doesn't change my vote. I still would not vote for Kamala.
If Donald Trump fucking murdered a man, would you still vote for him?
Well, I think if he did, it would be out of love for his country. I believe that Donald Trump...
Jesus fucking Christ. You are
guy's
such
not
a
real.
joke.
He's not real.
You are
This guy is
such
not
a
real,
joke.
dude. I don't believe it, dude.
You are such
You
a
see what I'm getting at?
fucking
You see what I'm getting at, though?
Your answer is
no.
yes, right?
I think he just loves his country.
Get off my live, dude.
You're a cult member. That is a cult member.
Jesus Christ, Chad. That person is so brainwashed. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up?
How old are you?
35.
You voting Trump?
Yeah.
What's that?
Kamala seems like kind of like a socialist.
Can you define socialism?
Basically like a welfare state where we're supporting the country instead of supporting.
So like putting America first, supporting the country?
I mean, I think people should support themselves, right?
Yeah. Okay. So
We should give them the opportunity to support
don't
themselves.
rely on the government to fix your problems, right?
Correct.
So if Trump wants more American-made goods, why does he want tariffs?
I don't support tariffs.
He's relying on the government to fix his problems.
I think I'm against tariffs. I think tariffs are like
yeah, Trump wants to do a 10 to 20% tariff on every good coming to the country.
Yeah, I would agree. I think tariffs are basically like a weaponization of. It's like the next step to war.
Okay. So why do you want to vote for Trump then? If he's putting us on the next step to war. And I think that's him. Wait, Dean, mute real quick. Oh, no, it's you, Dean.
Well, I mean, I don't think that's the only issue on Trump. It's tariffs. I would say I'm against tariffs.
Okay. So are you against shifting the tax burden from rich people to poor people?
Oh, well, the Democrats are the rich people now.
No, I'm saying that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, most of it goes to people who are rich, right? Tariffs predominantly impact people who are lower
so
income.
the people that voted
so that
for
means it's shifting the tax policy from people who are rich to people who are poor, and the tariffs wouldn't even be able to pay for it.
The people that voted for Biden, 70% of the wealth came from Biden voters. 50% of the voters were for Trump, right? So I would say more of the money is coming from the Democrats.
What is this guy saying?
No longer is.
Chat, is this guy making any sense to you? Type 1 in the comments section if this guy's not making sense.
No longer
to you.
the Democrats.
Why are we talking? One moment, Sam. Why are you talking about Democrats and Republicans? Parker's asking you about tax policy.
Okay.
In the arms of an angel,
fly away.
All right. So what's the question?
Go for it, Dean.
My phone shit itself. I don't know the question, but I got. Oh, wait.
Oh, you don't know the question, but you interrupted. That makes sense.
Oh my God. Okay, listen, we're gonna go ahead and ask you this. You said that socialism was something to do with wealth redistribution, right?
Yeah, literally, he thinks it's welfare state. So you just
Okay.
mean liberalism. You know, Trump is advocating for Social Security, right? So why is he a socialist?
Well, part of your point of voting for Kamala.
Why are you voting for a socialist, Sam?
What's that?
Wait, can I ask an interesting question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, if we had no social welfare systems, no social security nets, none at all, but you couldn't own like private property insofar as the means of production, like the workers had to own it, what kind of society would we live in?
What?
Oh my God.
Okay, if we lived in a society where there was an entirely free market, but all businesses were democratically controlled by the workers,
Oh, you said it better than me.
right? What type of economy exists there?
Yeah, I think we want to go back to more of a society where I'm older than you guys, so
What type of economy exists there, right?
Shut the fuck
Workers
up,
control
you.
the means of production, democratically control the workplace. Wait, why are you mad?
Yo, did
no,
you
I'm not
just-
mad, but
Yo, did you just show your claws? Like a kitty cat when it gets angry, so it like rah shows its claws. Is that what you just did? Is that what you did when you called me a bitch? Is that like a show of power?
I didn't call you a bitch, but I will call you a bitch. You look like a bitch.
Rah, rah.
No, I think you guys should be like.
Yo,
calling me,
Irby,
right?
thank you so much for the $50 on Cash App. Can we get some W's for Irby in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it for the $50 on Cash App. Let's get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Also, everyone thinks I got a haircut. No, I'm literally using a different.
Looks
thing,
good.
man.
I know. What are you? I don't.
It's not a haircut.
I don't know how
It's
you're
great,
listening
dude.
to the live right now. You have a weird.
Yeah, it looks good. You got a great.
These are Shure
great cut.
like earphones. Here,
Oh,
look.
How old are you guys?
This is pretty cool. Oh, look at that. That's pretty sick, man. Yo, you look professional as hell with those things.
How old are you guys?
I'm
22.
and I'm 35.
Oh, good, nice. So you guys, I would hope you guys are at some point be homeowners, right? So
I'm
Yeah,
35.
Deem's been a homeowner for a while.
Yeah, I've been a homeowner for like 11 years. I have like a wife and 4 kids. How old are you, little man?
22-year-old. Are you a homeowner?
I'm not, no.
Yeah. So
How old are
Wait,
you,
but
little
Dean
man?
is a homeowner.
Yeah, I am an owner. I've been living. Dude, do you remember the presidency
no,
was
I'm
under
not trying to
Nixon?
degrade you at all.
Were you around when Nixon? Were you here when the Watergate scandal happened? Because I was. Let me tell you, I have so much life experience on you. These young, dumb, ignorant, misinformed voters are throwing it away,
You were
casting a vote
not
for Trump
around
in November.
during Watergate. I'm 35 as well, so you were not. You were like.
Oh, did I say
5 years
35?
old,
I meant
bro.
46, man.
What?
No, I said I'm 45. Where did you get 35 from?
Oh, you're 45?
Yeah, I was around when Nixon was.
That guy
the
in
Watergate
this
scandal.
little box is not 45.
Yes, I am. I just use anti-aging. cream.
Dude believed he was 35. The fact that you believe Dean is 35
I
is
did.
crazy, bro.
When he said 35, I was like, all right, chill.
Okay, good. I was about to say.
But
God, I had so much power right there. Oh my God,
Yeah.
I can't wait.
yeah, you
Honestly,
did.
Dean, you could do that because your box is so small they can't tell.
Yeah,
No, I
I
know.
know. I was like, he looks like maybe 35. I'll give it to him. But my point was, I worry about. I have a sister that's 10 years younger than me. I'm 35, so she's 25. I worry about that generation to be able to buy a house.
Okay. I mean, then you should worry about Kamala's policy specifically to give $25,000 tax credit to people who are first-time
by
home
that.
buyers.
I'm very intrigued by that, but is that going to work?
Yeah.
I mean, is it?
Yes.
I mean, you're very biased, right? So,
Well, no, I'm going to tell you how it works, right?
Okay.
So,
yeah.
So there would be an increase in pricing to stimulate a greater amount of building of houses in places where people want them.
Yeah.
Right? But the increase in pricing would be offset by the increase in the tax credit, right? Because the increase in prices is bad because of a lack of affordability.
Yeah.
So we're producing an incentive to build in places where people want them, and we're helping out with affordability.
Okay.
So whenever we remove the subsidy in the future, there's going to be a greater supply of housing with a lower demand.
Yeah. So you do think that it will increase the price of homes?
So yes, that's the point of the bill. It's not going to increase it
It's not the point of the
25,000.
bill. That's definitely not the point of the bill.
That actually is the point of the bill.
To increase the value of homes?
So it is to increase the price of houses that are like new homes, like for first-time homebuyers, specifically to incentivize a greater level of production.
No, I would say that's the
of
opposite
houses
of
in
the
places
point.
where people want them.
They don't want to increase the price of homes.
They do. But it's not that they're trying to increase it a lot. They're increasing it less proportionally to the subsidy you get. That's just how it would work economically speaking.
So if you're not a first-time home buyer, that hurts you, right?
So I mean, technically you would have higher prices, yes.
I don't need to be on the big
for
screen.
new homes in particular. So if you're buying homes that are not new, well then you're not going to be screwed.
It's not a new thing. It's a first-time home buyer. So it doesn't have to be a new
It's
home,
first-time
right?
home buyer for new homes.
Oh, it has to be a new home.
I really don't need to be up here. You can take me off the big screen now.
For that bill, it has to be a new home.
Go back to your real job, sir.
Hey, Sam, let me ask you a question.
Hey, you don't look 40, bro.
Now, let me ask you a question. My question, I'll tell you.
You look 22 as well.
Oh my god. Okay, so what are you asking here? Are you saying that her $25,000 first time homebuyer subsidy? Is
No, I'm very intrigued by it. I'm not trying to be like pushed back to you guys.
I wouldn't even say that. I mean, it's possible that we'll just see like an increase.
Dean, I think you should just start talking like that, and then maybe we can get a guest up here on the live sometime. No, next time we go live, you should do that, and we should try to get a guest up that actually doesn't think you're trolling.
I know, I could do it quite well.
Yeah, you actually got me because I don't know you guys that well, so I actually thought you were 40.
That's what I mean, bro. I think we could easily do that.
I know. I'll convince one of these motherfuckers I'm a good 47 and a half, and I've lived I've lived through more than they'll ever forget.
Yeah, so you guys like the bill. $25K down payment. Are you guys going to be able to benefit from that?
Maybe if I buy a home.
Probably. Well, I mean,
yeah.
I'm guessing that
it depends if I buy a home. I don't know if I'm going to find where I want to like stay in terms of housing
in the next 8 years.
No, I'm jealous. It's awesome. It's good for you guys.
Also like home ownership in LA is like very difficult.
Oh, you guys are in LA?
I live in LA. It's very expensive.
Yeah.
I'm from Dover, Tennessee.
Shut the fuck up. $25K is like not going to be a down payment for a house in LA.
No, I'm not saying that. This is for everyone in the United States.
No, totally. I agree. I'm just talking about you guys. But if you guys could benefit from that, then it'd be awesome. So, what about her tax credit?
So the $25,000 is not supposed to be the entire down payment. It's supposed to just help. But
for sure. But a lot of people don't have a down payment at all.
I'm really confused on what point you're making. Are you saying that
down payment?
Are you saying that a $25,000 subsidy wouldn't incentivize further demand of a commodity?
Wait, who doesn't have a down payment if they have a mortgage?
A lot of people. A lot of people want to buy a house but don't have a down payment, right?
How do they get the loan without a down payment?
I mean, have you seen? So I live in Oregon. Have you seen the Oregon bill where?
Because I know they have FHA loans like at 3.5% down.
No, in Oregon,
some people are saying they had no down payment. I was like, what? Do they really do no down payment ones?
Yeah, in Oregon, they passed a bill where, if you probably saw in the news, they give you $30K if you're an illegal immigrant.
Oh, zero down with VA. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So
USDA as well.
No, it's only if you're if you're not a resident.
No, well, dude, this guy, Sam, I'm just gonna kick you for saying that. That was just dumb.
Ah, great, dude. I need to start doing what you do.
Yeah, if they say something like that, like I'm not. Like it's just like dude, it just like seems like he's purposefully doing that. You know what I mean? Like there's no way. I don't believe someone is that dense.
I'm gonna head out here soon. By the way, I'm gonna go play some Minecraft with a girlfriend.
Amara, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5 for how much to kick. Well, yo, what's up? How old are you? Shit, maybe I should have
26.
held on to him.
No, good. 26.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
I wasn't really impressed with what Kamala Harris had to say yesterday during the debate. It just kind of seemed weird that we had such a one-sided moderation that was going on there, and it just I mean, what, Parker? Come on.
I think you guys are just coping.
I'm gonna be honest. Here's my take. So I
Delaney, thank you for the $49.26. Thank you so much, Delaney. For how long are you staying live? I should be on live until late tonight, so probably like 12.
By the way,
so
if you guys want to
another long multiple hours. Thank you, Delaney. I really appreciate it. Give some W's for them in the comment section.
By the way, if y'all want to support me as well, my Venmo and my PayPal are in the bio. Anyways, just one thing I wanted to add on here about the debate. I'd say that the moderation was honestly quite critical of both Trump and Harris. I mean, when we're referencing some of the things that they said towards Harris, they're like, oh, why have you flip-flop positions? 2020, you were against fracking. Now you're for fracking. 2019, you were against ARs, or ownership of guns. Now you're for ownership of guns. And like, it just kind of went on this whole tangent that I'd expect from, like a MAGA supporter. And then they did the same thing to Donald Trump. Like, oh, if this hit your desk, would you veto it? I'd say that they're being incredibly critical of each side. It was just a little bit.
If Trump won, they wouldn't be saying this.
Yeah, no, it was just a little bit easier to be critical of them towards Trump because when they would say something, Trump would start debating them.
If anything, they were a little bit biased towards Trump because whenever Trump would want to cut in, they would let him do so. But whenever Kamala wanted to cut in, she did so one time. They didn't let her cut in.
Well, I mean, that you could obviously observe that, but the thing is that we saw a few times where they absolutely just fact-checked Trump right on the spot, where there was
because he was literally objectively wrong.
Wait, is this you admitting that Kamala Harris looked better than Trump in the debate?
She did. She looked.
Okay.
Listen. Wait. Hold on. Here's the point. Right. She seemed more prepared. She seemed more just kind of general with what she said. It wasn't really specific with any policy that she was bringing up. I mean, she asked the questions.
Charles, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Let's get some W's for Charles in the chat. Thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you, Charles.
She answered the questions fine, but the thing is that there was never really any type of specifics. But when they would ask Trump questions, it just felt like they were backing him into a corner. And I know that they were asking her questions too,
what?
Hey, you were flip-flopping back and forth on this.
Is that because he didn't answer the question?
No. I'll give you a perfect example. All right. They asked about the January 6th thing, and they said, do you have any regrets? You can't answer that and say yes or no.
Yes,
right?
you can.
No, you can't. Because the thing is that if he says, yes, I regret that, he's going to remit that whatever happened on January 6th, he was fucking wrong about.
It's not like he's going to get cut off. He has time to explain.
Also, shouldn't he admit that he was wrong about January 6th? Why would you not want to see your candidate do that? You're literally asking your candidate not to be honest
to be
with
disingenuous
himself and to be disingenuous. Why?
I just feel like that was just a really loaded question.
Wait, do you think that Trump has anything to regret from January 6th?
He went out and told those supporters that said, hey, you need to peacefully march on the Capitol.
So
that happens.
No.
That happens all the time.
What about when he sent the fake slates of electorates into Congress to be certified as real by Mike Pence to install himself?
Let's not pivot to that really quick.
No, that is January. That is a part of January 6th, sir.
No, I know it is.
When I reference January 6th, I reference his attempted coup. That is not a pivot. That is me asking you if Trump should regret attempting to install himself for a second presidential term through the use of a coup. Should Trump regret trying to silence the voice and the vote of every single American citizen in 2020, Teddy?
That wasn't every single American.
Yes, every single American. Absolutely.
And probably people who, I'm going to be honest with you, they were probably,
thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it.
They were probably also illegal immigrants too that voted for that. I mean, shit.
You think undocumented immigrants can vote?
By mail? Sure.
So can you give me any evidence?
Wait, so undocumented immigrants have a mailing address and a social security number to receive the mail-in ballot because they would already have to be pre-registered?
They found that there was mail-in ballots that were sent to residents where the occupants of the former house who had previously passed away. So if you run the example,
that's a complete pivot from what you just said. Jesse, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
if you look at that and and those people receive that ballot, they can vote whatever the fuck they want for whatever. Sorry about this. I'm walking my dog right now. But
so you're saying undocumented immigrants voted by stealing a person's identity who's dead?
Yeah.
Okay, name me one court case that indicated this occurred.
Well, you can't really prove it because you can't. There's no really.
Okay, so it's okay to believe things without evidence?
Well, there's no ID check. There's no.
So I just want to clarify. Do you think it's okay to believe things without evidence?
You can make hypotheses and conclusions.
Matt, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Hannah, thank you for the $10 for Free the Dogs. Thank you so much. And someone said, Matt, thank you for the $5 for adrenochrome for Dean. Saley, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate
Holy
that. Thank
shit.
you.
Yo, Neha. I have to be quiet because my brother's sleeping. But Neha, that is Neha. Thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. Holy shit. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some massive W's for Neha. That is Neha in the chat right now. At least 1,000 W's for Neha. I understand that you told me not to read your message out loud, but I do want to let you know that is quite funny. That is good to hear. Thank you for the $100. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you, Neha. Please make sure to show Neha some love in the chat.
Where was I? Oh, yes. So
you're explaining to us how you think that undocumented migrants vote through dead people's mail-in ballots, and you're
by
explaining
stealing
to
their
us
identities.
how you actually don't have any evidence for it, but it's still seemingly a okay position for you to hold. So can I hold to the position that Donald Trump raped a little girl after the debate last night?
That didn't happen.
Wait, why can't I hold to that position?
All right, I see what you're doing. All right, yeah, okay, sure.
What evidence?
Yeah, were you about to ask me for my evidence? Shocking.
Parker.
Delaney, thank you for the $101 for Sorry Dean Parker number 1.
Dean.
Can we get some W's for Delaney in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Delaney. Bubbles, thank you for the hanging lights. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Delaney in the comment section. At least 101 W's for Delaney in the comment section. Thank you so much.
Oh, that was cold. Folks, we got to beat that. We got to beat that.
Sorry. Dean, do you not believe that it had the potential to being the most fraudulent election of all time?
I know. I know that's false. In fact, it was the safest election in American history.
How's that?
How's that? It's been incessantly investigated and audited on the local, state, and federal levels since 2020. There's been 63 court cases opened by Trump and his team. They found no evidence to sufficiently demonstrate how the election was rigged. It's been incessantly investigated.
Hold on, I just want to say this. Hector just sent $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Said, I'm a DACA recipient and I can't even vote. People need to understand undocumented immigrants can't vote. Totally agree. Let's get some W's for Hector in the comment section as well. Thank you so much.
It was even incessantly investigated by Trump's own Electoral Integrity Commission, right? That he invested millions of dollars in to find any evidence that the election was stolen from him. And guess what? They came up empty-handed. And he knew that there's no evidence for this. And he tried to pressure the DOJ and Bill Barr into falsely announcing widespread voter fraud when there simply wasn't any. How do you feel about Donald Trump bringing Bill Barr into the Oval Office, telling him to announce widespread voter fraud, and when Bill Barr intended to go along with his plan, had to resign because half of the DOJ threatened to quit if he didn't?
Dean, that's a lot of information I didn't know. Thank you for letting me know.
Of course. I will let you know one last thing as well. So on October 9th and October 31st of 2020, before the election, Donald Trump spoke to his former chief of staff and chief strategist and specifically told them each his plan to claim election on the night of the election. I don't know why I can't pronounce that word right now. And, this was leaked and published in articles prior to November 9th, when he had came out and made the claim that the votes for Biden were illegal, and if only the real votes were counted, he would have won.
Who made the claim?
Brock, thank you for the $1, and Dell, thank you so much for the $9. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Dell.
So Steve Bannon, which was his former chief strategist, like came out and posted this whole article. It was leaked audio of him talking to his friends, telling them that Donald Trump on the night of the election was going to say to stop the count and claim that he won even if he was behind, because he knew that the mail-in ballots would be democratically favored.
Dean, that's hearsay. You can't use that.
He just got civic and election integrity.
But just to clarify, that would be hearsay. Oh. John with the $102.
Oh my God! Is that just pop me, bro?
Let's go! That's
Dude,
right, Parker.
no way.
Oh my God! Let's get at least 3,000 W's in the chat for John right now. Oh my God! I really have to be quiet because of my brother. John, I love you. You are the fucking boss. I want to see an unreal amount of love for John in the chat literally
This
right
guy,
now.
bro.
I really appreciate you for the love. Massive
Yo, what's up?
W's
How
in the
old are
chat
you?
for John.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Oh, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, actually, I am.
Bro. Yeah. So, why are you voting for Trump?
Okay, so honestly, I have nothing against Harris. The reason I'm voting for Trump is just so I actually moved here from Mexico in 2020, October of 2020.
Yo, Dell with the $104 on cash or on Venmo. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Dell in the comment section right now. And Peter with $105. Oh my God. Peter with $105 and Danny with $104. What the fuck?
Yup.
Oh my God. Can we get some W's
Oh
for
my
Dell, W's
God.
for Peter, and W's for Danny? Holy shit, dude. What the fuck just happened?
Guys.
Hey, take that, Dean.
Wow, oh no.
Dell, W Dell, W Peter, and W for Danny in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
Oh no. Oh no.
Bro, fuck.
Oh, chat, listen, we can't let that one. Okay. Okay.
I'm leaving you guys at that moment for a
Wow.
minute, because, hey.
No, go for it. Go for it. What were you saying?
We just
No, I
got
was gonna-
bested,
yeah.
chat. We just got bested. We just got beat.
So, I moved here from Mexico. I live in Oregon. I moved here from,
Parrish with $110 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Parrish in the comment section right now? Holy fucking shit. Let's get some W's for Parrish. What is going on right now?
Dude, all right.
Holy shit. They said I just got competitive. Let's get some W's in the comment section for Parrish. Oh my gosh.
John, baby John with the $107 on PayPal. Let's get some W's in the chat right now for John with the $107 on PayPal. Oh, no, I gotta make sure I get his message right. Let's get some massive W. My brother's asleep, so I gotta be so quiet, but let's get some massive W's in the chat right now for John saying Puck Peter Parker. Let's go, John, with the $107
crazy.
on PayPal.
W, John.
That is so crazy.
Oh
Let's get
my
some W's
God.
for everyone in the comment section. W for Parrish, W for John, W for Danny, W for Peter, and W for Della, everyone. That is so crazy. Jesse, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. But yeah, go for it, Taco.
Okay, so that sounds funny. Okay, so I moved here in 2020. It was October 19th, 2020. I moved here from Mexico after living there for 10 years. I'm legal here. I was born here. I moved to Mexico when I was 10. But essentially, so like when I was in Mexico, I did see all like the media, the way they kind of. So they were pushing a lot of negative media towards Trump in Mexico, and they were essentially like, I remember I have family here who are illegal on my dad's side, and they have voted. They voted Biden, and they are illegal, and it is through social security numbers that they buy for people who I don't really know exactly if they're passed away or anything. I don't think that's the case, but I have seen it happen. So I was just kind of going on what that other guy was saying.
Can I make a point? There's over 60 plus court cases indicate no sufficient evidence to overturn the election. There are dead people that vote in every election. People vote and then die. Appreciate the convey. Thank you so much. That happens in every election. They were less actually proportionally in this election compared to previous elections. You know, this is the safest election in recorded history.
Okay, I got you on that. So I don't think that it was overturned. I definitely don't think that the election was overturned.
Can you invite Beta Male Dean up here?
Yeah, I know. I just saw that. I'm like, what did Charlie Kirk beat Dean on?
Then their profile picture is a picture of me without a shirt on. I look awesome, by the way. And then their name is Beta Male Dean. Thank you for the galaxy.
But no, I don't think the election was overturned necessarily. That's not what I think. But I do think that Trump, as far as pushing...
Thank you for the 2 galaxies. Thank you for the 3 galaxies. Yo, B going off. W's for B in the chat. Thank you for the 3 galaxies.
Yo, Philip with the $20 on Cash App, or you killed it on Jubilee. Can we get some W's for Philip in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Philip.
So, I think that Trump is the better choice. I don't think that any of them are a good choice, but I do think that Trump is a better choice as far as pushing the economy where it needs to be and getting us back to that point. Because honestly, and this is being honest, and I know a lot of people agree with this, the economy has been shit for the past 4 years. It really has. Like, I remember here in Oregon, I went from paying $3 and probably 10 cents a gallon to paying over $5 a gallon. Right now it's going back down, but it's like, it's bullshit. And people who I know are struggling. Like, I've struggled personally. I went from being able to afford all my bills. I have the same kind of bills that I had back when I moved here. It's not a 2.5 inflation rate. There's no way. I'm sorry.
No,
but
right now it's 2.8%. That's a fact.
Okay.
So you can act like it's not a fact, but it is.
Okay, I don't know, but Oregon did hit over $5 a gallon. I was working at Fred Meyer's over here in Medford. I'll say that. Like, I was working at Fred Meyer's when it hit over $5 a gallon.
Hector, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Hector. For as a DACA recipient who pays taxes and helps his economy, he cut my visa from 2 years to 1 year, which he's trying to get rid of me when I help as much as I can. I'm not doing anything wrong. Please justify that, MAGA supporters. That's actually a great question.
So what I do want to say, though, what I do feel like is wrong is Harris, nobody voted for her. And I understand the situation, but like, she was just kind of put into place. Can
I ask you why it's only Republicans that take issue with this?
Well, Chris, thank you for the $5 for Save the Pets. Thank you so much.
So, I don't know, man. That's like what I can say is like, I didn't vote for her. I didn't vote for her to be in place.
Yeah, so we will vote for her come November. How about that?
Yeah, like that's just gonna happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
she polls better than Biden. People literally like her more than Biden. If you want to reference like the primary process, I'd say that if there's any issue for you to take there, it would be with the primary process, not with the candidates of the primary process. It is completely conventional and normal for there to be multiple individuals in the primaries to then maybe say the main candidate will win 40 states and then the secondary candidate will win 10, and then when the secondary candidate drops out, they'll tell their delegates to endorse the main candidate. And that's kind of what Biden did. So Biden presumptively won all 50 states, having sufficient delegates pledged to him to win the nomination at the DNC. Then Biden dropped out, and he told his delegates, who the people voted for, to endorse Kamala Harris. Of course, Kamala Harris still had to win their vote come the DNC.
Yeah, Sam, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Also, she was on the ballot, Biden-Harris. Every vote for Biden was a vote for Harris. Again, we vote for delegates. Delegates vote on behalf of what the party wants. 8 out of 10 Democrats are satisfied with Kamala Harris being the president of the United States, or being the presidential nominee, and 67% of Democrats wanted Biden to drop down.
Okay, so why are you voting Harris besides the fact that she's part of the Democratic Party? Like, genuinely.
Why am I voting for Harris? Again, because she advocated for the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in renewable energy ever. Appreciate the money gun, thank you so much, and the $35 cap on insulin. Right, those are things that benefit the working class of this country. She's also not a 34-count felon, proven sexual abuser, fraudster, election denier, tried to overthrow the government. She didn't try to restrict women's access to abortion. She didn't call for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. Plenty of things.
So hold on. So wait a minute, though. So you realize that like there is actual evidence of Biden having sexually molested his daughter, correct?
No, there's not.
No, there is evidence actually.
There actually is.
Dude. So what happened?
You're talking about Ashley Biden's diary, first of all, that was stolen from her, sold to Project Veritas before they attempted to sell it to Trump's team, when Project Veritas has a track record of manipulating and editing
Allison with the $200 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Allison in the comment section for the $200? Genuinely, thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Allison?
Oh my gosh! Wow.
What the hell is going on right now?
Yo,
Let's
massive
get some W's for Allison in the comment section right now.
Yo, that is
Holy fucking
phenomenal.
shit, what is going on?
Massive W. Holy shit! Massive W's for Allison in the chat, ladies and gentlemen.
Need a second, bro.
Yeah. Okay. We're gonna give Parker a second here. I want y'all to show incredible levels of love to Allison. Okay. Well, that guest seemingly left as soon as he took the chance to pivot away. So
Okay,
Parker's still having a second.
I'll add someone, but fuck.
Holy
oh my
cow.
God, let's get some W's for Allison. Terry, thank you for the $6.68. Pets for Kamala. Based. But
That's
can we get some
incredible.
W's for Allison? That is, y'all have been so kind tonight. Thank you so much, everyone. It's been absolutely amazing, everyone. I'm gonna be on for a long time tonight. We're gonna be on until at least like midnight.
Show some love
later.
to Allison, guys. Holy
That is
crap.
like some W's for Allison right now. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Allison. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. W's for Allison in the chat. W's for everyone. Y'all have been so kind today.
What's up, Carlos? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Just like Taco say, things were better when Trump was in office. I mean, I do disagree with a lot of things he did, but
Okay. Here's my question for you. How do we know that Trump caused things to be better, or how do we know that Biden and Harris caused things to be worse? I think we could both agree that external variables outside of the executive branch of our government can influence, the state of a country. So, how did he cause your life to be better, or how did Biden and Harris cause it to be worse? Okay, by the way, we can't hear you unless you
Hello?
are looking at Parker.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
you hear me now?
So can you answer my question there, Carlos?
Yep, I can. So right now, I just purchased my second house. It was about $500,000 house that I purchased. Back then, when Trump was in office.
Okay. So you make over $400K a year?
Yep.
Okay, so is that the reason why you like Trump?
Not really. I mean, just felt like taxes and everything was just way better when he was in office.
We're currently under Trump tax policy, right?
Yes.
Okay, so how are taxes better under Trump tax policy if we're still currently under Trump tax policy?
Well,
Hector, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much.
Also-
I definitely will ask them.
oh, go ahead, Dan.
No. Answer Parker's question. Then I'll butt in.
So you're saying we're currently on Trump taxes?
Yes.
Huh. Okay. Seemingly you don't have an answer there. So my question to you would be: to what end will you benefit yourself at the detriment of a? Oh my God!
What?
Is that it? Oh my God! Michelle M. Sharp with the $200 on Venmo. My brother is sleeping in the other room, so I have to be quiet. I do not want to wake him up, but I want to get at least 2,000 W's in the comment section for M.
Can we get another
Sharp.
2,000, everyone? M Sharp with the $200 on Cash App for me as well. Let's get some W's for M Sharp in the comment section. What the fuck is going on today?
What is going on?
Like, actually, what is going on today?
M Sharp, thank you so much for the $200. Thank you so much for the $200 to Parker as well.
What
you guys
is going
have
on?
been blessing
Let's
us
get some W's
beyond
for M
all
Sharp in the
fucking
comment
belief.
section.
We're looking at you, Delaney. We're looking at you, M Sharp. We're looking at you, John. We're looking at every single one of you guys. Thank you so much for the continued support today. This is insane. insane. This is actually fucking insane. I could speak for Parker when I say this. When both of me and Parker were just two little scrawny teenagers streaming debates in our rooms because we cared about our futures.
I'm still scrawny.
Well, you know what I mean. It was more so of an implication of being 18, 16, 17, 19. And we were streaming to like 30 people in our bedrooms because we wanted a brighter tomorrow. There wasn't a single fucking second that I projected that this would ever be the outcome. Thank you so much, M Sharp, for the $200. Y'all have continuously blessed me. Y'all have continuously blessed Parker. We are so appreciative for you guys.
That is unbelievable. Thank you so much, M Sharp. Let's get some W's for them in the comment section, everyone. Y'all are incredible. Y'all are so incredible. Nessa, thank you for the sunglasses. Okay, so Carlos, what were you saying? I do apologize.
Nope, all good. Like I said, things were just better. Not sure how they were better, but I kind of disagree with a lot of things Biden is doing. You know, opening the border and all the stuff. Just
what policy did Biden and Harris influence to get past it, open the border?
I mean, they have so much that they can make a decision just to close the border. When he became president, the way there was a news where he was talking and he was just pretty much telling everybody to just come to this country. It's kind of like
specifically said to go home.
After Biden made those comments.
Was Biden running for president? Because obviously, even if he made these comments, this is a clear distinction between Biden and Harris saying one thing and Kamala Harris saying the opposite.
Well, that was when Biden took office, though.
Okay. I mean, obviously, what we'd be indicating here is that this seemingly doesn't have much to do with Kamala Harris because it's Kamala Harris that told individuals to go home. But if you want to talk about strategic opening of the border to fit a political agenda, why don't we talk about Trump telling the Republicans to reject and torpedo the bipartisan border bill drafted by Langford in the House and the Senate?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of things that I disagree with. I mean, there's some good things that they want to do, and some things, mostly bad things. But
okay, so
we just give
me one policy that Kamala Harris influenced to get passed that you disagree with.
Just the fact that on the debate that she's saying give money away, give the first home buyers $25,000.
It's not giving money away. It's a self-sustainable tax reform bill. She knows how she's going to pay for it. You want to know who's actually giving money away, though? Trump. He wants to spend like nearly $4 trillion on tax cuts that will disproportionately help people like you, people making over $400,000 a year in ultra wealthy corporations. And he has no clue how he's going to pay for it. Why would you sit here and shit on Harris for wanting to make the average American's life better when you know how bad it's been? In fact, you call it the main reason you're voting for Trump when she knows exactly how she's going to recoup for that debt-related spending. And then you turn around and vote for Trump, the person that wants to make the ultra wealthy's lives better with no fucking clue how he's going to pay for it. That is such a convoluted worldview. I can't even put myself in your shoes and understand that perspective.
But here's the thing, though. She's been in office for 3.5 years. Why haven't they done any of the stuff that they say?
They have the $35 cap on insulin, the largest investment in renewable energy
ever. Wasn't the $35 something that Trump did?
The bipartisan infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. These are things that even Republicans said they would do and didn't do.
I don't know. I guess everybody has their own opinions, right?
Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman? Appreciate the handout.
No.
So Donald Trump has been held civilly liable.
There's a lot of things that
would you vote for him?
There's a lot of things I don't like about Trump, like when he was president.
So you said you wouldn't vote for someone. You said you wouldn't vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman. So you wouldn't vote for Trump, right?
Correct.
Okay. So all right. Appreciate you coming up. Let's go. Good shit. All right. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024.
Heck yeah.
Okay. All right, let's get this next individual up here. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now.
Someone in the chat says thoughts on George Soros Parker. I'm not Parker, I'm Dean, but I love him. He pays my bills, quite frankly.
Yeah, I'll get all my money, Big with $100 on Cash App. What the fuck is going on right now? Can we get some W's for Big in the comment section right now for the $100 on Cash App? Dude, what the fuck is going on today, bro?
W's for Big, man. That's incredible.
What the hell is going on?
That's so incredible. Y'all have been so generous today. Holy
That is
crap.
unfucking believable. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up?
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
And why is that?
Because everything was just better under Trump.
Okay, we've responded to this argument a good 1,000
times.
Okay,
no, we'll do it again.
All right.
Okay. Bad. So, so what policy did Trump pass that made your life better? What policy did Kamala Harris and Biden pass that made your life worse?
All right, I'm not very.
Yo, Brianna with $100 for Can't Find Dean's Cash App. I'll make sure to send it to his Cash App.
Oh, really?
If you would like, yes.
Oh my gosh.
W for Brianna in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
Bree, thank you so much for the $100. That is awesome. Thank you for the love, Bree. Massive W's in the chat for Bree. Thank you so much for the $100. Massive W's. Also,
that's some W's.
You won't have to pay taxes on that. Just make sure you include it in your write-offs. But thank you so much for the $100, Bree. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much, Bree. That's insane. Thank you for the love. And of course, Ryder's going to take that as an opportunity to run away. Thank you so much, bro. Dude, that is so kind of you.
That is such a W.
Thank you so much, Bree. You are awesome. Thank you so much.
We've got I've got the Cash App. You've got the PayPal.
Yeah, for real.
All right, let's get this next individual up here.
Now you just need to collect all 3 of the Infinity Stones.
For real.
I can't. I actually can't open a Cash App. I'm just royally fucked. So, yeah.
Yeah,
anyways.
that is truly unfortunate. Truly unfortunate. All right, it's not accepting this person. Let me try the next, everyone. All right, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. People want to know why you can't. It just doesn't let them chat. It's like really weird.
They don't like me. I think so I'm pretty sure that they falsely flagged me of like fraud. Like they thought that I was either defrauding people.
Yeah, no, Dean, you were seriously like defrauding people. Like, what a terrible dude.
What a terrible guy. What a terrible guy.
All right, horrible, terrible. You've never seen someone so bad. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 38.
Yo, Christina, thank you for the $20 for will you send Dean 10 of this? Yes, I will. I will.
Thank you, Christina. W's for Christina in the chat. And let's get some more W's for Bree.
Yeah, so Mike, are you voting why are you voting for Trump?
Actually, I don't even want to touch that topic. I just want to ask one simple question, if you don't mind.
Insanity. The audacity that man has. Why do men have so much goddamn audacity, chat?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
37.
You voting for Trump?
I am.
Why so?
Honestly, I really don't trust where Kamala's policies are at this point. Obviously, the whole flip-flopping and everything. And she really hasn't been able to kind of defend and say why she changed her policies.
Okay. Yeah, so you said that she hasn't defended why she changed her policy. She did. She literally talked about it at the debate stage. Did you watch the debates?
Tree, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you.
You did?
Wait, Donald Trump used to be a pro-choice Democrat. Is Donald Trump a flip-flopper?
I mean, obviously on some things. I mean, like I said, it's not the fact that
Elia, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much.
It's not the fact that she flip-flopped. It's just the fact that she flip-flopped on so many major issues. And it seems like the timing was solely based on the fact for election purposes.
Well, I think that a representative, especially like in a representative democracy, they're supposed to represent the views of the people, right? And I think that what Kamala Harris has came to terms with over the course of the last 4 years is that the views of the people is pro-gun ownership and pro-fracking, and she's found a way to support those two things while not changing her values intrinsically. Kamala Harris has found a much more effective route to promote green energy, and that is by making massive investments into it in the long term while also supporting drilling now here at home in America. I'd say that that perfectly explains her pro-fracking position.
I mean, now, but like I said, where was that, 4 years ago when she was running?
I don't know, man. I'd say that Kamala Harris has gained a lot of experience over the course of the last 4 years being in the executive branch of our government. It forces you to either be a failure like Donald Trump and unable to bring Congress together on anything, or it makes you into a leader that can act in a bipartisan manner to bring Congress together by seeing from both sides of the aisles on some issues. And I think that that was a prime crystal clear example of the presidency moderating her views.
Let me ask you guys a question. Obviously, there's no question you guys feel that Kamala's policies are far superior to Trump's, obviously, right?
Yes.
If they were to flip-flop stances on all their policies, who would you vote for? So obviously Kamala is now holding all of Trump's policies and vice versa.
But like the person who is civilly liable, I wouldn't vote for anyone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman.
Okay. So if Kamala has now all Trump's policies and that's what she's running on, you would vote for Kamala still?
I wouldn't vote for anyone who's held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, I guess the thought process is, I guess her policies aren't that much superior if you think that, we would be just fine.
I have a hard line of I don't vote for sexual abusers.
So the policies are secondary for you?
So yeah, I wouldn't vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman across the board. I wouldn't vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child across the board.
All right. Yeah, I mean, like I said, obviously from a policy standpoint, I think that's kind of what really is going to, kind of lead the movement forward. Would I what?
Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
In a vacuum, if that's all I have to go on, no. But
not even a vacuum, and just in this election. Would you vote for Trump if he were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
I mean, I guess indirectly, yeah.
Indirectly? So you're not directly voting for Trump?
No, I am
Shout out
voting
for that,
for him.
Dono Dean.
But like I said,
Yo, Parker with the 110.
I don't base my decisions on just one particular thing. I base it on the grand scheme of things.
Okay, like what? His shitty economic tax reform or his concepts of planning a plan to plan the plan for healthcare?
I mean, obviously, a lot of his policies in general, I think, were good for the American public.
I disagree. I think that his Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was an incredibly unnecessary expense that
added
disproportionately benefited rich
0.04% to the annual GDP, which is about $28 billion a year. So definitely didn't pay for itself. Push that mustache. Thank you so much.
$4 billion in government revenue, by the way. Just want to put that one out there.
I mean, the Inflation Reduction Act on Biden and Kamala's side, that was expensive, and it had
no. It wasn't. It was deficit
reducing. Yeah.
TBO indicates that it's deficit reducing over 10 years. Literally saves the government money. Would you?
It had little to no effect on the reducing inflation.
Yeah, it had a very marginal effect.
Because it was deficit reducing, though. You said it was inflationary.
Yeah, that's what we're countering. You said that it was expensive. No, it wasn't. It's deficit reducing.
And you said it was
years.
inflationary, didn't you?
Well, I said it was very expensive as far as what it is.
False.
And yeah.
False. Wrong.
Yeah, like what?
Wrong. It was literally deficit reducing in 10 years. Wrong. Okay, can you recant that claim, buddy boy?
No, I mean, I still think that there was a lot of unnecessary spending in that.
Oh my God, unnecessary. Dude, it was deficit
What was the
reducing.
unnecessary spending? Wait, why don't you look at the unnecessary spending of Trump when he added $8.4 trillion to the debt by signing into law, and then $4.8 trillion non-COVID related?
Cereal.
How much of that was partisan versus bipartisan?
I mean, does that matter?
He
signed into law, right?
So. I understand, but I mean, from a spending standpoint, a lot of the stuff under Trump was all bipartisan. And obviously from the Biden-Harris standpoint, the majority of their spending was partisan based.
For debt spending?
And it would have been even more if
does that matter though? Like the point that we're making is that it's signed into law. He could have vetoed it.
With some of the stuff, obviously it went through.
And that's also because the bipartisan bills they got done were deficit reducing. I just want to let you know that.
Yeah, and then also like Trump's like proposed policies dog shit. Like another 10 years of the TCGA, CBO estimates that will cost $3.9 trillion.
Crystal, thank you for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Crystal. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Do you know how he's going to pay for that? Or do you not know how he's going to pay for that?
Well, I think there's going to be kind of broad spectrum, obviously trying to cut a lot of unnecessary spending.
Like what?
Across the board.
Like Social Security, Medicare?
No, obviously not Social Security, Medicare.
Okay, so what is he going to cut?
Just in general. I mean, there's so much unnecessary government spending in there.
So vague. You don't know what he's going to cut. You have no clue. No clue, quite frankly. Do you have like concepts of what he's going to cut, sir?
I mean, obviously part of it is going to be the tariff act. It's going to help pay for some of the stuff back in there. But just in general, trying to cut back a lot of the stuff. I mean, look at every single bill in there. There's
that's such a shitty fucking response to say about Trump, who signed $8.6 trillion of debt-related spending into law. That's just like he's a third most impactful president on the deficit that we've ever had. And you're going to tell me that he's going to cut so much spending that he could save $4 trillion to cut taxes for the ultra wealthy? What if I told you I could tell you exactly how Kamala Harris is going to pay for $2.4 trillion in debt-related spending associated with the tax cuts for the low and the middle class? Seemingly, you can't tell me.
Dean, I found a comment saying that you look like Tom Holland on that one video.
I saw so many of them on YouTube, on TikTok. I don't even look like Tom Holland. I don't.
Chat, if you think he looks like Tom Holland, type 1 in the comments section.
Type 2 if I don't. I type 2. Anyways, go ahead, Bruni. How's he going to pay for it? Tell me what he's going to cut. Tell me how it's going to save the government $4 trillion in spending.
I mean, I don't have any specific line items that's going to go through and say $4 trillion.
Okay, so in other words, you were making an argument that Harris will be bad for unnecessary spending, yet you are seemingly conceding that Trump is spending so much money with no clue how to pay for it.
Let me ask, I guess either one of you, a genuine question, because obviously you're really heavy into the numbers and sites and stuff like that.
Thank you for the dollar. Thank you, Marcy.
Yeah, someone in the chat just said that I'm much better looking than Tom Holland. I love you.
Parker, do you have any stats on how much spending was basically blocked by the Republicans over the last 4 years? Things that were trying to be passed that were basically never made it all the way through to be signed.
I don't have data on every single one now.
Yeah, I mean, do you have any idea?
Stuff on that.
Yeah, I would too, just out of curiosity, because I know from, if the Democrats were unchecked the last 4 years, I'd be real curious to see what that spending would really total up to be.
Okay. All right. Sure. You should look into that and come back up and tell us.
Yeah. I mean, I'll see what I can find. I don't know what's in there specifically or even kind of where to look for it. But I mean, just overall stuff with, the First Step Act, right to try, things of that nature, I think were good policies on Trump's part.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So you said the First Step Act, the right to try.
Mm-hmm.
See that? Okay. Yeah. So I like how a lot of the things you referenced are criminal justice reform. So do you believe in criminal justice reform?
To some extent, yeah.
Okay. So if you believe in criminal justice reform, I have a question. Mm-hmm. You believe in law and order, right? Then
I do.
If you're pro law and order, do you think that, say, violent sexual offenders should be able to get access to guns?
I would say probably not.
No? So Trump's a violent sexual offender. He shouldn't be able to get access to guns, but he should be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes?
Was he convicted of that criminally or civilly?
Marta, thank you for the $25 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Marta. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
So, like I said, from a constitutional standpoint, I don't believe that if somebody is civilly convicted of something like that, they are permitted from owning a firearm.
We're asking you what should or shouldn't be the case.
Would you let someone who was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman be a gym teacher?
I think it would depend on the case. I try to look at things objectively in a case-by-case basis. I mean, I think you're painting with pretty broad strokes in that situation.
What?
But I would say, if we're going to go that broad spectrum, again, I would say probably not.
So why not?
Well, I mean, just in general, you typically don't want somebody like that that's going to be in a position that's going to be around, kids and so forth.
In general, what's the exception?
So why do you want them? Why do you want kids looking up to them as president of the United States?
I mean, you can make some of the same claims going around. I mean, like I said, once again, this is civilly versus criminally. I mean, why would you want somebody that...
Wait, you didn't question that in the context of the scenario with the gym teacher?
Say that again?
You didn't question that in the context of the scenario with the gym teacher?
And also just saying that it was civilly isn't...
Well, I don't think it's necessarily a looking up standpoint that I wouldn't want them in there. It would be a safety standpoint is what I'd be more concerned about specifically.
Okay, so you're okay with kids looking up to rapists?
I don't think I said that.
Okay, so would you like to clarify your answer to that? So do you think kids should look up to rapists?
No.
Okay, so kids shouldn't look up to rapists, so Parker's point still stands.
No, but when I'm looking at it from a safety standpoint. I would take somebody's safety.
We understand that you're making an evaluation about safety, however, simultaneously.
Do you believe in gun control?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Parker was talking.
Gun control?
I believe in the Second Amendment, but I do believe in proper gun handling and safety and so forth like that.
If strict gun control would save the lives of more innocent children, would you support it?
Can you elaborate a little further on what strict gun control consists of?
Taking away your right to own an AR-15.
Say, like, take the guns first, due process second?
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't agree with that because I don't believe that would change anything from a safety standpoint.
Marta, thank you so much for the $25 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Marta. I really appreciate it. Well, that's what Trump said. Trump said,
damn it.
Go for it. Go for it.
No, I was going to ask him, would
for
he
it,
still
go
vote
for
for
it.
Trump if he said that? But the cat's out of the bag.
Fuck.
We'll use that opportunity on the next person. Oh, well. Sorry, go ahead. So anyways, what the point that Parker is making is that that's something that Trump has said. Trump is also the only president out of like Trump and Biden that implemented like gun reform. Like you understand that, right? like Kamala Harris said last night, she's not going to take your guns. Joe Biden didn't implement any federal policy to restrict gun ownership, but Trump certainly did. And Trump said to take the guns first, due process second. How do you feel about that? Trump also wants to imprison people for free speech, violating their First Amendment right. Trump is so anti-Constitution. He said that he wanted to throw it out the window and put it on pause to question the outcome of the 2020 election. Please give me comparable circumstances of Harris or Biden challenging the Constitution as Trump has.
Terminate it.
I mean, obviously, you got the whole Facebook stuff.
That's not anti-constitutional.
Really? Free speech?
Yeah, that's not... So you're on Parker's Live right now. If we told you that we're going to kick you if you said any slurs, as that is banned speech on Parker's platform, would that be infringing upon your First Amendment right to freedom of speech? No, because your First Amendment right of freedom of speech applies to government entities as well as to like the criminal justice system. But
you're against free speech if you kick me off your platform, okay?
But a government entity making a suggestion to a private platform, a private business, by saying that this should be included within your terms of service is not anti-free speech, right? Because once again, that only applies to legislation, the government, and the criminal justice system. But what is against your free speech is when Trump says that if you burn the American flag, you're going to go to jail for a year. That's a violation of your First Amendment right.
Yeah. Do you know who originally put that law in effect? What party?
I don't really care. I'm asking you about
the Democratic Party. Were the ones that first enacted that law.
Okay, and the Democrats that enacted that law were anti-constitution. What a fucking about it, bro? Why can't you stay on topic? Donald Trump wants to throw people in jail for a year for burning the American flag. The Supreme Court has ruled that that is against the First Amendment right to freedom of speech. How do you feel?
I agree with that from the Supreme Court standpoint.
So you agree that Donald Trump wants to imprison people for a constitutionally protected activity.
I mean, he can want to all he wants, but it's not going to matter.
Okay. So if Donald Trump wanted to grape a little girl but couldn't, would you still vote for him?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
If Donald Trump wanted to grape kids but couldn't grape kids, would you still vote for him?
I don't understand the point of the questions. I mean, we're just going to keep throwing out just one-liners and stuff like that. I mean,
can you answer the question? If Donald Trump wanted to grape kids but couldn't grape kids, would you still vote for him?
I would say probably not. We'll
so if Donald Trump wanted to violate your constitutionally protected rights but couldn't violate your constitutionally protected rights, would you still vote for him?
That's the whole point of checks and balances. That's why we have three systems.
So that's the whole point of checks and balances. This gives you no reason not to vote for Trump when it's about constantly protected rights, but it is about when he wants to grape kids. See, if someone even wants to do something that I would deem as wrong, this would give me a reason not to support them.
Okay, so you don't think that there's anything wrong that Harris stands by? What about the fact that she wanted to decriminalize illegal immigration?
Illegal immigration has never been criminal. It's been a civil offense.
That is not true.
It is. And yeah, so the tweet that you're referencing of her wanting to quote unquote decriminalize it is her saying that it's not a crime when she was analytically correct.
I'm not referring to a tweet. I'm talking about when she was on video saying that she would decriminalize illegal immigration.
It's not a crime today. It's seriously not a crime. It's a civil offense.
So it's civil. So now civil doesn't matter? Because just a few minutes ago you told me civil matters.
Yeah, think of the dollar. When did we say it doesn't matter?
Yeah, we literally want to
He's downplaying it because the fact is saying it's a civil offense.
No, I'm not downplaying it. I'm directly responding to what you said. You said that she wanted to decriminalize it. It's not a crime. Point reduced, debunked, disproven, rejected.
I can't really refute it, but I find it hard to believe that. So someone can walk across the border and they can only be convicted of it civilly. So why can they be deported at that point if it's just a civil offense?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, so you can force pay, and also if in that sense they can force them to engage in particular behaviors like.
Yeah, I don't know how the criminal
country.
justice system works. I just know that it's not a criminal offense. You know what I mean?
Like that's like asking the question like, how would you deport them criminally?
Yeah.
Like, are you gonna know what flight they're gonna take?
Well, no, but if
are you gonna pay for their
flights illegally, at that point they would be deported, or
Okay, so how do you deport them? Tell me.
Well, you'd either bus them back across, or you'd fly them out like they were doing before. I mean, how is Biden deporting people now?
Danielle with the $250 on Cash App. Can we get some W's for Danielle in the comment section right now? Thank you so much.
Oh my god.
Holy fuck, let's get some W's for Danielle. What the hell is going on today, dude?
W's for Danielle in the chat. That's insane. $250
Danielle with the $250
from Danielle.
Let's get some W's.
That's insane.
She took the
Massive
dub for today.
W's.
Let's get some W's for Danielle. Oh my god.
That's awesome. Holy
and Michelle,
crap.
thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Michelle, for love your haircut. I didn't get a haircut, but thank you. I just have
W's
different
for Danielle in that
earphones
chat,
for
ladies and
today.
gentlemen.
And these are gonna be the new earphones. But oh my god, what is going on?
Wow, massive W's for Danielle down below. That's awesome.
Yeah, Bruni, is there anything else you want to talk about, Rod?
I mean, a little bit. I just wanted to finish at least the thought. So, I mean, you're talking about how you're going to deport them. I mean, Biden's obviously deporting people now, correct?
Yeah, dude, we're not disputing that. What we're just saying is that, again, we don't know the current processes of how you would fully deport someone, but you would still argue that in some circumstances deportations would occur, right? You don't have to know the process. You just need to know that, like, under your view, this should or should not.
Well, I definitely think it should be if they're in here illegally, whether it's civil or criminal. And like I said,
yeah, well, you understand that, like, me and Parker would advocate for quicker, safer legal ports of entry, right?
And Joshua, thank you for the $30. Thank you so much. Put some W's for Joshua in the comment section. Thank you so much for the $30. And again, Danielle, thank you so much. I appreciate the $250. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Danielle in the comment section.
To reduce, like, undocumented entries. Like, I don't understand what your point would be here, but you understand that, like, Trump blocked a bipartisan bill that led to an increase of undocumented migration into our country, meaning that he's directly responsible.
I mean, he's not the one that voted.
He's the one that influenced their vote, man. He's going to be partially responsible for the outcome.
I understand. And I mean, I understand your point is that it's for political gain at that point, right?
Right, which demonstrates he doesn't really care about the southern border. He doesn't really care about undocumented migration across the southern border because he's willing to take a scenario that he vehemently preaches at his rallies as being terrible, to turn around and manipulate it and to take advantage of it for political gain.
I mean, you can say the same thing about Democrats bumping Kamala to the top of the ticket. That was purely for political gain at that point. And you guys say that that's okay.
But what did that hurt, though? Because under the own MAGA worldview...
8 out of 10 Democrats wanted that.
Well, I mean, I'll agree. I'll literally agree that, like, having Biden drop and having Harris run was literally for political gain, but that wasn't at the expense of, like, greater harm to a nation. When under your own worldview, now I want to clarify, this isn't under my worldview, under your own worldview, under Donald Trump's own worldview, migration across the southern border leads to great harm to the nation. I mean, how many times have you seen Donald Trump call undocumented migrants rapists, P3DOs, right? MS-13 gang members, right? He's saying that these people are coming into our country, harming our women, living off of the American taxpayers' dollars, and then he turns around and he says he wants that to increase and continue because it'll increase his chance of winning at re-election. Like, can you give me an example of Biden or Harris doing something for political gain that led to higher rates of harm?
Higher rates of harm?
Yeah, that literally caused harm in accordance with their own worldview. Because Donald Trump shooting that bipartisan border bill down caused harm according to his worldview.
I mean, obviously, you could go on to the whole fact of, threat to democracy. I mean, the whole point is, and I understand your stance, right? And I understand that there's nothing wrong with what they did from a legal standpoint.
It also wasn't a threat to democracy because the DNC and the RNC are private political parties, not a government fixture.
But it still doesn't change what happened.
It changes the idea that it can't be a threat to the democracy of America because it's not a government fixture. You have the right to vote for whoever you want in November. You even have the right to open up your own private political party. But if that's a threat to democracy, is RFK dropping out a threat to our democracy because he turned around and endorsed Trump?
I think that if there's something, to be said about the nefarious act about why he was going on there to try to block and stuff like that, I think that there's something that could be said about it being kind of morally wrong. I try to look at this, and like I said, I'm far from a far right, like just complete MAGA, just follow him blindly. There's a lot of things that, I think that he could do better or, obviously reel back as far as what he says and so forth. But I look at the end of the day, I know what he stands for, even if I don't 100% agree with all this.
He doesn't know what he stands for. What's his healthcare plan?
Okay, so that's one thing, right?
He doesn't know what he stands for. How is he going to pay for his tax cuts? Is that two things?
No, I mean, obviously.
He doesn't know what he stands for. How is he going to deport every single undocumented migrant in our country? Is that three things? He doesn't know what he stands for. Is he going to veto a national abortion ban? Is that four things?
Everything, even from Kamala's standpoint, it's all theories, right?
Oh, no. So, no, not at all. See, even if I agree that she only has theories, Donald Trump doesn't even have a theory. He has concepts. Get it right.
No, I mean, like I said, obviously, as far as the illegal immigration, as far as trying to round up stuff, are you going to be able to round up every single person that's here illegally? No. But there's going to have to be a lot of coordinated efforts among police departments and so forth in order to try to even put a dent in it and accomplish it at that point. I mean, there's not a foolproof, perfect plan to any problem out there. It's about making the best of what you can with the situation.
Yeah, but Kamala Harris knows how to make the best of what she can in this situation. Donald Trump doesn't. She knows who she's going to cut taxes for. She knows how much it's going to cost, and she knows how she's going to pay for it. Couldn't say the same thing for Dan, right? Same thing for healthcare. She knows how she wants to reform the ACA. She knows she wants to limit prescription drug prices to $2,000 per year for all American citizens. She knows she wants to grant Medicare a greater ability to renegotiate prescription drug prices with pharmaceuticals to reduce government spending. What does Donald Trump know? Apparently nothing. After 8 years, still no plan for healthcare. He's planning a plan of concepts, which will then be used to plan another plan of concepts to plan.
Well, it's easy to have a plan when you just want to give everything away and spend.
Oh, so actually her tax cuts are self-sustainable. Who's giving everything away and spending? Donald Trump. His tax cuts aren't. He has no clue how he's going to pay for them. He wants to spend $4 trillion on the ultra-wealthy. Crazy. I think I just used your own words against.
So the capital gains plan, right? I understand. I'm not saying that it's only for the people that make, over $100 million and so forth. I get that. I'm not one of those people that's going to say that it's bad because every person that buys a house.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
Every person that buys a house is going to be affected. But I do think that it's going to have effects on the middle class America.
Kim T, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much.
How so?
Well, I think it's going to tank the stock market personally.
I disagree.
Okay,
Wait,
so
what policy is going to tank the stock market?
Unrealized capital gains.
Unrealized capital gains.
No, because it would be expected.
Okay, but let me ask you a question. So obviously, Mark Cuban has been working closely with Kamala Harris as a financial advisor throughout this election. He's even come out recently in the last week or so basically saying it would be a horrible idea. And the fact that it would do exactly that.
Thank you so much. Mark Cuban? Okay.
Correct.
You could so if you take Mark Cuban's view, you're gonna vote for Kamala Harris, right?
Do I take his views? No, but I take some of
Okay,
his.
that's what I thought.
I take some of his experts. I mean, honestly,
If you
I
take some
actually
of his
agree.
experts, why don't you take some of his experts here?
I actually disagree with Mark Cuban here. I do. I actually do disagree with Mark Cuban. I hold pretty strongly to the idea that it won't tank the stock market, because regardless of where these centimillionaires have their money invested, they're going to experience this unrealized capital gains tax. So there will be an.
So it's expected. The point is, it's expected. It doesn't change anything about the stock. So why would someone invest less or invest more in a stock, given that it's not more or less bad of an investment?
because they're going to have to
Given
sell
that a
off.
tax is implemented.
They're going to have to sell off in order to pay the bill, regardless
Yeah,
if it's
yeah, but
expected or
that's
not.
So
So when people are selling off, right, that's going to lower the stock market at that point.
no, because I think it's because it's expected. It's not going to tank the stock price because again, the investment is to the same degree. So we might see it equilibrate, but we're not going to see it decrease and tank the stock market.
Wait a second. Do you hold to Cuban's view here? Because in the next sentence, he not only said that this is bad, but he said it's probably not going to happen.
Well, because
I'm curious, if you hold to Mark Cuban's view, you not only assume that therefore the unrealized capital gains stock is bad, but you'd also assume that Kamala Harris isn't going to implement the unrealized capital gains stock.
Well, that kind of goes back to the whole flip-flopping thing. So
Ryan,
why is
thank
she
you,
running on
Galaxy.
it
Thank
if
you so
if
much,
he feels
Ryan.
that she's not going to implement it?
I mean, shit, why did Trump run on the infrastructure bill? Fuck, why is he ran on healthcare for 8 years? Who knows?
I mean, but
guess
what I'm
who got
saying
more
is-
done? Biden and Harris.
But I mean, from a Cuban standpoint, I mean, well,
From a Cuban standpoint, this wouldn't give you reason not to vote for Harris, as he says that she won't implement it.
But it's ultimately not his say.
Erica, I appreciate you for the money gun. Well, then why do you accept his say in the first place?
He's making an
Why
opinion
do
on
you
what it
accept
would
his
do.
say when it comes to the efficacy of the tax, but not the implementation of the tax? Right? You either have to accept both, or you have to accept none.
No, you don't, because he can give an opinion based.
Okay, so
on
you
his
could pick and
background.
choose which opinions of Mark Cuban's you like. Why?
Because Mark Cuban has no control of if she does or does not implement it.
But the question I'd be asking here is, if you could pick and choose between the opinions of Mark Cubans that you'll hold to, not hold to, you're going to have external reason to, right? Like, I'd ask you to provide the reason why the unrealized capital gains stock would be bad. And specifically speaking, capital gains tax would be bad. And seemingly you can't, right? What I'd say is that it won't tank the stock market, apart from individuals having to pull stock out to pay for the tax, which will just go right back into the pockets of the low and middle class, by the way. But specifically speaking, this won't provide disincentivization to invest in the first place, because regardless of where these centimillionaires have this money invested, they're going to experience the effects of this tax, right? And their only alternative would be to pull the money out of being invested. At that point, not just losing out of 25% of their investment, but 100% of the investment. So all things considered, there's more incentivization for them to invest than not to invest, given the unrealized capital gains stock. And I'd agree with you that the unrealized capital gains tax here would not be a good idea if it wasn't going back directly into the pockets of the low and the middle class. Why do we care about the stock market? Because it serves to promote our economy through making the average American better off. Well, what she wants to do with the money raised through the unrealized capital gains tax is to put it back into the pocket of the average American, which will make the average American better off. So it achieves the same end.
But you're still pumping a bunch of money into the economy at that point with all these free things that she's trying to give away, like the whole $50,000.
Which is good. I think that's a great thing to do.
But that's also
so,
what
So Trump is pumping money in the economy when he advocates for tax breaks for billionaires. You're okay with him pumping money in the economy there?
when you're dumping money into the middle class, just kind of like the whole with the COVID stuff, the stimulus checks, that's part of what caused the inflation to become rampant, and that's why the Fed had a real back.
Wait, no, we're talking about his tax cuts for the ultra wealthy. You understand that Trump literally wants to pump more money into the economy through his tax cuts? Literally, Trump wants to give away more free money.
And what policies other than
Tax Cuts and Jobs Act for another 10 years, estimated to cost $4 trillion. Hers is estimated to cost 2.4. Trump wants to give away more free money, but instead of giving it to those that need it, he wants to give it to the ultra wealthy.
I mean, you can split hairs over the policies, and obviously the whole.
That's not splitting a hair. That's an ideological shift.
Because if you're going to incentivize businesses in the U.S., whether it be corporate tax rates being lower or whatnot, that's going to indirectly help the middle class as well by creating jobs.
Oh, okay, so lower corporate tax rates create jobs, yet some of the lowest rates of unemployment that we've had in our countries with higher corporate tax rates. Explain that to me, Brittany.
What years was that?
1960s, 70s, and 80s.
Okay, but what about something more recent? Because
dude, that I'm literally referencing, right? 50 years ago, when our corporate tax rate was about 35 through 45%, which is the benchmark for the all too often cited statistics of a 50-year record low rate of unemployment under Trump's presidency. Why won't you accept this? Do I need to cite something more recent? How about we talk about the low rates of unemployment under Obama's presidency with a 35% corporate tax rate? See, you like to shift and move the goalpost for no reason at all, rather than you think it intellectually serves you in this debate. You don't care about the average American. You don't care about the working class, because if you did care about the working class, then you'd obviously accept it as fact that higher corporate tax rates don't lead to higher rates of unemployment, and that ultimately speaking, increasing the corporate tax rate by 7% to generate $1.3 trillion to fund the low and the middle class through tax rates, child tax credits, and subsidies for first-time homebuyers and new businesses is a great plan, but instead, you just want to call it free money for those that don't deserve it that will cause inflation. Then you turn around and vote for Trump, the man that wants to give free money to those that really don't deserve it, the billionaires, at the expense of the low and the middle class by imposing tariffs, which are regressive and will disproportionately harm them.
what I was saying is, as far as something more recent, the world is a completely different world than it was 50, 60 years ago.
Okay, so why would higher corporate tax
Wait, I have a question.
rates-
Does anyone know if it's against flag code to like sign the flag?
Great question.
I don't believe so.
You don't think so? Does anyone know, chat? Real question, because I'm yes, it is. Okay, so Donald Trump, I'm watching a video of him right now sign an American flag on 9/11. So he broke flag code on 9/11.
I don't understand. I mean, I don't think that's the case, because, like, based on the whole Supreme Court, if you can burn it, why can't you sign it?
Wait, he says you shouldn't be able to burn it.
Oh shit! Wait 1 second. The flag. This is a part of the U.S. flag code. The flag should never be carried flat or horizontally. Irrelevant. The flag should never be used for advertising purposes in any manner whatsoever that could be applied. But more specifically, the flag should never be placed upon it, nor any part of it, nor attached to it any mark, insignia, letter, word, figure, design, picture, or drawing of any nature. Yes, Donald Trump broke our federal flag code.
But you can burn it?
Yes. Oh, wait, I know that probably breaks flag code too, but it's still protected under the First Amendment right to freedom of speech. But what we're saying here is that Donald Trump wants to imprison people for breaking the flag code, then turns around and breaks it himself.
Possibly. Yeah, I mean, but once again, I don't agree with that. So, I mean, from a moral standpoint, I don't think you should desecrate and burn as an American citizen.
From a moral standpoint, you shouldn't spread misinformation.
What was I spreading misinformation about?
No, I was making the same point as you. Although you may morally disagree with it, it doesn't justify imprisoning people for it. To like some extent, okay? Like maybe I could say I morally disagree with like people like using vehemently harmful hate speech, and I'd say that the Constitution should be amended to send people to jail for it. Yet I don't think we should say the same about burning the American flag.
But how is he spreading false information if he's just making an opinion on it, saying
it's a conceptual analogy, man.
Okay, I mean. But I do want to go back to one thing, because you were talking about moving the goalpost earlier, but as far as the whole Cuban thing, you were saying that I can't agree with the fact that his stance on the fact that it would tank the stock market, but then I also can't agree with the fact that he wouldn't have, or he thinks that Harris won't implement it.
Well, I mean, your argument more so is saying that Mark Cuban is a reliable source for information, yet you reject the fact that he's endorsed Harris, and you reject the fact that he says Harris won't implement this, and you only accept the fact that he says that this is a bad policy. So seemingly you are cherry picking this quote-unquote reliable source for information to fit your narrative.
No, I mean, I think that he's probably more qualified than 99% of the U.S. population regarding financial implications regarding the stock market and so forth. I mean,
I'd agree.
And if his stance and he feels that, I mean, I think that holds water. I mean, this isn't just a Joe Schmo, either myself or you guys or anyone else that's making that statement. It's someone that is heavily involved in that industry.
Yeah, sure. Maybe I'd agree with you there. Maybe I'd agree that Mark Cuban's opinion here would hold some water. Yet at the end of the day, I still disagree with him.
But once again, if she still stands by that, even though somebody like him is saying that, it tells you how disconnected she is.
No, because seemingly there's good reason to disagree with Mark Cuban there.
What's the good reason?
We've already went over it.
Well, you're saying that, but I mean, what makes you qualified to make a statement like that over Mark Cuban?
Well, I mean, I'd say that at the end of the day, he's more qualified to make statements, but we can't dispute good reason being provided for a claim, right? Like my claim is being qualified given good reason. Mark Cuban's claim is being qualified given status, right? But this would lead to two qualified claims. Like I could say that specifically speaking, right, it is like wrong to murder people and give a long list of phenomenal reasons for such. Meanwhile, if God were to come down to earth, he'd be qualified to say it's wrong to murder because of his status. But I guess the point that I'm making here is the qualifications for my claim that it will not impact the stock market is given the good reason that I shared earlier. Like, I don't know, like, how much more specific you want me to be. Like, do you just want me to cite, like, another, like, ultra-wealthy billionaire like Warren Buffett that disagrees with Mark Cuban's take? I'm pretty sure he put a statement about it.
I haven't seen that if that's the case, but I mean, it's something I would like to see someone that's actually come out and said that it would be good, that would be qualified for it.
Okay, so now you're disputing, right, my good reason on the basis of my qualifications? Okay, I dispute your good reason to vote for Trump on the basis of your qualifications. You're a random
George,
skedaddle.
thank you for the $1. Thank you so much, George.
I didn't hear what you said. Sorry, Dean.
Yeah, you have no good reason to vote for Trump. You've attempted to give me a good reason the entire time you've been up here, but I dispute you on the basis of lack of qualification.
Okay, but once again, my reasoning should be just as good, right?
Oh, so now you hold to the claim that one can have good reason without qualification.
I'm following your logic.
The money gun.
You literally just disputed that claim 5 seconds ago.
I'm following your logic, though.
I'm really lost and confused.
How are you lost and confused? You were just making a stance.
Because you just argued 5 seconds ago that I cannot hold to the claim that this will be that this will not detriment the stock market, even though I have good reason because of my lack of qualifications. So I just turned that around and applied it to you. You lack sufficient qualifications to hold to the claim that Donald Trump would be a good president.
That I don't think either one of us are qualified to this level that Mark Cuban is on the stock market.
Okay, so you don't understand the argument. It's whatever, man.
I do understand what you're trying to the point you're trying to make, but you're comparing apples and oranges. We're talking about an industry leader in an industry like the stock market and financials and so forth, making an opinion versus myself and two other people that.
How about I will go for you. How about you go try to find a source insofar as indicating what Mark Cuban's reason would be to hold to this claim, then come back and we could discuss the reason.
Well, the whole reason is because
like
people
you're just kind of like
thank you for the $10. Thank you, Keith.
Like, I'm pretty sure you're just appealing to authority in this context. Like where you're essentially saying because of the authority that he has given the status in the industry, right? His claim is automatically like justified, right? And like typically speaking, I don't like accuse people of appeal to authority claims because they're quite analytically difficult to like justify. But I'd say in this circumstance, you're literally just appealing to his authority, saying therefore it's correct. But how about you go online, just come back with a good reason insofar as why Mark Cuban would hold to this claim, and then we could have further conversation.
Okay. All right, hang on a second.
All right. Appreciate it. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all.
I really appreciate you for the meteor shower, Sid. And I'm about to drop and go to bed probably after this guest.
All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Sid with the 2 meteor showers. Thank you so much for the love, Sid. You're awesome.
I am 23.
Glasses, thank you. You
guys, look, I came here to waste y'all's time. I only have one thing to say.
Sorry. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Does Dean have a Cash App? No, he does not.
Nope.
Yo, Sidar, thank you so much. I appreciate the media shower. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Keith, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I'm sorry.
Everyone do tap that screen. Let's get to 2.5 million likes before I do get off today.
Heck yeah. W's for Keith as well. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and drop Parker. I appreciate you for
All right,
letting
for
me up
sure.
for Ghost, man. It was fun. Chat, love y'all. See you, everyone.
All right, let's get this next person up here. Okay, what is going on? Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
I think that Kamala doesn't have a plan whatsoever, and I feel like
What's Trump's healthcare plan?
Trump's healthcare plan. I'm answering your question first, so you could ask a question after I answer your first question.
Concepts?
So your original question was, why am I voting for Trump? I wasn't done with that. So one sec. I would say that Trump basically helps out the military more. He puts
Lily,
fear.
thank you for the $5, Lily. Go ahead.
He puts more fear into other countries. And yeah.
More fear into other countries? Okay. So like, how so?
There was no wars during that time.
There was Turkish-Kurdish war. There was a proxy war between the United States and Russia and Syria. 432% increase in military drone strikes in the Middle East. He vetoed the blocking of an arms deal to Saudi Arabia, which they were using to commit a genocide in Yemen. Starved or bombed 85,000 Yemeni children. Roy, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Lily, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Lily. So I'll just ask you the question: what's Trump's healthcare policy? Joey, what's Trump's healthcare policy? Hello? Joey, I can't hear you. Hello? Joey, you got to come back to the app so I can hear you.
Oh, crap.
What was his
My
healthcare
bad.
policy?
I didn't look into that.
So, did you watch the debates last night?
What's Kamala's? Yeah, I watched some of it.
Expanding the ACA. So what did he say his healthcare policy was? He said he has concepts.
Yeah, no, I didn't agree with that part when he said that he has
It's
concepts.
9 years. It's 9 years since he's been starting to run for president, and he still only has concepts?
Yeah,
He
but
doesn't have a plan?
Can you give me 2 reasons why you're voting for Kamala?
Kamala. Leandria, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1. Thank you so much. Yeah, she's not a convicted felon, and she's not a proven sexual abuser.
Okay, but why is he winning all of those cases? And
what case did he win? He lost all those cases. He's a convicted felon, and he was held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman.
Can you show me that article or fact?
Trump libel essay? Look up Trump libel essay.
Okay, I'll check that after this. But all I know is that Kamala, she doesn't.
Kamala.
Can you teach me how to say it? Because I don't know how to say her name.
Kamala.
Kamala. Okay, anyways, but Kamala, I feel she got her position through ways that weren't fully right. And I feel, well, there's been, I don't know if I could say that on live, but she basically, I feel like she's not fit to be president. Not as bad as Biden, but because she at least has a brain. So, but I feel like last night she was more trying to make the voters feel good by saying like all these little tactics, saying like, oh my God, like instead of answering the question, she's like, I was a middle class civilian and stuff like that. I just feel like she was trying too hard to like relate to the people instead of like actually giving her policies.
Yeah, so I can reference multiple national security advisors, multiple chiefs of staffs, multiple people that were a part of Donald Trump's cabinet that said that he was unfit to be president, that he was a threat to democracy, that other countries around the world laugh at him and think he's a fool. Alexander, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. So why would you want to vote for someone that literally the people that are around him in their administration threatened the rest of their careers, to call them out for being unfit, a threat to democracy, right? And literally a laughing stock to the globe.
How is he a laughing stock when there was no real wars? Like major.
There were. You
I
just
know
lied.
you listed those. I know you listed those few, but I don't think there would have been Ukraine and Russia, or.
So can you give me any evidence to indicate that?
There is.
You just cut out.
Oh, my bad. But I don't know if there was particularly evidence, but I'm saying based off of the history and his track record that it would have happened because, as I said, he puts fear into those countries, and yeah.
So it wouldn't have happened because he puts fear into them. Okay, what makes you think that? You just feel like it?
As he said, like for that one example, he said yesterday, I sent a picture of his house, and he was like, "What does that mean?" And that stopped. Like, I don't think Kamala would do that.
Kamala. Yeah. So So you just saying that's not a reason to vote for Donald Trump. You saying I feel like Kamala Harris won't show a picture of someone's house to get them
that's
to
not
concede.
the only reason, but
right? Isn't like a reason why they fear him? Okay, again, literally multiple of his national security advisors and people that saw him and make decisions in the most critical of scenarios said that he was unfit and said that he was a laughingstock to the planet. So you can sit there and you can tell yourselves all these little stories, but what the people that saw him in the literally most critical conditions, right, for President of the United States, said that he was terrible. Melanie, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Melanie in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Melanie, for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Let's get some W's for Melanie.
I'm going to admit that I don't know too much about politics because I try and stay away from politics, but I would say from what I know, just off of the basics.
Would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
You ask these same, I don't even watch your lives, but the few times I have, like a couple times, you ask the same questions thinking that
it's the same conversation. Of course, I'm going to ask a similar question. That's like saying you did the same chess move in a chess match that you've done in other chess matches.
You have the same exact script, like switch it up a little bit because
same script. You mean I have a similar question?
Kamala.
Joey, how many things have we talked about? I talk about plenty of things. I don't just talk about this. This is a question I commonly ask because it's relevant to the conversation. It sounds like you're a fan. It sounds like I pop up on
all
your
I know
phone
is that I'm just voting off of his policies. I'm not voting off of his personality.
Can you name me one economic policy that he influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than a benefit rich people?
I would say his tax cut plan.
So his tax cuts mostly went to rich people. Yo, Leandra, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for the hand art as well. By the way, everyone, what are y'all thoughts? Or actually, everyone, does anyone know how long Harry's going to be on? Because I might join him here in like a little bit, depending on if he's still on. But yeah, what were you saying, Joey?
I finished my statement.
Okay, I apologize. All right, let me just go to the next person then. Only set a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I am 25 years old.
Are you voting Trump?
Hell yeah, I'm voting Trump.
Why so?
Have you seen our economy? Do y'all buy anything nowadays? And before you say, oh, it's Trump's tax plans, how convenient that somehow, after 4 years, now the economy's in the dump and it's Trump's fault. That makes no sense. Obama was president. Gas was $6, $7 a gallon. It happens every time we put a Democrat in office, but somehow it's Trump's fault. I can't wait for Trump to pass away so we can stop blaming Trump for all the Democrats' issues.
What was the gas prices like under Bill Clinton?
I don't freaking know, man. I'm just telling you.
They were really fucking low. So not only that, but also under the Obama administration, there were lower gas prices in 2016 than there ever were under Trump's administration.
And y'all keep saying Trump's convicted felon as if no one has.
Wait, do you want to respond to what I just said? Do you want to respond to what I just said, and then we can talk about that?
What, Bill Clinton?
I said that, and then I also gave you an example of literally a scenario in 2016 where the gas prices were lower than any point under Trump's administration.
Okay, awesome. What about the 3-4 years before that?
What you mean? Okay, yeah, I agree that there were higher gas prices.
I have a question. I agree.
Wait, don't cut me off. I'll literally mute you. Okay. So yeah, there were points under Obama's administration where gas prices were higher, but every single point under Trump's administration that he specifically had, right, it increased in prices, right, until we reached COVID. The COVID is the only reason it decreased.
Okay. Well, that's not even relevant what I was talking about, but I appreciate the pointless comment, but okay.
That's what you were literally referencing, sir.
I wasn't. I'm talking about the economy. I think people don't have any type of common sense. Oh, Trump's a convicted felon, as if they're not weaponizing, the justice system. I mean, it's pretty easy to see. I really feel like people that are like, oh, Trump's a convicted felon. I feel like they don't have a brain in their head. They can't see the obvious corruption in the government. I'm not saying that Republicans aren't corrupted either. The entire political system is completely corrupted. Their agenda is to destroy America.
So you say their agenda is to destroy America. What evidence do you have of that? Landry, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Okay, well so you just said that you believe that there was they rigged all the courts. Okay, you have no reason to believe that. You think there's a border crisis right now and you believe all the criminal courts as it relates to people who are committing crimes, who are undocumented immigrants or documented immigrants, but you won't believe it with literally Donald Trump's crimes. That's called hypocrisy. Okay. Good Trouble got banned. Oh, that's terrible. That's terrible to hear. I hate hearing that. This guy left. Okay. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28.
You voting Trump?
Yeah, I am.
Why so?
Just because I am. I had a quick question about trickle down economics. Y'all always say that it won't ever work, but if Trump were to do the lower tax rate on the big corporations, could he not sign a bill to where they would have to put that money back into the business versus keeping it for themselves?
Yeah, if they want to put a regulation that instead of being able to give it to themselves through stock buybacks, they had to put it through the workers. Yeah, I'd be in support of that, but that's not what they advocated for. Also, right? Why wouldn't you just give the money directly to the workers instead of making them be an intermediary?
I don't really know what that means, but that was
intermediary means in the middle.
Oh, okay. I don't really know, but that was just my question. So that was all I had.
Okay, all right. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Have a good night as well. Let's get this next individual up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
38.
Leandrew, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So yeah, why are you voting for Trump?
Why am I voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't I?
He's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, defamation, fraud. He has 34 felonies. He tried to overthrow the government. He tried to restrict women's access to abortion. He called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslim centered in the country. He has a racist history. Wouldn't run to black people in 1973. Called for the execution of the Central Park five young black and Latino boys that were literally exonerated based upon DNA evidence. He popularized the brother movement, saying Barack Obama was born in Kenya when there's no sufficient evidence of that, when there's actually a birth certificate of him born in the United States. Meta, thank you for the $4 for you, Charlie Kirk. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay, so you talked about 1973. We're in 2024, almost 2025.
I was showing that he engaged in racism in the past and he continually engaged in racism to the future.
Fair enough.
Music. Thank you so much.
Fair enough. 1973, 2024. Okay. What was your next thing? You said he was a rapist?
He's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll, forcefully penetrating her in her vagina against her will.
So did we talk about Kobe Bryant, Ben Roethlisberger, Nelly?
Are they running for president?
No, does it matter? Does it matter?
Yes, we're talking about who's running for president right now, sir.
Does it matter?
Yes, we're talking about who's running for president right now, sir.
Okay. Well, let's talk.
I'm not going to talk about them as much, even though I'll call out them for if they've done these things, because they're not running for president right now. I'm talking about the presidency.
I mean, okay. Well, let's talk about how Kamala got to where she's at.
Okay. What are you saying?
How did Kamala get to where she's at?
Kamala, by the way. district
Kamala.
attorney,
Sorry.
attorney general.
Okay,
Jason, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much, Jason. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
let's talk
Leandria,
about
thank you for the
how much money I
$2.
make,
Thank you so much. And Allie, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much.
Let's talk about all the money I make because I sit here and collect all this money on top of mommy and daddy's money.
What?
Look-
I don't get any money from my parents.
Yeah, but I doubt that. But
Okay.
so let's talk about how many black men has come.
Can you wait, hold up. Wait. Why do you think I get money from my parents?
Well, because you're 22 years old and you sit here on TikTok all day. We all know how it goes, bud.
Okay, but I have a job.
I'm doing what?
This.
Exactly.
So yeah, that's so then
So
why would I need my parents?
Hey, let's talk about Kamala. Because
Wait, so why'd you bring that up?
What's that?
Are you did you just want to like randomly ad hom me? You were just you were losing the debate and you're like, oh, I have to randomly attack him because I got nothing.
Losing the debate? Like we haven't even got started yet, bud.
We're currently debating right now, Jesus.
Yeah, but you went straight into like, oh, I'm losing the debate. Like I'm not losing anything. Hey,
yeah, you literally are. Patrick, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much, Patrick. I appreciate it. For MAGA, don't listen. Totally true. MAGA, definitely don't listen. Lisa, thank you for the sunglasses. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Lisa.
How many black men is Kamala?
Hold up. You can't say any drug names. You can't say any drug names, by the way.
What's that?
You can't say any drug names. I'll have to kick you because it's TikTok TOS.
I didn't say a drug name.
I know. I'm just making sure you don't.
No, I'm not. I asked a simple question. How many people she put in jail in California?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know that?
No.
It's weird because you know everything else.
Yeah, things that are relevant.
Oh,
And I don't know everything else.
Things that are relevant.
Yeah,
Weird.
That's not relevant.
So how many votes did she get when she ran in 2020 against Biden?
So she dropped out of the primaries prior to that point. She was polling 7 to 15% before.
Why
she joined as the vice president.
Why did she drop out?
To join as the vice president.
No, she didn't drop out to join as vice president. She
Yes,
dropped
she
out
did.
because she knew she was getting destroyed, and they appointed her as
She's
the
getting
vice
destroyed.
president.
No, she wasn't getting destroyed.
She was getting destroyed.
She had way more support than Biden had the multiple times he ran before 2020.
Well, hang on. If she had
Why don't you talk about the multiple times Biden? Why don't you talk about the multiple times Biden ran before 2020, rather than talking about the fact that Kamala Harris had 7 to 15% in the first time she ran in 2020?
We could talk about how many times Biden ran. How many times did he run and drop out?
Yeah, he did. He ran multiple times and didn't get vast support. It took him a long time to get vast support. It took him being vice president of the United States. And you want to know what's crazy? The same thing happened with Kamala Harris. She was vice president of the United States and learned a lot from that and gained a lot. And then she became a top person in the party.
He's never
Garrett, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Garrett.
He's never been elected.
Thank you, Garrett.
She's never been elected.
She's going to be elected this time.
No, she won't. No,
Yes,
she
will. Yes, she will. And by the way, she was nominated by our party. 80% of the party is satisfied with her being the nominee.
Because they didn't have no other options.
What? We could have, but no one else decided to run against her.
No one decided to run against her within the last 3 months prior to an election.
Yeah, so why didn't someone decide to run against her?
Oh, well, it's pretty clear. She was appointed, just like she's been appointed to be VP.
Because of what she has for qualifications. Okay, so she's qualified.
She has no qualification. Her own state.
Wait, what are Tim Walz's? Wait, can you tell me anything about Tim Walz or JD Vance? Actually, yeah, tell me, what are JD Vance's qualifications?
Can't answer that question, but let me ask you this:
Oh, what's Donald Trump's qualifications? What are Donald Trump's qualifications? What are Donald Trump's qualifications? What are
family support?
What are Donald Trump's qualifications? And Mary Trump. Look up Mary Trump.
You mute me.
Look up Mary Trump, and then also tell me about Trump.
Why did Walz's family support Trump?
Dude, you understand that he's never met those people particularly directly. Secondly, as it relates to this, that's not relevant. Mary Trump doesn't like Trump. Mary Trump is it literally pays people to engage in like political discourse against Donald.
That's the problem. Like, you don't want to hear what anyone else says. Every time you don't like what you're hearing, you shut them off.
Why haven't I shut you off?
Well,
I like hearing what you're hearing, or hearing what you're saying.
You've already shut me off once.
I muted you because I was clarifying.
Clarifying what?
What were we just talking about?
So let me ask you this. She didn't even win her own home state when she ran against Biden.
What are Trump's qualifications?
Trump is not a lifelong politician.
What are Trump's qualifications?
As far as what? To be president, he's a better businessman than anybody we've ever seen in history.
Yeah, ever in history? Can you name one good businessman with 6 bankruptcies?
Bankruptcies literally come and go. Bankruptcies are based off business deals.
Can you name one good businessman with 6 bankruptcies?
Can you name one person who has gone
I can't answer.
6 times? No. Can you name one person who's gone bankrupt 6 times and still been a billionaire at the end of the day? It's called a business decision.
Donald Trump.
I'm in.
But that's because he had. Wait, you have an echo. Fix your shit. Fix your echo. I don't want to hear that, or I'll kick you from my stream. So Donald Trump literally had multiple hundreds of millions of dollars he inherited from his father, right? Not only that, right, but Donald Trump, right, he has bankrupted multiple times. Trump Steaks, Trump Vodka, Trump Airlines, Trump University, right? He is a laughingstock. The fact that you say he's the best business individual ever is literally laughable. That's like actually laughable. If I had $400 million right now and I put it in the S&P 500, by the time I am Trump's age, I would have $10 billion. Thank you for the elephant. Thank you so much. Just by putting it in the S&P 500. $10 billion. That is well more than Donald J. Trump. I can promise you that. That's well more than Donald J. Trump. Everyone tap the screens, get to 2.5 million likes, share love as well.
Once again, Parker, you're not going to listen. You would have that based off the technology you have at hand today that Trump didn't have for many of years.
What? No, it has nothing to do with technology. I'm talking about like specifically. Hey, I'm talking about specifically the amount of S&P 500 growth we saw in the past. So I was using past growth to predict future growth.
Trump has filed bankruptcy on a few businesses through his entire career, but he still ended up a billionaire. So explain to me how Caesar Palace files bankruptcy right behind him, and what do they call it? Atlantic City? Is that what they call it? Correct me if I'm right or wrong, because I know you know everything.
I don't know everything. Is that really crazy?
No, I'm just asking. Like, was it Atlantic City where he filed bankruptcy on his Trump casino?
His Trump casino? Maybe. I don't know. I'd have to check.
Oh, so you don't know that? Okay. Well,
probably.
Literally within a couple weeks, Caesar Palace files bankruptcy right behind him. So was Trump just smarter than them, and he seen the writing on the wall and he walked away before they did? Because as a businessman, that's what you do. When you realize that.
So again, not 6 times for one person. So I just want to clarify, the typical good businessman does not bankrupt 6 times. The reason why he was able to bankrupt 6 times is because Daddy gave him money.
No. See, that's the thing.
If Daddy never gave him money, he would not be billionaire.
No.
If my dad gave me $400 million of inheritance, I'd be a billionaire in the future too.
My dad gave me $60 million, and I'm telling you right now, yeah. Hey, let your jaw drop a little bit more. I get it. My dad gave me $60 million. I've never filed bankruptcy, but my dad, who only gave me $60 million.
Only?
Only.
Shut the fuck up.
Hang on.
Shut
hold on,
up,
listen,
dude.
Listen.
Only 60 million.
Hey, hang on.
Jesus
hang on.
fucking Christ, dude.
Hey,
this is
you
what only 60 million. You
Hang on,
cannot
hang
make
on.
this shit up, chat.
Hang on.
Jesus fucking Christ.
But you don't want to hear the part about how many times my dad filed bankruptcy, and I could literally tell you about living in a fucking single wide trailer.
Was it 6 times?
6 times? I can't answer that question because
No.
I'm only 38. But I'm telling
Jesus
you, like
Christ,
my
dude.
dad filed
$60
bankruptcy.
million dollars?
My
Just
dad
send me
filed-
10 grand right now. Jesus Christ, bro.
I would, but see, here's the problem. I've been trying to debate you for like 3 months now, and you won't do it. I've actually told you
right
many
now.
times, but you're not listening. My dad has hit rock bottom many a times. He's worked his way back up, lost it all. I mean, literally, like to the point to like, hey, how much money's in your piggy bank? Worked his way back up, lost it all, and gone through that battle. Literally, I'm 38 years old. My dad's owned his company for 32 years. And I'm telling you, like, I've watched him go back to this battle. I've watched him file for bankruptcy.
I'm not saying if you bankrupt, you're a bad business person. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying 6 bankruptcies is pretty unique, right?
But
and unique is not it's not unique in a good way. It's unique in a bad way.
Bankruptcy on a business or bankruptcy as a person
Exactly
is
the
a whole
dollar.
different thing.
Wait, say that one?
Because businesses literally they hit rock bottom.
Hey,
you
Donald,
have to understand when to walk away from it.
Oscar, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Donald, your bio is crazy.
Why is it crazy?
Do you want me to read it?
I don't even know what my bio says.
I love Coors Light.
I do love Coors Light.
Then my kids.
Hey, but what's funny is I'm drinking a Michelob. What's funny is you're going off of something that I'm drinking a Mick Ultra right now.
No, dude, you literally said I love Coors Light and then my kids.
Well, hey,
beer over kids is crazy, bro.
I'm not gonna lie. I've got 4 kids, and my kids set my TikTok up for me 3-4 years ago. Whenever it was, I have no clue because I literally had no clue what I was doing here. Because I get up and I go to work every day, unlike you.
You don't think this is work?
No, it's not work. It's you sitting here collecting on people that are literally partially degenerate, and they hand you their money.
Degenerate?
Yeah.
Dude, what makes you think that the people donating to me are degenerate, bro? What?
Yeah. You're 22 years old and you've never had a single day of work in your life.
This is work.
That's not work.
Yes, it is.
You've never clocked in and clocked out anywhere.
I clock in and clock out. I did 9 hours yesterday, bro.
Oh, that's cute. I worked 14 hours today, bud. I left my house.
Why are you working 14 hours if you already have 60 million?
Because that's how you make more money.
You don't need more money.
Hang on. First off,
I'm sorry, sir, but you don't need more money.
No, I do.
If I had $60 million, all I'm doing is TikTok, right?
No, hold on. I have 4 kids that I
Which
have
is already what I do right now, by the way. I just
I have 4 kids that I got to make sure that their life is way better so they can sit here and do the things you're doing.
What? Yeah. So again, I'm able to do this because it's my job. Your kids aren't going to be able to do this unless they have it as a job.
Well, I hope they don't do anything what you're doing because you're a degenerate as well.
Okay, can you define degenerate, please?
Those who sit here and collect money off of people who don't do anything with their real life.
Melanie, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for the
thanks
meaningful
for
work you do
$10.
from a degenerate. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Emily, thank you for the $5 from a degenerate. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Emily. Yeah, so I don't know why you're calling them all degenerates. I don't know why you're saying that this isn't a job. I think by any definition of a job, it would be considered a job. Dana, thank you so much. I appreciate the hand art. Can you define job for me, please?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, can you define job? Yeah.
Someone who gets up and goes and puts their hours in and does something to contribute.
Okay, well, I contribute towards people getting entertained.
Exactly. But what do you pay in taxes?
I'm not going to tell you how much I pay in taxes, but I do pay taxes.
Do you actually pay taxes?
Versus the cat, thank you so much. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm impressed.
Why?
Because I figured you were one that just like sat back and collected on it.
You think I'm someone who evades taxes like Trump? Versus the love paying.
Oh no, hang on. You said invade taxes like
evade.
No, see, that's what's funny is that he didn't invade them. You guys, the only thing
he did evade.
No,
Caleb, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Mariah, thank you for the $1 for the King of Degenerates. Thank you so much. Parker, the King of Degenerates.
He paid someone.
Did you pay taxes on your $60 million?
He paid someone 2 to 3, 4 million, 6 million, whatever it was, to make sure he paid minimum taxes based off your Democratic Party's tax implementations that they had. That like, oh, we won't charge you for this.
Yes, I pay taxes based upon Trump's tax policy. Cheyenne, thank you for the $10 from one degenerate to another. Thank you so much, Cheyenne. Thank you.
It ain't Trump's tax policy, bud.
It is Trump's tax policy still.
Well, no, because it was the tax policy was put in place long before him.
Nope. So the tax cuts
got put in.
Hey, Donald, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is Trump's tax policy.
Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, I paid in taxes last year. I didn't get no tax break. I can tell you that right now.
Well, yeah, thanks Trump.
No, it wasn't thanks to Trump.
Yeah, that's Trump's tax policy. Still under Trump's plan.
No, for the last 8 years, I paid in taxes. So how's that?
So Trump's tax policy. Caleb, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Caleb. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Caleb.
That goes to show how ignorant you are. I said the last 8 years, 9 years that I paid in taxes. How is that Trump's tax policy in the last 8 to 9 years?
8 years since what is 8 years from now? 8 years was what, 20, was that 2018? 2017? Sorry. No, I'm just trolling. It was 2016. So yeah, it's been for 7 years you've been paying. Most of it. Because Trump was inaugurated in 2017.
Fair enough, but that wasn't his tax policy.
Yeah, no, currently, right now, it's his tax policy.
But I'm telling you, since I've been paying into it, it wasn't his tax policy.
Most of the years you've paid taxes, it's been under Trump's tax policy.
What's weird is inheritance doesn't get taxed.
Caleb, thank you for the $5 for Degenerate and Proud. Thank you so much. And it should be.
Inheritance should be?
Yes.
You are a fucking lunatic.
What? If you make $60 million, you should absolutely pay taxes on that inheritance.
First off, I didn't make $60 million. I inherited a company that was worth $60 million.
Okay, well,
that was split between me and my 3 brothers.
So you didn't inherit $60 million. You inherited. You said 3 brothers. So you inherited what, like 15 million?
Not even. Your math is so far off because there's 3 brothers, so that'd be 20 million apiece. But we inherited a $60 million a year company.
Well, you said your 3 brothers, so that's divided by 4. Genius.
No, there's 3 of us.
You said your 3 brothers.
No, I said us 3 brothers.
Okay, so yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, but we didn't inherit that kind of money. We inherited a $60 million a year company.
60 million a year?
No, not profit. That's what we do with work. We do about $60 million a year worth of work. So the profit is definitely way less than that.
Okay, so then you're not even paying taxes on that.
The hell we're not.
It's still a business. So you wouldn't even pay unrealized. You don't even have 100 million. So you said you inherited 60 million and now it's 20 million.
We inherited a $60 million a year company. I did not. Hey, trust me, if I inherited $60 million like in my pocket, I wouldn't be talking to you. I promise you.
Caleb, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. So you wouldn't be talking to me? Why not?
Because I'd be sitting on a beach somewhere and not giving two shits what happens in this country.
Okay, that's just such a crazy thing.
Hey,
If I
here's the
won the
bad part.
lottery,
Hey,
I would
Parker,
still be
Parker,
here debating people. I'm not trolling.
Parker, here's the thing. As much as I dislike you, but I like you, if I inherited that kind of money, I'd take you on the beach with me.
Okay. All right. Cool. Based DOW. Yeah. So. All right. Yeah. So. Is there here? I'll ask you this question: are you pro law and order?
I'm sorry. What was that?
Are you pro law and order? And Harry, thank you for the raid. Thank you so much, Harry. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
I have my debates on it.
Okay. So you have your debates on being pro law and order?
It depends on certain things. I mean,
would you vote for someone who said that they would pardon people that violently assaulted police officers?
Would I vote for someone who said they violently?
No. Would you vote for someone who would pardon people who violently assaulted police officers?
Yes. Because some police officers, and this is going through my experiences in life, some police officers are definitely out of order.
Okay, like how about on January 6th? Would you vote for Trump if he were held or if he specifically said he would pardon people that pled guilty to violently assaulting police officers insofar as that they had broken bones, a broken spine, one lost an eye?
The fact that you guys think that Trump is literally behind January 6th is obscene to me.
So he explicitly said that he would pardon people that he said that he would pardon people that violently assaulted police officers. Like literally, they pled guilty to that. 56% pled guilty.
Let's actually talk about the people who, no offense, were abused by police officers.
Yeah, no, I would talk about that, and I'd love to talk about police brutality. I wouldn't dispute that, but like the point I'm making is that, again, this is January 6th, right? And
because you want
were violently assaulted.
You want to push your agenda on Trump.
And wait, what agenda is that?
That you think Trump is a degenerate.
I think that Trump is a degenerate. No, you believe that I'm a degenerate.
Well, I do.
Okay, so can you define degenerate? Think of the Little Crown.
Because I'm definitely, literally a guy who will negotiate and battle back and forth.
Can you define degenerate?
Off the top of my head, no.
Okay, so then how are you using the term?
Sorry, I'm trying to charge my phone at the moment because it's literally getting ready to die. How do I use the term?
Yeah, how are you using the term in that scenario?
Well, because listening to you talk, you think Trump is Satan, basically.
I don't believe in Satan, so no, because I do believe he exists. Logan, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Logan. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. So, is there anything else you want to say there?
Sorry, I'm trying to get my charger to work here. Give me just a second here. I think I got it going.
How do you feel about me dunking on Charlie Kirk?
How do I feel about you dunking on Charlie Kirk?
Yeah.
I guess I missed that.
Yeah, you have to watch it. Apparently you follow Charlie Kirk and young girls.
I follow Charlie Kirk and young girls.
Yeah. Apparently, that's what people are saying in the comment section.
I have no clue who I follow. Like I said, once again, my kids set my damn TikTok up about 4 years ago. I have no clue about any of it.
Did they follow Charlie Kirk?
Who's Charlie Kirk?
Small face. Hannah, I appreciate the $1. Thank you so much. Small face. Like, do you remember that guy?
Small face?
Yeah, yeah.
Who is small face? I've seen him pop up on some videos when I scroll through.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thank you for the hat and mustache. Thank you so much. Okay. Donald, I have a question.
Go ahead, hit me, bud.
Do you think violent sexual offenders should be able to, like, get access to guns?
Violent sexual offenders?
Yep.
110%.
Devin, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
110% no.
Thank you for the hat and mustache. Thank you so much. Okay, so if they shouldn't be able to get access to guns, why should they be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes?
Who is violated a young sexual offender?
What? Who's a violent sexual offender? Donald Trump. He's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, forcefully penetrating her vagina against her will.
Who was that?
Eugene Carroll.
Okay, so once again, did Kobe Bryant or did Ben Roethlisberger grape those women?
I'm not even familiar. Are they held civilly liable?
So you're not. See, that's the thing, Parker. Like, you always want to go back and forth with your agenda.
I'm talking about politics. That doesn't mean I know about fucking Kobe Bryant or them. I don't know. I don't know about their cases.
Oh, of course you don't. You only know about Donald Trump, right?
Well, I know about many cases. I just don't know about Kobe. And who was the other person you brought up?
Ben Roethlisberger.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that.
I believe it.
Okay. But I do know about Trump because I have conversations about this all the time. And it's relevant to, like, the political sphere.
You stick to your little small...
Dude, because I don't know about, like, the Kobe Bryant court case, that means I, like, live in a small bubble? What?
No, you stick to your small portion agenda, and you keep repeating on the same thing. Like, you don't want to realize and go outside your bubble because you can't argue on anything outside your bubble.
I do argue outside what you would consider my bubble. I just told you I don't know what this is. Do you know about every case? Do you think OJ was guilty?
Do I think OJ was guilty? Guilty based off of my opinion and or what was proven?
Opinion.
My opinion? I would say probably guilty.
Probably guilty?
Probably guilty.
Okay. All right. So then why are you saying one you accept but the other one you don't?
Which one did I say accept and which one did I say I didn't?
Huh?
What did I say accepted and which one did I say I didn't?
You said that you accept Donald the case with the child, but you don't accept the adult.
No, that is not what I said. I said that literally, like, I don't know anything about the whole Trump thing that you're bringing up. That's all I said.
Okay. All right. Let's go to the next individual. Only set a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, man? I'm 23.
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
All right. So I'm not going to, I can't debate some of your points in the fact where, he's definitely done some wrong things, and I'm not going to say that he's 100% a good guy. But what I am going to say is the reason I'm doing this or voting for Trump is because I think that it's the best direction moving forward in terms of just the overall country's safety.
Okay. Yeah. So, what makes you think that we're more safe with a criminal as president?
Okay. So something that you just went with the last guy, Donald. You know, something like you mentioned the whole OJ thing, and how
Mandy,
you know
$5. Do you think do you think he was guilty?
I do. Do you think he was
So,
guilty?
Yeah.
I also
you
just watched your debate. I just watched your debate with Charlie Kirk, and right when I hopped on TikTok, you were the first person who popped up on my live, and I just thought that was funny. You definitely did a good job. You're definitely intelligent, and it's kind of just why I kind of wanted to ask you some questions. So, like,
okay, wait, before you do so, if you accept one civil court like the one with OJ, why wouldn't you accept the civil court of Donald Trump being held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
I wouldn't say that that's necessarily the OJ thing. Like, I don't agree with that.
Oh, you don't think that he's guilty?
I do think he's guilty, but he was found not guilty, correct?
He was found not guilty in a criminal court, but he was held liable in a civil court. So if you accept the civil court as it relates to OJ, why wouldn't we accept the civil court with Donald Trump?
Okay, how far after the Eugene Carroll case was this?
Eugene Carroll, by the way.
Eugene Carroll. How
many
long
years after?
How long did it take her to make the claim and for it to get taken to court and all of these things?
Okay, so she specifically was assaulted in 1996, and she filed in 2019.
Okay. So for there, I don't have any debates for you. What I do have is just some questions that I did want to ask, right?
Go ahead.
So with the border, right? Do you think what's going on at the border is an acceptable situation?
Do I think what's going on at the border is acceptable? No, for different reasons than what you think. I think it takes too long for people to get into the country legally. I think that we have a fucked up system.
Okay. I wouldn't say different. I could get behind that for sure. So, but that doesn't necessarily make what's happening okay right at the border right now okay. That doesn't make it okay.
Did you actually know there's less border crossings right now than there was the end of Trump's administration? And Mary, thank you for the $30 on Venmo. Thank you so much for just watching the full 90-minute debate with Charlie. You did amazing. Keep kicking ass. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Mary. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Mary in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Mary. I really appreciate that.
Where do you have your statistics on that?
Oh, for what claim? I apologize.
That illegal border crossing is higher.
Oh, the Customs and Border Protection.
Okay. All right. Again, I don't know that information, so I will look into it myself. As far as I'm concerned, it's otherwise. But again, you're naming a source. I don't have a source to name. But regardless, there is a mass flow of illegal immigrants coming through the southern border. Correct?
I mean, depends on what you consider mass. Do I consider 1,000 people a lot of people? Yeah. But so then there was also a mass amount of people who are coming under Trump's administration.
Is it not accounted to millions, even admitted by the Border Patrol?
So we have border crossing numbers and counting numbers. Now, is it likely millions? Sure, but there's also likely millions under Trump. For example, I just want to say it is the case that if we look at the undocumented immigrant population, it actually went up under Trump. Did you know that?
Sorry, say that again.
There were points where the undocumented immigrant population went up under Trump. Would you say that he was the fault of that?
Would I say he is at the fault of undocumented immigration going up? At what point in what point did it go up? What do you mean?
So
Like-
in the, go ahead.
Like, are we talking years specifically, like, or president comparisons, like Obama compared to Trump, it went up?
Yeah, so look up undocumented immigrant population, U.S., and you'll specifically see, we can go to Pew Research, and we can see that actually under Trump's administration, it went from around 10.2 to 10.5. You can see that under his administration.
Okay.
So
And-
does that make sense? So like under his, so is he at fault?
Yeah,
for
no, I
that?
get that. I get that.
Because it happened under his administration. Is he at fault for that?
I mean, by technicality, yeah.
Okay, so if he's at fault for that, well then why would you vote for someone that let the undocumented immigrant population increase by multiple hundreds of thousands of people?
Oh, I'm getting roses. I'm sorry, what was that?
So why would you vote for someone who, again, let the undocumented immigrant population increase by multiple hundreds of thousands?
I don't know. I mean, maybe we've seen different statistics along our way, you know.
Did you know that under Bush, it was a rising increase of undocumented immigrants in the population, actually around 8.6 around when he took office, to around 12.2 when the Obama administration took office, which then led on a decline until Trump took office at around, it seemingly is 10.5 or so, or 10.3, something like that. There's not really a marker on that point. Caleb, thank you for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I learned so much for you, and you cook Charlie Kirk. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Caleb. Thank you.
Parker, I appreciate your time. I just wanted to ask a few questions. The border conversation went a little bit further than originally anticipated.
You're fine. Don't worry.
Again, thank you so much for your time.
I appreciate you.
And I respect what you do.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Yes.
All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right, y'all. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
How are you?
Are you voting Trump?
Well, I'm Canadian, so I won't, but I can tell you.
I'm sorry. We are just looking for people who are voting Trump, but I do appreciate you coming up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, it's really loud. Is this the dude who lost to Charlie Kirk? I wish I could send you a request to join the live. If I lost, why hasn't he posted me to any of his socials? Please, someone needs to answer that to me. Like, if I lost and he destroyed me, please, why is he not posting any clips of me debating him on his socials? On any one of his socials? Or even addressing the fact that he debated me on any one of his socials, as he is with all, the other ones that were, there. It's really interesting. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Because why not?
He was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman. He tried to overthrow the government. He called for complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. He's actively delusional. He believed the election was stolen in 2020. They left. Okay. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. All right, tap that screen. Let's get to 3 million likes, everyone. Share the live as well. All right, let's try to get this next individual up here. Oh my gosh. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up, Paladin? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up, Paladin?
Hey, what's going on? I'm 38.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Awesome.
Actually, I was kind of on the fence on who to vote for, but I think I'm leaning more towards Trump now.
Okay. What makes you think that?
Just because, just from the debate yesterday and just everything else, I feel that we really need somebody that just provides a stronger leadership right now. I feel like we're really at a critical state for the country. And, with all the division, all these things going on, it's just, I feel like, it's a matter of having to pick the lesser evil right now.
Really?
It's always the case for every election, in my opinion. And I feel that in this case, just give him 4 years and then just move on from him afterwards.
Oh, okay. So what was his healthcare policy? You watched the debate, right?
I did watch the debate. I don't think they brought up healthcare.
They did. They asked him what his healthcare policy is. And you want to know what he said?
What did he say? Can you remind me again?
We've got concepts. He's been running for president for 9 years. Almost a decade. And he's got concepts.
Okay. What do you mean by, can you elaborate on concepts? What do you mean by that?
Oh, no, that's all he said.
That's all he said? Okay.
Yeah,
so
he's got concepts of plans.
Okay. Well, the thing that really kind of turned me off about what Kamala Harris said about the economy when she mentioned the investments for, small businesses and, I think it was the $6,000
Yeah, she brought up a bunch of plans. Can you mention any plans Trump gave?
Well, I don't think they gave him a real chance to, come up with.
Oh no, they did. They brought
had
this
some
up.
plans, but
and he did. So what? I never heard what plan.
The thing about that plan though that Kamala brought up is kind of scary because it's not on surface level. It sounds all nice, but with the inflation rate that we're struggling with right now, I feel that the money, like, where are they going to get the money to do that? I feel like it's going to come out of more people's tax dollars, and then that's only going to drive up inflation even more, in my opinion. So that was a big red flag with as far as handling the economy, because truth be told, I feel
I don't know what policy you said is going to cause more inflation of hers. I don't know what you're talking about. Inflation right now is at 2.8% for the year, 0.2% month by month. But as it relates to inflation, inflation is dealt with by the Federal Reserve. And one thing that will cause inflation is Donald Trump advocating for tariffs, universal tariffs, 10 to 20%. Okay, that would cause inflation because it would shift the tax burden from people who are rich, right, to people who are poor, because people who are lower income spend a greater proportion of their income, right, on goods comparative to people who have more income.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
so it's a regressive tax system.
Yeah, I mean, I've been, going through these elections for a while now, and I feel like every single time these politicians, these candidates, they always try to sugarcoat and just kind of, just make everything sound good, just for the sake of being elected, on both cases, both Trump and Kamala. Yeah, Kamala. And then, but the reality is, like, we're all falling for the same rhetoric every single time, where they'll puff it up.
Actually, I stand corrected. It's 2.5% over the last year. It's gone down. Last time I looked at it, it was higher than what it is now. So yeah.
Yeah, well, it's kind of funny, the timing of it all, just like where it's, almost election time, and that happened to, because the last 4 years
that just happens to be the case. Energy costs went down by 4%.
Yeah. Yeah, and then another thing is, she was caught with a few lies, about the fracking situation, where there's multiple sources on video from news media channels that she's been on, where
Yeah, in 2019.
yeah, she
I know,
always
she never disputed that. But she has a different view now.
yeah, that kind of
The same way JD Vance used to think that Trump might be America's Hitler, and now he doesn't think that. The same way Trump used to be a Democrat and now he's not. The same way Trump used to be pro-national abortion ban, now he's not.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, man, it's
also,
just.
I have a question. Do you think that they're eating like certain animals that we might not typically eat in Springfield?
Yeah, I actually just watched. I just looked that up just right before I came onto this, and there's actually a 911 call about that, and there's also a person that there's actually video of a body cam from police that came up to a neighborhood in Springfield that they called the cops because there was a lady actually killed a cat in front of their yard and was eating it. There's actually
again, can you give me that source? Yeah, can you give me that source?
Yeah, you have to find.
Oh, Measy, think of the galaxy. Thank you so much. I have to go off of Google.
No, you gotta probably go on YouTube and find it. I might have to.
YouTube. Okay, I'm on YouTube. What do I type in?
Yeah, go to the Officer Tatum's channel, and then
Are you trolling, dude?
No. There's videos of it though.
Dude, thank you, the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Citing Officer Tatum is crazy. Citing Officer Tatum is crazy as fuck.
And cutting their head off and walk.
Okay, you want to hear it?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is okay. So he puts up an exclusive, says police audio report confirmation goose hunting in Ohio. They all had geese in their hands. If you guys could hear this.
Now, the Toyota Tacoma does look like a newer model
that the city council talking about.
Running into trash cans, they're running into buildings, they flipping cars in the middle of the street. They're in the park, grabbing up ducks by their neck and cutting their head off and walking off with them and eating them. And I don't know how y'all can be comfortable
so
with this.
So is just someone saying it?
Yeah. So this was on August 27th. It's at the Springfield City Commission, where they were talking to the commission about that situation. And there's also a video of this. This is a live body cam.
I have a question. Mm-hmm. How do you know that person was not a United States citizen?
The guy that's talking?
Yeah.
Or the guy, or the people that he's speaking of?
No, the people that they're speaking about. I
don't know. I mean, okay, so let's this is the police body cam. I mean, it could be possible that it's just it wasn't a Haitian migrant. It's very possible, who knows? But after watching these videos, I'm like, okay, wait, the guys that the moderators mentioned that there's no claims or reports of it, but that wasn't true. So
So I can send you an NPR article right now of the stereotype of immigrants eating dogs and cats is storied. Right, I'd like you to look that up. That's from NPR. NPR is a good source for information like this.
NPR, okay.
Yeah.
NPR News.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so they have and then so I just search.
Yep. The stereotype of immigrants eating dogs and cats is storied and vitriolic as ever.
Okay, I see. The stereotype of immigrants eating dogs and cats is storied and vitriolic. Yeah, I see it.
Yeah. So I would read that because this is a bit ridiculous, but.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I was like, what the heck? When I first heard it, I'm like, I didn't even hear about it until the debate.
I have a question. How come the Springfield police have denied the claims?
Yeah, I just saw that. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just these sources, man. Sometimes it's just so all over the place. It's just like one source says one thing, and then another source says another thing. So it's like, who do you really believe? It's kind of
yeah. You don't believe random things claimed on the internet.
I agree with that.
You don't listen to Officer Tatum because he just lied to you. He did that for views. I'm not trolling. That type of content relies a lot more on lying to be able to get views as well. I just want to let you know when people make like video content like that.
Okay. Yeah,
That's why it's more
not a
important
big
to have these types of thoughts and opinions aired out on live streams. Like when I'm on a live stream, people can critique any single one of my views. Anyone that comes in the box, I can get any possible critique. Where somebody's making a video, they don't get those types of critiques, so there's less of a disincentive to lie. Right?
Right.
Like people have a heavy incentive to tell the truth on lives because they can get called out for it. Amanda, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Alana, I appreciate the $1. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like I said, I'm up in the air. It's like I'm even
Max, thank you, Galaxy. Thank you so much.
I'm even considering not even voting this time around, honestly, because
so you know what I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you should vote Kamala Harris. And I'm telling you should vote Kamala Harris, not because it's going to benefit me, but because it's going to be better for the country. When she says that we need to get rid of this playbook and what's been happening the past 8 years, we do. We need to move on as a country. And if we have Donald Trump again, that is not going to allow for this country to move on and to unify. Donald Trump has done everything but unify this country.
That's what I'm concerned about in regards to Donald Trump. Like, if anything, if he goes into office, I mean, we already remember what happened the first time around, where there are a lot of pissed off people out there, and just all it does at this critical moment, like I mentioned earlier, about the state of where we're at right now, it's just I feel that, man,
Heather, thank you for the $2. Thank you, Heather.
Yeah, it's gonna create more chaos than anything. I don't think anything will improve. I think things are just going more in a downward spiral. No matter, I feel like that will happen regardless of who's in office, to be honest, man, because we're just at a level of depravity that's just beyond fixing, in my opinion. And a lot of people are just coming up with all these disagreements. We conflict over little things, big things, and we just can't seem to find common ground, and then there, lies can come from both parties, both ends, and there's truth out there.
Donald Trump lies significantly more, correct?
I mean, I don't know. I can't say I know.
You don't know?
Yeah.
I can point out multiple lies from the debates of Donald Trump.
Okay.
Macy, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1. Thank you so much. Thank you for letting me know.
Yeah, so that's where I stand. I mean, like I said, I did say I was going to lean more towards Trump, but then now that I'm talking to you, man, it's like, you have some good points too. I'm not gonna deny that, but it's kind of, we still got 2 more months to think about it, and that's what I'm gonna do. And I think we'll see what happens.
Well, thank you for the manifesting. Thank you so much. All right. Well, is there anything else you want to talk about, Arad?
No, I think we're all good, man. Yeah.
All right, for sure. Let's get on to this next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, thank you for the cap. I appreciate Jade. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We're just looking for some debates. Annabelle, thank you so much for the $1. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up, man? I'm 23. How are you?
Good. Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, man. Or I think so. From what I know now, unless I could be proven otherwise.
Okay. Why so?
So I do think Trump has been good for the economy, right? Like pre-COVID, there were all-time low unemployment.
Nope, that's wrong.
You debate that statistic? Let me see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Bureau of Labor Statistics indicate that's wrong. Not only was there lower unemployment under the Biden administration, but there's been 2.4% unemployment in the past. So that's just totally false. I don't know why you just said that.
So From 2017 to 2019, also the U.S. GDP grew. So I think
real
that's
GDP
positive.
has gone up every year since Biden's been in office. That's accounting for inflation.
So yeah, well, perhaps inflation was the determinant on that happening. I do like the fact that Trump is a bit tougher on China as well, because I do believe that China practices unfair. I do think that they have unfair trade practices.
How is
which
he tougher on China?
in return, well, with like tariffs.
They kept the tariffs. So they kept the Chinese tariffs, right? The ones that are on China. They kept those around. I mean, I disagree with it, but they kept them around.
You disagree with keeping tariffs on
I disagree
China?
with tariffs, yes.
For what reason?
Because they increase cost of goods. I would only agree with tariffs if it were for a hyper-specific market for like a specialized reason. And like I just don't see any good or specialized reason to indicate why it would be for like a specific scenario. But like Trump advocates for universal tariffs. 10 to 20% universal tariffs.
Yeah, tariffs may increase the cost of goods, but at the end of the day, like, what about supporting, internal United States economy development?
That negatively impacts the middle class. So that makes you think it helps business? It doesn't. It reduces reduces exports. Name me one point in time where we have increased tariffs where it has not decreased exports.
Can you say that again?
Name me one point in history where we increased tariffs where it did not decrease exports.
Yeah. See, I can't. Yeah, I definitely don't have an answer on that question for you. Minority employment gains.
Again, unemployment was lower under the Biden-Harris administration at 3.4%. Not only was it lower at 3.4% on the Biden-Harris administration, it 3.4% in 1969, and it's at 2.4% or 2.5% in 53. Okay, so there's multiple times in history where it was lower.
For Biden-Harris?
For the Biden-Harris administration, 3.4.
3.4. Okay, so
that was not far off. Right now it's 4.2 because of 2020. Right now it's 4.2 because of what's it called? The interest rates. The Federal Reserve influenced the increase in interest rates, which decreases aggregate demand, purposefully causing a greater level of unemployment to lower the effect of inflation.
Right. I think one thing that Kamala has proposed recently that's good is the tax break for small businesses. I do respect that. I think that's a strong claim, but I don't, obviously, a claim is just a claim. I heard you say something before with regard to, what was it? Like we have Trump and his healthcare plan. We have concepts.
Oh, what was Trump's healthcare plan?
No, I wasn't going to debate the fact that he said we have concepts. I was going to say that, I feel like a common occurrence with regard to healthcare is that, president will make a claim and not much, extraordinary happens with regard to healthcare. I mean, what's your take on healthcare? Is that you think, everyone should have access to it?
Yeah, I think it should be a universal right.
So I feel like that does have implications on the economy, though. That's definitely
good implications. We spend a double, per capita on healthcare expenditure per individual than like other countries like in Europe that have universal healthcare systems that actually have better health outcomes than us. So you guys think like socialized medicine is such a bad thing, but countries around the world have had this for decades, and they like laugh at us. The fact that we still
they say
conservatives
that,
in those countries don't go against universal health care. Conservatives in those countries support universal health care.
World country like healthcare. Yeah, you're right about that. Do you debate the fact that the stock market grew under Trump?
Yeah, it did grow. It also grew under Biden and Harris.
Right. So although like there may have been economic growth under Biden and Harris, you can't take away from the fact that I think there was that aspect of Trump's his fucking presidency. I'm sorry about my language, but his presidency was that there was definitely a strong economic growth under his presidency. I mean, it wasn't terrible, that's for sure. 3.5 unemployment rate. I know, I'm going back to that, but that's not bad. Minority employment gains. African American unemployment dropped to 5.4% in August
Can you name me one
2019.
policy Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people?
For what was that again? Sorry.
Can you name me one economic policy Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people?
No.
Okay. Well, then you can't tell me like how he influenced this to happen. All you're telling me specifically is that these types of things happen under his administration. You want to know what also happened? 14.
Yeah, but I think the statistics are still relevant to prove.
Four years ago, we had 7.8% unemployment under Trump's administration. So were we better off 4 years ago when there was 7.8% unemployment? When there was a global pandemic happening?
Yeah, but is it really fair to compare the global pandemic to what it was pre-COVID?
Oh, wait. So exactly. So the point I'm making is that just because it happened in the administration, it's not caused by the administration. You'd have to take into account like external factors that would have caused this. Okay, well, there's inflation globally. Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world, there was inflation.
Yeah, I agree with the global inflation due to the pandemic for sure.
Okay, yeah. So then why are we blaming the Biden-Harris administration for those things?
I didn't blame anybody for it. I'm arguing the point for, Trump and the fact that I think his economy was not bad. I think
But
it's
you're
overblown.
arguing that he's good as a candidate because under his administration it was good. That does not
Right.
mean that it was caused by him. Does it make sense?
So you're talking correlation and causation, basically.
Yeah, correlation does not equal causation. When he went into office, unemployment rate was at 4.7%. He continued the trend going down to 3.5%, and then it shot up to 14.8%, and he left office at around, what was it? He left office at 6.4%, okay?
Right.
The Biden-Harris administration, 6.4%, dropped down to 3.4%, and it slightly increased to 4.2%. Still, again, lower than when they got into office.
Okay. All right. So apart from that, what do you think about the social reforms with regard to Kamala Harris with like critical race theory and gender ideology?
I don't think she's brought any of that up.
Well, I mean, I think it's fair because that's a determinant of public perception as well.
I mean,
and it's something that's argued by.
Tell me what
by
she's
parents.
advocated for that would be relevant to that. And Elizabeth, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Advocating.
Elizabeth said the cat
where
eater was
people-
on drugs and non-immigrant. Yeah.
Advocating for schools teaching about critical race theory.
Advocating for schools. Like, when did she do that? Can you define CRT? I can hear you looking it up.
No, I can't define critical race theory for you.
So then, like, let's not like act like it's a boogeyman, right? Like, I don't even think she's talked about it.
About critical race theory?
Yeah,
No, she definitely has.
I haven't heard her talk about it this election.
Yeah, maybe not this election, but I think just because she hasn't talked about it this election doesn't mean,
And
it's
also,
not
are you
really
saying in public
important.
schools?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so CRT is not taught in public schools. That's
What about
college
the
level
claim,
shit.
the claim to talk about critical race theory in public schools?
What people are saying when they say that is just like acknowledging like the intersection of race and how that's impacted people in terms of how they engage socially, socioeconomic status, like the continued talking about racism. That's what people are talking about, right? So us talking about racism, talking about the fact that the founding fathers owned slaves, talking about the fact that Abraham Lincoln said that he'd be okay with slavery still existing as long as it is the case that the Union stayed around, right? Talking about those things, right? And not just trying to paint American history as, oh, we were always incredible, we were always so great, we were a beacon of hope and freedom of the world, because we didn't have freedom here. For people here. For people who are black, for people who are women, for people who are GAY. Right? For
Yeah,
people who are
yeah,
trans.
yeah.
There's so many
yeah, of
groups in this
course.
society, for indigenous people.
No,
Right?
yeah,
It was
you're
specifically
totally right
freedom
about
for
that.
people who were white property owning men.
Okay, that's that's fair. So what's your claim on for why people should vote for Kamala? Like, what's the big selling point? Because I feel like there's nothing that's I can't really see something to change
Normalcy,
my take. You know?
unity, right? She fought for this country in terms of like the $35 cap on insulin for seniors, the largest investment in renewable energy ever, the bipartisan infrastructure bill, right? She wants to codify Roe versus Wade. Those types of things, right? She's advocating for policy. She's not as bad as Trump is. It brings us back to normalcy. We can finally move on.
So you're basically saying the lesser of the two evils. You think that's a valid way of going?
Yeah, one, it's the lesser of two evils. Two, it is the case that she's good policy. She's the best candidate we've ever had access to as a presidential seat. Okay, the best candidate we've ever had access to. Right, I think there's a lot to look forward to with Kamala Harris.
Is not great.
Appreciate the money gun. Regardless, I don't care about perception. I care about what they're advocating for.
I can say that I appreciate Trump's support for law enforcement.
Wait, you think Trump supports law enforcement?
That's something notable.
Then why did Trump say that he would pardon people who pled guilty to violently assaulting police officers on January 6th?
Did he say that?
Yeah. He said that he would pardon them. Not only that, but he's a convicted felon. He's been held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman. And she's a prosecutor. She was a prosecutor. So why would you vote for the convicted felon over the prosecutor?
Yeah, see, I don't think. Do you have a source stating where Trump said that he would pardon somebody who violently assaulted a police officer?
Yes, I got you.
I would appreciate that one.
I got you. You can talk about something while I pull it up.
Yeah, let me.
I'll give you like an article because it links to like him talking in an interview.
Yeah. Okay. What's your
So here, NPR. The Trump campaign embraces January 6 rioters with money and pardon promises. There's also plenty of other things. Washington Post. Trump pledged to pardon January 6 rioters.
But
Reuters. Trump says
is a little bit different than saying that he's
56% of people. 56% of people who were charged with violently assaulting police officers pled guilty. Okay, so all the people. So when they ask, would you vote for these people that violently assaulted police officers? Well, they pled guilty, and they were convicted. So he would pardon people convicted of violently assaulting police officers.
Okay, interesting. I don't know if I could argue that because I don't have your sources pulled up here, and I'm not 100% sure what he said. I think another case for, if you don't mind, is the energy production under Trump in 2019. U.S. crude oil production.
We actually produce more oil right now than any point in American history.
What's up?
We produce more oil right now than any point in American history.
Yeah, you don't think that was because of Trump to a degree? I don't want to say completely because of Trump.
Wait, say that one more time?
So, yeah, like
are you trying to say it was because of Trump?
I guess, yeah, that's my claim is that,
what policy? See what I mean? You say something's because of Trump, I'm going to ask you, like, what did they do that caused it?
Right, yeah. I don't have the
we don't have like an explanation for that. Well, then we probably need to look into it before we believe it, right?
But with regard to the policy affecting being the cause for that, yeah, I mean that's fair. All right, man. So yeah, I basically brought up all my points on like why I feel Trump is solid between, unemployment at 3.5% pre-COVID. I get that, it was 0.1% better. the support for law enforcement, public perception, social geez, I can't even talk right now.
Social progressivism. And
Yeah,
then also
of Kamala
these
Harris.
are the bad things about Trump are a really good reason to vote for Harris. Okay, there are a bunch of Republicans that are voting for Harris. She said she would put a Republican on her administration. She's talking about actual unification and she's giving policy proposals. And Donald Trump is trying to undermine this country, saying that we're a third world country, everything is bad, everything's terrible. Right, but as soon as he gets in office, it's going to be great, apparently.
Yeah. No, I see your point. I don't think
at some point I would
think,
say like put the country over the party, you know?
Yeah, I do feel like your side is like assuming that Trump is like inherently like evil with regard to like tyranny, and I do feel like I feel like
evil. I just like when I say evil, I just mean that they're like, I dislike what they're doing. I think it's bad, right?
Right.
I think they're a terrible person, right? Like that's what I was saying here.
Do you feel like Trump is like tyrannical to a degree?
Yeah, he wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag. That's violating the First Amendment.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Unironically, wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag. And the example he gave was people who were burning the American flag in protest of a statue of Robert E. Lee being left up. So that was a Confederate, by the way. That's a Confederate.
Yeah, no, I know.
So
who,
shouldn't it be illegal to like raise the Confederate flag and to put statues in commemoration of Confederates, since they're traitors, since they've advocated for slavery? I think that's way more disrespectful to the flag and to what veterans fought for than burning the American flag, which is considered as what you should do when you retire the flag, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think individual is synonymous with the negative American history should be kept around. I think that's invalid, and you're right. Like I do think people should have the right to believe in what they want, even if it degrades the country, because this country should be based on freedom and independence. Like I think that's fair. So I guess. You think that under Kamala Harris that patriotism would be stronger because of being, like you said, unity before?
Yeah,
because she's wanting to bring a Republican.
Sorry, and it's not even that. It's that this country's progressing. When this country progresses and it doesn't hold on to trying to justify its bad past, it becomes a country that we are proud to be a part of. We're a part of this country progressing. That's what we can unify behind, right?
Do you ever think?
Appreciate the confetti. Go for it.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Fine, don't worry.
Like, yeah, I don't think you should that like sticking in the past and constantly trying to justify the past and everything to get like means to an end. Like that's invalid, right? Because we're at this point in time now. But do you ever feel like you could become too progressive to the point where you're regressing?
You can become like too progressive. I'm not disputing that. I'm not saying that like you want to become the most radicalized individual ever. But what I'm saying is that this country needs not a lot more progression than what we currently have. So here's the point. I would say progression within what's possible.
Right, like progression within healthcare.
You can take progression too far, right, for things that are not possible. I'm advocating for progression that's possible. Pragmatic progression. Okay? I'm a really big proponent of that. That's what I advocate for.
Yeah. So what would be an example of where
things like free healthcare, free education,
right.
Those things are things that we can do that we haven't done yet. Free childcare, right? We can provide that. A bunch of other European democracies have.
Yeah, but there's no such thing as like free. There's never a such thing as free.
When I say
right?
free, I mean free at the point of service. I don't mean we don't pay for it. I totally agree that we are going to pay for it.
Right.
But the point I'm making is free at the point of service. Everyone is provided it.
I guess the question is like who's paying for it, and when you make everything free like that, is that ensuring the same quality of healthcare that you would have otherwise?
Actually, in countries around the world, they spend half as much per individual as what we spend here in the United States, and they have better average health outcomes. A Lancet study indicated specifically that Medicare for all, literally single payer healthcare, which again, I'm not like against getting rid of private I'm not for getting rid of private insurance. I think we should have a public option that covers everyone. But Medicare for All specifically would save this country $450 billion a year, right? And 68,000 American lives per year. The typical studies I've seen are 45 to 68,000. So $450 billion a year, that's a lot of money. 4.5 trillion over a decade. Saving in healthcare expenditure. And everyone's covered on expanded coverage, because Medicare for All is dental care. It's mental health care, right? It's extensive. It's not like just what we currently have right now under Medicare. It's an even more extensive form of Medicare.
Okay, I see. And well, yeah, I mean, I guess unfortunately, with regard to Trump's, claims on healthcare and saying, we have concepts, that's not great. Me personally, I didn't hear what Kamala Harris had to say about healthcare, but I'm assuming that she believes
Kamala wants to expand the ACA. So I go a little further than like what our typical Democratic politicians might as it relates to these types of policies, but they've already been adopted by countries around the world. Right. And oftentimes Democrats in this country will only, water down that policy because they think it's more supported, right? If you retain all of these extra things. The best policy is you can have private insurance, but everyone deserves quality health care. Free at the point of service. The same way we have firefighters, right? The same way we have roads. The same way we have public schools.
And I guess the question to that is who's paying for that, right?
As a country, we will. And again, I just told you, we would save money doing this.
Right.
Right now, when you currently buy insurance, you put your money into a pot, essentially. Right? When you pay for insurance, that money goes into a pot. And then whenever someone gets sick, they take from that pot of money and they pay for the care.
Right,
but
so that insurance
for-profit
would
health
practically
insurance
be like
company,
the tax.
Yeah, and there's a for-profit health insurance company between you and your doctor.
Yeah.
We're taking out that middleman, that for-profit health insurance company, right? And we're saying what's going to insure you is the federal government. So there's a bigger batch of money, which means you have more efficient distribution. Because there's a greater amount of people who are healthy to take care of the people who are sick. So when you are sick in your life, right, you don't have to pay tens of thousands of dollars. You have to pay thousands of dollars to get basic care, right? If someone gets cancer, they don't have to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars. If you have kids in the future, you're not stuck with having hundreds of thousands of dollars or even tens of thousands of dollars of costs associated with that, depending on the types of outcomes that could come that are negative associated with pregnancy. Because some people go through negative impacts as related to pregnancy. They didn't choose that. Yet
you're right. I think it's
tens of thousands of dollars of medical debt. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it's a really massive problem, when people go through health, issues, and then they're stuck in these debts for, X amount of years, and it's kind of a life destroyer. So yeah, I don't mean
to cut you off here. I just want to say this before we get to 12. It's still 11:21 for me, so I can say it's still 9/11, right? We think about the times 9/11 of thousands of people who died, innocent people, unjust, disgusting, that should have never happened. That's a terrible thing, right? Never forget. Okay? In that same way, how many multiple times of people in the United States die because of lack of health insurance? 45,000 to 68,000. That is at least 12 9/11s a year. Just in people who die because they could not afford health insurance.
I think, I don't want to argue something crazy here, but if you're dying and you're in some critical condition and you go to the hospital, they can't refuse you care.
Yeah, but you're strapped with medical debt, so you're not incentivized to go. People wait to the very last moment until they're in critical condition, right, or until they have something really bad, so they can't ignore it because they can't afford it. The average American is living paycheck to paycheck and can't afford a random $400 expense. If they can't afford a random $400 expense and they're living paycheck to paycheck, how are they supposed to afford that health care?
Yeah, so you're saying that people would rather die than have to pay that debt?
No, what I'm saying is that people end up dying because of the choices that they're forced into making because they don't have money.
Right.
Because they would get health care if they could afford it, but they can't engage in that preventative health care because they can't afford it. Appreciate the DG classes. Thank you so much. And they could have caught these things earlier on, and it would have been a lot cheaper to take care of this if they were incentivized to go earlier. That's what I'm saying, is that preventative health care is not incentivized. It's just reactive.
Okay. Do you think that there's any degree of safety? Say if you were ever to vote for Trump, which obviously like that's not the case, but do you think there's a degree of safety going with him, considering the fact that we've seen him in office before, and we've been able to see that
We've
the
seen Kamala
economy
Harris as
was
well.
to a degree healthy?
And no, I don't think you guys would have accepted this in 2016. You could have said the same thing about Hillary.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you can make that claim no matter what.
Okay, so like, I mean, I don't think that just because they've been in president already means that like it's better for them to be president in the future. And also like she's been vice president. She was the most influential vice president ever. Most tie-breaking votes of any vice president. That's like the main determination they can have. Typically, like the vice president's more ceremonial. But one thing they can do is that, and she did the most of that of any vice president ever. She also raised over $5 billion in private funding specifically for countries in South and Central America to be able to reduce the likelihood of them coming here in the first place to help aid the migrant crisis.
Yeah, well, the migrant crisis is a whole shit show with the Darien Gap. Yeah, it's not good.
Thank you so much. What incentivized people to come here? The bad conditions caused by inflation and the pandemic, right? So let's acknowledge the fact that
but that's going on. That's been going on even before the pandemic, though.
So I mean, there was there was an increase.
As massive, but
I don't dispute you there, but it obviously increased even more after Title 42 was gone and what's it called? And they were and inflation was impacting people, right? So obviously that would be taken into account. But yes, you're right. There was an increasing share of people coming to the country even under Trump's administration.
Yeah, I guess I think the borders should be closed, but I do think that there should be easier access to legal immigration, within the country. But anyways, I'll present one last idea to you before I get off and let somebody go, because I see a bunch of these people commenting here.
Sure. You're probably my last person I'm gonna talk to anyway.
All right, man. So I know you probably see all the things on social media where it's like, all right, if Kamala Harris gets voted for president, this is going to be me in the next 3 years. And it's like somebody like in combat, right? So I guess that's based on the assumption that like Kamala Harris is like
Thank you, Ivan. Go ahead. Sorry.
That her foreign policy is a bit more aggressive with regard to tensions in like the Middle East, right? Whereas like Trump kind of wants to, withdraw and get away with those things, which is like counterintuitive to what you would think.
I think that's totally false. Trump, he started a self-proclaimed war on ISIS. He increased military drone strikes in the Middle East by 432%. He vetoed the blocking of an arms deal to Saudi Arabia when they were committing a genocide in Yemen. They literally starved or bombed 85,000 Yemeni children to death. All right. Not only that, but there was a proxy war between the United States and Russia and Syria. Right. There was Afghanistan. There were 65 military members that died in service, right, in conflict under his administration, in 16 under the Biden-Harris administration. So if there was more conflict under the Biden-Harris administration, why did more service members in conflict die?
Say that again. I'm sorry. I was looking.
So there were 65 service members that died in conflict under Trump's administration.
Okay.
Not only that, but it is the case that there were 16 under the Biden-Harris administration. And so again, if there were a greater amount of, sorry, fuck, I literally just I saw Venmo and I apologize.
That's all good.
Can you restate? Oh, sorry, my bad. I got it. 16 died under the Biden-Harris administration, 65 under the Trump administration. How was there more conflict under the Biden-Harris administration if more died under the Trump administration in conflict?
I guess perhaps Well, I feel like that's to be expected as like the withdrawal happened under Biden and Harris. So like, you know, if you know, the military is withdrawing, there would be less incentive for these, you know, militants in you know, the Middle East to act in that manner. But I think there's no question that, you know, Trump meeting with the Taliban was a terrible idea because, you know, unfortunately that like legitimized the Taliban as a genuine like organization, you know.
And he literally gave them 5,000 individuals that were literally convicted of like murder and stuff.
Yeah. So yeah, I just wanted to present that last side of things because I guess that's according to you, it's a misconception. I appreciate you for your time. Yeah, I guess that's about it, man.
All right, I appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. You take it easy.
Thank you. Take it easy.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, everyone. Everyone do tap the screen. Maybe let's get 2.5 before I do end it. I'm about to end it like right now, though. So I do appreciate everyone who came on tonight. Y'all are absolutely amazing for coming through. I love y'all so much. Y'all are incredible. Answer the Venmo. I got you. Please answer. Let me know if I'm wrong. But if Trump's plan to use tariffs, how can he pay for these promises? But stop people from importing because of costs. How will we fund things? Exactly. That's exactly what I bring up. Tariffs are a bad revenue mechanism because they decrease imports into the country, right? Which actually decreases the revenue that you would expect from it. So yeah, you're totally right. Molly, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thanks for another great night of debates. Thank you so much. All right, is there someone I can raid real quick, everyone? Is there someone I can raid? I think Bobby was live. Okay, Bobby G, everyone. Bobby G is live. Everyone look up Bobby G 0313. Look up Bobby G 0313. Spam Parker raid. Spam love from Parker, everyone. Bobby G 0313. Love y'all so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone, and peace out, y'all.
This one. $22 for the dragon blood rose. Dragon blood rose. 22. And the share right, let me show you. This is the share right chunky beast in the green. It's the 16.2. 16.2 mm size, the share rights. And the Baltic, which Bengal you wanna see? 那个 Starry Egg。你在哪里？一盒中间的63的。How much? This one is 60. 6 and 0. 6 and 0. Smaller, yeah, we have.